The resting city is just ahead, so let's go there first, Jade River said. Zenith Palace had sent more than 9,000 disciples to participate in the Akashic Dream battlefield, and she wasn't the decision-maker. The decision-makers were the several half-step world kings that had joined in. They were elders of Zenith Palace, and this also included the Vice Palace Master, the white-robed old man who had been hosting the meeting conference. Entering the Akashic Dream universe had no restrictions on age. Rather, it looked at whether or not someone was an outstanding individual and just how much potential they possessed. Generally speaking, if one was doomed to never be able to take another step forwards in their cultivation road, then there was no need for them to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. Only those who had hopes of going further down their road of martial arts would come here to struggle for a lucky chance. The city within the Akashic Dream universe was extremely lifelike, and none of it felt like an illusion at all. Touching anything gave a feeling no different than interacting with objects in the real world. The truth was that the spiritual world and real world were never clearly distinguished to begin with. In fact, there were even some Spiritas martial artists who theorized that the current 33 heavens was nothing more than a dream of a sleeping creator god. This city was incomparably broad, and a massive number of outstanding elites were also gathered here. Many more martial artists continued to hasten their way to the city. Of these people's cultivation, the lowest amongst them were at the Soul Sea Realm, a Spiritas cultivation realm equivalent to the human divine sea realm. As for the highest, they were great world kings, and more than one at that. Lin Ming guessed that there were likely also half-step Empyreans here, and even true Empyrean supreme elders. He just hadn't seen them yet. As they arrived not too far from the city, Lin Ming looked up at the city gates that rose 1,000 feet high. Above these gates were two strange Spiritas characters. Lin Ming had previously studied the language of the Spiritas. He could see that these characters said, Emperor City. Each character was the size of a large house, and they were drawn in an illustrious manner. The aura they gave off was intimidating. Even Lin Ming couldn't help but feel a faint sense of awe and dread upon seeing these characters. Emperor City was surrounded by walls on 3 sides, each side stretching out nearly 1,000 miles long. As for the rear side of the city, it was backed up against a giant divine mountain. This divine mountain was as smooth as a mirror and was covered with a canopy of runes. As Lin Ming and the others approached within 100 miles of this divine mountain, they felt a tremendous pressure. Ordinary Zenith Palace disciples could not approach. As they tried, they felt all of their blood vitality, spirit essence, and soul force being pulled upon by this pressure, making the energy within them nearly explode outwards from their bodies. Jade River said, This is the Emperor God Wall. It has already existed for countless years and is the divine object of Emperor City. It is said that it was stained with the blood of peerless god kings, and their aura has yet to dissipate even after billions upon billions of years have passed. And what we see now is only a projection of the Emperor God Wall. The true Emperor God Wall is not here, but every city has a projection of the Emperor God Wall. As Jade River spoke, the disciples of Zenith Palace were shocked. Even Lin Ming was left flabbergasted. It was only a projection, yet it exuded such a terrifying pressure. Then, just what would the true Emperor God Wall be like? Some of the outstanding disciples of Zenith Palace strode within several miles of the God Wall. At this distance, they could see many martial artists tirelessly moving forwards, as well as some others meditating beneath it. They are cultivating, trying to use the pressure of the Emperor God Wall to aid in their breakthrough. A Zenith Palace elder explained. By being beneath the Emperor God Wall, one would have to withstand a terrifying pressure. This pressure could burden one's soul and spirit essence, and even directly work upon the martial artist's body that was sealed away in a separate space to further temper their blood vitality, allowing them to make a breakthrough. It was an incomparably mysterious phenomenon. This cultivation isn't too bad. There are also some characters on the God Wall. A Zenith Palace disciple exclaimed. Lin Ming looked up, able to clearly read the runes written atop the Emperor God Wall. These runes were ancient and mysterious, consisting of the Spiritas language from billions of years ago. Not even Lin Ming could fully understand them. These carvings are? A Zenith Palace disciple asked. They are the rules as well as the divine objects within the Akashic Dream battlefield. Look at the third row, that is the Wild God Creed. In the legends it's said to be a holy text left behind by the first ancestor of the Spiritas. The fourth row lists the Weeping God Springs. It is said to be a deep spring that can even help cleanse the marrows of a true divinity supreme elder. If one could obtain that God Springs water to use for alchemy, they could make true divinity-level medicines. As for the fifth row, the one speaking was the white-robed Vice Palace Master. His understanding of the Akashic Dream battlefield was more deep than J-Driver's, and as he slowly introduced the various objects, everyone who listened to him was left dumbfounded. Although they clearly knew they couldn't obtain any of these things, just hearing about it was more than enough to cause their blood to boil over with excitement. How do we obtain these things? Lin Ming asked. As for the other disciples of Zenith Palace, although they didn't think they could ever obtain these treasures, they were still curious about how one obtained them. The Vice Palace Master said, "Some of these divine objects can be exchanged for using an incredible amount of merit points. As for some other things, they require achievements, lucky chances, or various other items to exchange for them." As he spoke, another Zenith Palace disciple said, "Look, there are also names carved upon the God Wall." Hearing this disciple's shout, many people looked down. As he said, there were indeed names of powerhouses left behind on the Emperor God Wall. These names were all written in different handwriting styles, and they emitted a dreadful aura. One could instantly see that they weren't left behind by ordinary mortals. Those that can leave behind their names are mostly Empyreans as well as a small number of great world kings. They are all proud children of heaven that have existed through the history of the Spiritas. There are some people that weren't Empyreans when they left behind their names, but they would eventually become Empyreans in the future. Rather, it should be said that most of them became extreme Empyreans, and a few of them even managed to step into the realm of true divinity. The Zenith Palace Elder's explanation left everyone bewildered. Even amongst the Spiritas, true divinities were a mythical existence. It was hard for ordinary martial artists to imagine what they were like. Shang Mei. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Amongst the many names, he could make out Shang Mei's. Shang Mei had also carved her name above the God Wall. Soul Empress Shang Mei. Her talent cannot be imagined. Through the vast 33 heavens, no one can surpass her. Jade River thought that Lin Ming had come from the wild mountains and didn't know about many matters. Thus she briefly introduced Shang Mei. Shang Mei was absolutely the heroine of the Spiritas, and as Jade River mentioned her name, she felt awe and pride. Not everyone can leave behind their name on the Emperor God Wall. These people have all achieved some peerless accomplishments or have accumulated merit points to a terrifying degree. Only then can they leave behind their name on the Emperor God Wall. Another Zenith Palace elder explained. At this time, everyone was startled. They watched as a decrepit one-legged old man with scattered hair walked towards the Emperor God Wall. Because this person only had one leg, he seemed to hop as he walked. In addition to that, his entire face was marred with horrifying scars, making him seem like a ghost walking around during daytime. Just who is that? What a scary-looking old man. Standing beside Jade River, Xiaoqi couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. "Stop spouting nonsense," a Zenith Palace elder hurriedly said. However, Xiaoqi's words had already been heard by the one-legged old man. The old man's hearing was extremely sharp. He suddenly turned his head, revealing a grisly and humorless smile. With this, everyone could see that he had a great world king cultivation. All of the disciples from Zenith Palace paled. Hee. The one-legged old man diabolically grinned. As he stared at Xiaoqi shivered and a cold chill ran up her back. She felt as if she were being stared at by some viper. Our junior was being foolish. Senior, please forgive her. Whatever. I am someone that bears deep grudges. The one-legged old man simply didn't place the Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master in his eyes. As he turned back and walked forwards, he left behind an endless killing intent. For a time, Xiaoqi's face turned as white as funeral paper. Elder, no one thought that in Emperor City, just a few words could draw a catastrophe upon oneself. The several elders of Zenith Palace all had ugly complexions. That one-legged old freak had a bizarre personality. If one annoyed him, they definitely wouldn't have a happy ending. And at this time, a gloating laugh rang out. Ha ha! Congratulations everyone from Zenith Palace. You just arrived and yet you've already drawn a winning ticket. Looking at your expressions, it seems you'll all be wiped out sooner or later. These words caused the disciples from Zenith Palace to frown. They turned to see a middle-aged fat man jovially walking towards them, laughing all the while. Behind him was a large group all wearing the same uniform. It was clear that they came from the same influence. There's even a human. Has Zenith Palace degenerated so much that they must even send a human to participate in the Akashic Dream battlefield? The fat man openly mocked Zenith Palace as he saw Lin Ming. Forget about him. Let's go. The Vice Palace Master was clearly acquainted with the fat man, but their relationship seemed extremely bad. He didn't want to have any accidents occur. Within the confines of Emperor City, fighting wasn't allowed. Just as the Vice Palace Master was leading the disciples to leave, the skies suddenly darkened. A massive ancient vicious beast emitted a terrifying slaughter energy as it flew over the city gates and fell atop a tall pagoda within the city. This ancient vicious beast was huge, and as it unfolded its wingspan was nearly 100 miles wide, almost camouflaging the skies. The towering pagoda that it fell upon seemed as small as a toy. A horrifying howl pierced through the heavens, making the ears tingle with numbness. What an amazingly dreadful aura! Just what kind of ancient beast is that? Many Zenith Palace disciples asked, horrified. That is a Leviathan rock. Although it has an impure bloodline, it can almost compare with a god beast. It is even stronger than most half-step Empyreans. A Zenith Palace elder whispered, his breath catching in his throat. I know this Leviathan rock. It is Empyrean Heavencore's personal mount. This isn't even its complete form. When it fully manifests its body, its wingspan can reach 1,000 miles. As everyone was speaking, the Leviathan rock suddenly opened its gaping jaws. An army of martial artists walked out from within the stomach of the Leviathan rock. In the legends, the Leviathan rock had a separate world contained within its body. It could easily swallow mountains and rivers, much less something as small as hundreds of thousands of disciples. These disciples that marched out from the stomach of the Leviathan rock were all from Heavencore Heavenly Palace. Besides the outstanding young elites of Heavencore Heavenly Palace, there were also the core disciples and the martial artists that made up the backbone of Heavencore Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming was vigilant as he saw this. Amongst these people there were many world kings, great world kings, and even half-step Empyreans. They were all disciples of Heavencore Heavenly Palace. However, some of these people had already followed Empyrean Heavencore for 100,000 years and were no longer considered juniors. These people possessed a profound cultivation. The reason they came to the Akashic Dream battlefield was in hopes of going further in their cultivation. For instance, a great world king becoming a half-step Empyrean, or a half-step Empyrean becoming a true Empyrean. This is an Empyrean-level influence. Some people sighed in admiration. Just any one of these high-level Heavencore Heavenly Palace disciples could easily sweep away Zenith Palace. Far too many masters had gathered at the Akashic Dream battlefield. It was destined to be an unrivaled war. More and more martial artists began gathering at Emperor City. Many large sects had several tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of disciples arrive. Among these people, Lin Ming saw a great deal of half-step Empyreans. However, he didn't see any true Empyreans. There are so many world kings, great world kings, and even half-step Empyreans. This is my first time entering the Akashic Dream battlefield, and my cultivation is just at the early Soul Lord realm. If I face opponents like these, won't I be instantly evaporated? A young Zenith Palace disciple timidly asked. The Vice Palace Master shook his head, saying, Our war will occur within the Akashic Dream battlefield. The laws there are special and will suppress everyone's cultivation to the Soul Lord realm. As for those that haven't reached the Soul Lord realm, their cultivations will be forcefully enhanced to that boundary, making everyone's cultivation the same. Even so, A half-step Empyrean powerhouse isn't someone you can deal with, because their comprehension of laws and their skill in cultivation methods have reached an unimaginable degree. Even if you are both at the Soul Lord realm, it will only take an instant to kill you. But that doesn't mean you have no chance of escape. If dozens of you see a half-step Empyrean, you can all scatter in different directions. This will give you a chance of survival. The Vice Palace Master explained. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. So there were such rules. This was also reasonable. Lin Ming had seen many inheritance lands in the past that had similar rules. To lessen the disparity brought about by age, everyone's cultivations would be equalized. In order for the most outstanding individuals to obtain the inheritances, all that would be tested was one's talent and potential. As everyone was speaking, howling winds suddenly rose up. Turbulent black clouds came roiling over from the horizon, blocking out the sun. In this extremely gloomy environment, ghostly howls filled the air. Everyone felt an inexplicable sense of fear. As they all looked up into the skies, they seemed to see endless ghosts dancing about amongst the dark clouds. For a time, all the disciples of Zenith Palace were frightened. Even the Vice Palace Master had an extremely ugly complexion. It's Empyrean Myriad Ghost. That old geezer. He's here to make a mess. Empyrean. Even an Empyrean came to the Akashic Dream battlefield. The Zenith Palace disciples looked at each other, panic etched in their eyes. Even an Empyrean had arrived. Even if their cultivation was suppressed to the Soul Lord realm, an Empyrean-level powerhouse was far too powerful in existence and could instantly wipe out their group. This Akashic Dream battlefield was truly a convergence of masters. Normally, there is no desire for Empyreans to come here. After an Empyrean is a true divinity, and only the tiniest minority of Empyreans have been able to take this final step. Coming here for them is just a waste of time, and there isn't anything they can learn through messing around with you juniors. But this Empyrean Myriad Ghost has an extremely eccentric and strange personality. I wonder just what he came to the Akashic Dream battlefield for. All of you make sure to hide from him and have no contact with him at all. The Vice Palace Master urgently said. It's a waste for an Empyrean to come? Since they are strong, wouldn't it be easier for them to gather merit points and achievements to exchange them for rewards? Lin Ming asked. Some Zenith Palace disciples who had come to the Akashic Dream universe for the first time also perked up their ears. This information was extremely important to them. The Vice Palace Master simply shook his head. Merit points are for the young. They aren't something us old fellows can obtain. This is because after the 3 years are over, the final amount of merit points after being settled is based upon age. For instance, if an Empyrean that has lived for tens of millions of years enters the Akashic Dream battlefield and slaughters their way to 1 billion merit points, their merit points are divided by their age, thus they might have a measly several hundred left remaining. There just isn't anything they can exchange for with this amount. As the Vice Palace Master spoke, Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened about the situation. All things considered, the Akashic Dream battlefield was a stage set for the younger generation, and this was also a reasonable premise. If the Akashic Dream battlefield was a land of inheritance, then inheritances naturally had to be passed on to the young. If old fellows like the Vice Palace Master came, they came not for the merit points but for the experience of fighting with martial artists of the same level. After all, in the real world these older martial artists rarely had the opportunity to fight with other martial artists of the same age and boundary. And without fighting, it would be difficult to hone their cultivation. He can't obtain any merit points, nor can he find anyone of his level to fight. Is that Empyrean Myriad Ghost really here to cause a ruckus? The Vice Palace Master mumbled. Some Empyreans had extremely peculiar personalities. For instance, there might be some Empyreans who didn't obtain any advantages from the Akashic Dream battlefield during their youth. Thus they also didn't want anyone else to obtain benefits. It was true that an Empyrean couldn't obtain merit points, but they also possessed the ability to ensure that no one else did either. For instance, they could do this by continually slaughtering everyone else. If this were true, then during this venture into the Akashic Dream battlefield, the low-level disciples would truly be having a miserable time. As the Vice Palace Master was lost in thought, at this time a vast slaughter energy as deep as an ocean covered the entirety of Emperor City, enveloping everyone. For a time, a horrifying pressure spread outwards and all the light within the city disappeared. The martial artists were stranded in this thick black chaos, leaving them suffocating. This is the Chaos Force Field, the signature domain of Chaos Demon God, another Empyrean. I understand now. The reason Empyrean Myriad Ghost came to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield this time is so that he can fight with Chaos Demon God. Both of them don't like each other to begin with, but if they fought in the real world, then that would be an earth-sundering battle between two Empyreans. Moreover, if there were any wounds, those would be losses that neither side could afford. So, the two of them must have agreed to meet in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Like this, there won't be any problems with the two of them fighting. The Zenith Palace elders wryly smiled to each other as they realized this. A battle between two Empyreans was bound to affect the little fish. The low-level disciples of Zenith Palace were in for a tragic time. If they were sucked into the battle, they wouldn't even have ashes left over. All of you must be careful after entering the Akashic Dream battlefield. Make sure you avoid those two old monsters at all costs. Aya, what horrible luck this is. The Vice Palace Master sighed with emotion. At this time, Lin Ming had regained his composure. He asked, Senior Vice Palace Master, Junior has a question he would like to ask. What is it? Seeing the one asking another question was Lin Ming, the Vice Palace Master faintly frowned. It seemed all this disciple did was ask questions again and again. Junior would like to know just how many merit points are required to exchange for a golden page. On the Emperor God wall, the rules for obtaining rewards from the Akashic Dream battlefield were listed. However, because these rules were all written in the ancient language of the Spiritas, Lin Ming found them difficult to read. The Vice Palace Master was speechless. This disciple was far too curious. Just why did he want to know all of this? You sure have many worries. What you should be concerning yourself with is thinking about how to survive. The honest method of these sect wars is to kill as many enemies as possible. As for that golden page, that is something that hasn't been exchanged for in the last several hundred millions of years. It requires 1 billion merit points, so don't get your hopes up about obtaining it. The Vice Palace Master impatiently responded. Lin Ming smiled. Thank you, Senior, for the guidance. All of you rest early and don't bother caring about such meaningless things. At dawn tomorrow we will be entering the Akashic Dream battlefield. At that time, I also hope that you all will be able to fight for a little bit of glory for our Zenith Palace. The last several times that Zenith Palace participated in the Akashic Dream battlefield, their results had been ordinary at best. This left the high-level figures of Zenith Palace feeling anxious. Like this, all disciples of Zenith Palace looked for a place to rest. Although Emperor City was large, there were even more martial artists. Most rooms were already occupied. Spirit ships, cave dwellings, and other such magic tools couldn't be brought in. So many martial artists spent the night sitting in meditation in the air. At the dawn of the next day, the morning was misty and bright. Rays of morning light sprinkled down, reflecting from the Emperor God wall and shining upon all the martial artists present. Everyone was covered in this sunlight. Finally, this sunlight turned into countless motes of light that converged into everyone's tokens. What is this? A young disciple asked with surprise. This is elementary spirit source. In truth, this is what the so-called merit points consist of. By killing your opponent, you can plunder their token's elementary spirit source and take it into your own. This is what merit points are. As people were speaking, at this time the entire Emperor City began to tremble. The great earth seemed to be split apart by a titanic divine sword. From the area where the land had split open, purple divine fire gushed out, burning up the skies. A giant space gate slowly appeared above the sundered earth. It was like a purple sun had appeared in the world. The Akashic Dream battlefield has opened. Let's enter. Throughout all of Emperor City, countless disciples launched their movement techniques and flew towards the space gate. This space gate was several hundred miles wide. The martial artists present all appeared like tiny specks in front of this massive space gate. From afar, it was like infinite locusts migrating towards the space gate. Lin Ming also joined in, and at this time the Vice Palace Master lit a rune. With it, all disciples of Zenith Palace were covered in a halo of light. Covered in this halo of light, Lin Ming passed through the purple space gate. Who dash? Endless beams of light passed over Lin Ming's sight. After an unknown period of time, his environment brightened. He had arrived in some unknown world. Emperor City had vanished. All around them was bleak and desolate earth. The land was marred with gaping scars as if a terrifying war had occurred here. Mountains and rivers had been sundered in half or leveled off, and massive craters marked the land. There were even dreadfully deep abysses, as if some mighty supernatural being broke open the earth with their weapon. And in the skies there were numerous listless planets. These planets lacked even a little bit of life and resembled barren stones. This was the Akashic Dream Battlefield. The Akashic Dream Battlefield was but a minuscule portion of the Akashic Dream universe. After entering this land, one needed to stay for a full 3 years. During these 3 years, no one would be able to probe what was happening within the Akashic Dream Battlefield. Only when all the martial artists completed their journey into the Akashic Dream Battlefield 3 years from now would the results be known. The disciples of Zenith Palace were all gathered here. As for the disciples of other influences, they had vanished. They had been transmitted to other locations. This sort of situation clearly occurred because the Vice Palace Master had crumbled a talisman before he entered the Akashic Dream Battlefield. Lin Ming had glanced over this talisman. It was an inscription symbol, and its use was likely to make the disciples of Zenith Palace be transported to a location far away from the others. The Spiritas were a race skilled in inscription symbols. Many Spiritas martial artists even carried inscription symbols on them in battles. Everyone, listen to my orders. We are a whole, do not separate from the group. Otherwise you will be eaten up without any bones remaining. This is a war of sect against sect. The strength that an individual can display is limited. Obey all orders. For those that can obtain merit points, my Zenith Palace will never be stingy with rewards. As the Vice Palace Master spoke, everyone began to set off in droves. The Akashic Dream Battlefield had special rules. Here, Lin Ming could already feel his cultivation being suppressed by the laws. His inner world was imprisoned and the true essence he could erupt with was greatly limited. Even the 9 stars of the Dao Palace had been restricted. Although he could still open 3 Dao Palaces, he could only gather a 20th of the previous power of stars he was able to. My cultivation has been suppressed to the early divine Lord realm. Lin Ming thought to himself. Looking around, he could see that everyone was in a similar situation. Only some low-level disciples were an exception. For them, not only did they not weaken, but they felt a strange power that wasn't theirs pour into their body, causing their strength to rise. This was a never-before-felt feeling. These conditions are even more advantageous to me. As Lin Ming thought this, he slowly moved away from the crowd. Slowly, he submerged into the darkness, his figure disappearing from the crowd without a trace. No one present had been able to discover this. It was only when the disciples of Zenith Palace reached their destination did someone ask, Lin Mook. Jade River was startled. Lin Ming had disappeared. Lin Ming was a member of her squad. When they first entered the Akashic Dream Battlefield just now, she had also seen Lin Ming, but he had disappeared from sight not long after. J-Driver's words caused the elders of Zenith Palace to immediately release their divine senses to search for him. After they swept their senses through the crowd, their complexions turned ugly. Zenith Palace had a large troop of over 9,000 people. If they all moved together, it was really too difficult to detect if a single person disappeared. A foreign human indeed isn't reliable, a Zenith Palace elder indignantly said. He took up one of our spots just to run away as soon as he came to the Akashic Dream Battlefield. Could he have betrayed us? Several elders glanced at each other, their complexions ugly. Although Lin Ming was a human, they all had to admit that his strength was excellent. He would have been a great boon to Zenith Palace in the Akashic Dream Battlefield and would have helped them obtain many merit points. But before any fighting had started, he had already disappeared. I apologize. Jade River was at a loss for words. She was the one who had introduced Lin Ming to Zenith Palace, and when he had asked to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield later, she had also supported him with her manner. But now that such a situation had occurred, she clearly wasn't able to lift her head. Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that he betrayed us. The token he used to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield is provided by our Zenith Palace, so his merit points will also contribute to the total merit point score. Even so, we should be a little more careful. He might have been bribed by some other influence to disclose information about us. As the Vice Palace Master said this, the other elders present appeared depressed. Let's go somewhere else then. If that human reveals our position and we are ambushed here, then the situation will be bad for us. Someone proposed. All right, it seems that's all we can do. Oh. At this time, 1,000 miles away from where the Zenith Palace group was, Lin Ming was flying over a vast wilderness. He released his sense, investigating the surrounding area. According to the Vice Palace Master's explanation, Lin Ming was considering how many merit points he needed to obtain. His skeletal age had yet to reach 130 years. In order to exchange for the golden page, one needed 1 billion merit points. According to the rules of the Akashic Dream battlefield, at the very end of the 3 years when merit points were being calculated, the total would be divided by the martial artist's skeletal age. In other words, Lin Ming needed to obtain almost 130 billion merit points in order to exchange for that golden page. 130 billion. Lin Ming didn't know what sort of concept that number was, but what he was sure of was that this was a truly terrifying number. He would need to endlessly slaughter in order to reach it. Moreover, listening to the Vice Palace Master's words, this Akashic Dream battlefield was not as simple as killing others to obtain merit points. There were also other lucky chances to be found. Whether it was for the golden page or other lucky chances, Lin Ming was doomed to not be able to follow the mass army of Zenith Palace. They would simply be stones that weighed him down, making his every movement inconvenient. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he had already flown for an hour. This Akashic Dream battlefield consisted of an incredibly broad area. Even though he had been flying for such a long time, all he could see was endless wilderness. And at this time, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and he slowed down. He could see that there was a swamp not too far away, and in this swamp there was some strange flower blooming. This flower had no roots, branches, or leaves, but instead had a lush flower the size of a basin. It appeared exceptionally bright. Lin Ming could sense a light divine soul fluctuation originating from it, as if this flower had a soul. And these divine soul fluctuations were subtly influencing Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Lin Ming didn't doubt that this was a medicinal herb that would be greatly beneficial in nourishing one's divine soul. Is this a medicinal herb bred within the Akashic Dream battlefield? This medicinal herb in front of him wasn't too precious. He believed this was only the beginning. He began to slowly approach, but at this time he suddenly came to an abrupt stop. After sweeping his sense over the swamp, Lin Ming revealed a sneer. He carelessly walked towards the red flower and reached out to pick it. But just as his fingers were about to touch the flower, from 100 feet in front of Lin Ming, the muddy ground suddenly burst apart. With a loud roar that shook the earth, a giant black lizard that was hundreds of feet long suddenly leapt out from the swamp. This black lizard had blood-red eyes and its body was covered with scintillating black scales. Its jaws opened wide enough to swallow a house, and then a tongue as thick as an adult man shot out like a spear, hurtling towards Lin Ming. It wanted to capture Lin Ming and swallow him whole. "I've been waiting for you." Lin Ming was already prepared. Without even a change in expression, he waved his hand and a red spear appeared in his grasp. This was the Phoenix Blood Spear. Whoosh! The Phoenix Blood Spear shot through the skies, carrying with it a howling power of thunder and fire that pierced into the black lizard's mouth with unstoppable momentum. Puff! Blood shot out. The black lizard was pierced through by the Phoenix Blood Spear, followed right after with a shower of blood. Rah! The black lizard roared in pain and anger. After being pierced by Lin Ming's spear, it shot towards him, wanting to use its massive body to roll over him. Lin Ming simply flicked his finger and the phoenix blood spear reversed as it came hurting back and pierced through the black lizard's back as easily as tofu. At this time, the power of thunder and fire contained within the phoenix blood spear also detonated, and with a loud explosion the black lizard's back was blown to pieces. The explosive shockwaves were accompanied with endless fragments of flesh and blood. The black lizard's spine and ribs were completely shattered and its massive body was blown in half. Facing this endless rain of blood and flesh, an invisible barrier shimmered around Lin Ming, protecting him from any contamination. After easily killing the black lizard, Lin Ming didn't even pause. He bent down and picked up that deep blood-red flower. After breathing in the rich soul fragrance of the flower, he quietly said, "Come out. I know that lizard was not some wild creature, but your contract beast." Lin Ming indifferently said, a light killing intent in his words. There were powerful nightmare beasts that inhabited the Akashic Dream battlefield, but this black lizard hadn't been one of them. Before landing here, Lin Ming had already felt a group waiting on the sidelines for an ambush. Some people had decided to use this spirit flower as bait to set up a trap to kill anyone who dared approach it. If one was too impatient to pluck the treasure, they were likely to fall for the trap. At that time, with the black lizard attacking from the front, there would also be other martial artists sneak attacking from behind. Unless one was far stronger than those ambushers, they would be sure to suffer a loss here. Unfortunately, Lin Ming had instantly killed the black lizard. This caused the other martial artists lying in ambush to not dare to attack. Lin Ming slowly turned, looking at a grassy area in the swamp. He coldly said, "It seems you want me to invite you out." As he spoke, he immediately attacked. He flicked his fingers and spear lights came shooting out. "No! Ah!" Miserable cries ran out. 8 martial artists came rolling down on the ground. Their bodies had bloody holes pierced through them by the spear lights. They all looked at Lin Ming, panic in their eyes. As soon as they entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, they had set up a trap here and had laid in wait. But they never imagined their first prey would be powerful to the point of instantly killing their contract beast. The martial artists that rolled out from the tall patch of grass were all covered in blood. They wore similar sect clothing. It was obvious they came from the same influence. Their tactics were to take advantage of the unprepared and to fight with a numbers advantage in order to slowly gather merit points. Although this method wasn't the most efficient, it was far safer. However, in their first attempt they had really managed to kick an iron wall. This was just their own unluckiness. "Young hero, please show mercy and don't kill us." Seeing Lin Ming overflowing with killing intent, the martial artists were terrified. Although their lives wouldn't be in danger if they were killed in the Akashic Dream battlefield, the chance to enter this land wasn't easy to obtain. They didn't want to die just as the sect wars began. After being killed in the Akashic Dream battlefield, one's body would be stranded in a separate space and forced to live out the remaining 3-year period there. The taste of this punishment wasn't good at all. Lin Ming didn't say a word. The phoenix blood spear howled and flew back into his hand. Then, he indifferently looked at these martial artists and pointed his spear straight at the forehead of a yellow-clothed man. Lin Ming could feel that this yellow-clothed man was the strongest of the group. He should be the leader. "Young hero, our Imperial Beast sect is a great world king influence that has a history spanning hundreds of millions of years. In the history of our sect, there have even been 2 Empyreans that have appeared. It's just that, for the last few tens of millions of years, we haven't been able to produce an Empyrean, and thus our influence has been downgraded. Even so, we still have a deep background. Young hero doesn't need to kill us. We have some precious inherited information from our sect if young hero would like to take a look at it." As the yellow-clothed man spoke, his arms trembled as he lifted a jade slip and passed it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming swept his mind over it. There wasn't any problem with this jade slip. Then he probed it. After sifting through the jade slip, Lin Ming's interest was piqued. This jade slip recorded many regional materials within the Akashic Dream battlefield. There were even places listed where heavenly materials might appear, as well as danger zones where nightmare beasts appeared more often. Although the records within the jade slip were rough, it was good for referencing. As Lin Ming was looking through the jade slip, his thoughts stirred. He realized that while he was probing the jade slip, the furthest disciple of the Imperial Beast sect had quietly reached out his hand and traced his spatial ring, taking out a talisman. As this talisman appeared, it immediately burnt up and completely vanished. "You sent a sound transmission talisman to request reinforcements?" Lin Ming immediately thought. His eyes flashed with a murderous light. But he maintained his composure, only looking at the 8 martial artists in front of him. His eyes were as deep as the 9 nether abyss. Just looking into his gaze made one feel a shiver crawl up their spine. What do you want?" the yellow-clothed martial artist asked with a fear-tinged voice. They had indeed sent a sound transmission talisman requesting assistance from the sect. Although he thought his actions were discreet, he still felt weak at heart. He was afraid that Lin Ming would discover what they did and kill them all. With them being severely wounded, it would only take Lin Ming a few breaths of time to kill them all. The disparity was too great. Lin Ming didn't respond. He fiddled with the jade slip in his hands, spreading out his sense to the surrounding 100 miles. His actions had the yellow-clothed martial artist exhaling in relief. "This idiot hasn't discovered anything at all. Just you wait. You are already dead." The yellow-clothed martial artist clenched his jaws, but on the surface he maintained a timid and terrified expression. Time slowly passed. Soon, on the distant horizon, over 10 small spots appeared in the skies, illuminated from behind by the sun. These small shadows were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye they became as large as a palm in everyone's sight. They were actually a group of flying dragons. Each flying dragon had a wingspan that spread out over 100 feet wide. Their claws were sharp and their teeth were gruesome. Each one resembled a vicious demon, terrifying to the extreme. And standing on the backs of these flying dragons were many martial artists. These martial artists were all wearing sect clothing similar to the clothing that the martial artists who Lin Ming wounded had. These were clearly reinforcements. Whoosh! 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 As the flying dragons landed, they kicked up a giant sandstorm. On the backs of these flying dragons were more than 30 martial artists. The leader amongst them was a middle-aged man as thin as a string. His eyes were cold and gloomy and his momentum was intimidating. He obviously had a high status in the Imperial Beast sect. "Ha ha ha! Protector son, you finally made it!" As the yellow-clothed martial artist with the gaping wound saw this middle-aged man, he began to recklessly laugh as if he had seen his savior. Not even the wounds marring his body were able to tamp down on his happiness. Protector son really came just on time. The other martial artists struggled to stand up. This included the martial artist that Lin Ming had seen spying on him and who had used the sound-transmitting talisman to send a message. The Imperial Beast sect had come extremely fast. It seemed that they weren't located too far away. "It's this little animal. He killed my black lizard and severely wounded us all, even stealing my material jade slip." The yellow-clothed man glared at Lin Ming, his expression full of spite and hate. "That's right, this is him. Protector son, don't let him die easily. Make sure he suffers before that. You were so arrogant just then. But now we'll plant poisonous bugs in your body, so you can experience what a pain worse than death is." As the reinforcements arrived, the originally heavily wounded martial artists all cried out with joy, their faces beaming with a fiendish delight. "This is him? A human youth did this to you all? What a useless bunch." Protector son looked at Lin Ming, disdain written all over his face. "Protector son, be careful. This person is extremely fierce." As the yellow-clothed martial artist saw Lin Ming remain as poised as before, without any panic on his face, he suddenly felt a bit weak at the knees. 12 breaths of time," Lin Ming suddenly said. "From the time that you notified the reinforcements to come here, you used a full 12 breaths of time. That was quite fast of them. These reinforcements must have laid down traps elsewhere to kill the martial artists of the Akashic Dream battlefield. Right?" As Lin Ming swept his eyes over the crowd, he grasped the phoenix blood spear and pointed it at the ground, without any haste or dread in his tone. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Protector Sun looked at Lin Ming with incredulous eyes. He sneered. You've already stepped on the road to death, and yet you're so arrogant about yourself. Since you attacked my Imperial Beast sect, that is already an unforgivable crime. Allow me to take your life. As Protector Sun spoke, he immediately attacked right afterwards. Although he felt contempt at Lin Ming's words, he still remained vigilant throughout. Thus, with this strike, he didn't hold back at all. Protector Sun drew out a heavy sword from his spatial ring. With a chop of the sword, a thin purple fog poured out. Lin Ming didn't need to look to sense that this sword contained a powerful inherent soul attack. He used his foot to lift up the Phoenix Blood Spear. With a sweep of his spear, the power of thunder and fire erupted, like a red and purple wave gushing out together. With a loud explosion, Protector Sun was sent flying backwards. He cried out to the heavens in alarm. Lin Ming's attack power had surpassed his comprehension. His protective spirit essence had been nothing but snow that rapidly shrank in the sunlight. His face turned paper white. He wanted to take out an inscription symbol from his spatial ring, but the turbulent waves of thunder and fire had completely burnt through his spirit essence and had broken into his body, causing his organs and meridians to be damaged. Pong! Another explosive sound rang through the air. Half of Protector Sun's body had been baked black. A pile of broken bones and chunks of meat went flying everywhere. Blood splashed all over the audience. Right now, Protector Sun's breathing weakened with every second. He wouldn't live for much longer. Protector Sun. The Imperial Beast sect disciples were startled. They weren't even able to react to this sudden change. How could this happen? In the eyes of the Imperial Beast sect disciples, Protector Sun was an incomparably powerful existence. Not only was he an outstanding individual, but his cultivation was profoundly deep. After entering the Akashic Dream battlefield, a martial artist's cultivation was suppressed. But their comprehension of laws didn't change, and they were something that ordinary martial artists couldn't deal with. Yet, Protector Sun had been instantly killed by someone. I was originally hoping you would all call some more people for me to earn some merit points, but in the end you only called 30 or so. How disappointing! Lin Ming's words were like the whispers of a demon. As the yellow-clothed martial artist heard them, he felt all his hairs standing on end. So this human had already realized they had sent a secret message, and the reason he intentionally waited here was to kill people and take their merit points? Everyone run! Scatter and run! The yellow-clothed martial artist screamed, as if he had just been awakened from a dream. But at this time, Lin Ming finally moved. His speed reached an incredible velocity. The long spear in his hands was like the sickle of a death god. With every movement of his spear, someone's head would fall down. These people were all inferior to Protector Sun, so just where would they find the strength to revolt against Lin Ming? Almost as soon as they met face to face, Protector Sun had suffered a most miserable death. In the blink of an eye, blood dyed the floor and many Imperial Beast sect disciples flew away in all directions as they tried to escape. But these people were all pierced through by Lin Ming's spear light. Puff! Puff! A flying corpse fell down from the skies. The scene was extremely terrifying. The demon! Just before dying, the yellow-clothed martial artist spoke out some final words as he choked on his blood. Lin Ming picked up his spear and directly pierced through the yellow-clothed martial artist's heart. In just 10 breaths of time, he had solved the battlefield problem. Lin Ming appreciatively held the jade slip in his hands. This jade slip that the yellow-clothed martial artist handed him could be called an unexpected harvest. After Lin Ming killed the disciples from the Imperial Beast sect, he felt energy dissipate from their corpses and merge into the entry token he carried with him. These energies formed tiny motes of light within the entry token. As Lin Ming probed the entry token with his sense, information reflected back into his mind. He now had a total of 2,100 merit points. Only 2,100 merit points. Compared to the merit points required for a golden page, this isn't even a drop in the bucket. Lin Ming shook his head. These 2,100 merit points would be divided by his total age when the 3-year deadline came. In truth, he had only obtained a dozen some points. and to exchange for the golden page he needed 1,000,000,000 merit points. The difference was far too great. The stronger the opponents I kill, the more merit points I'll obtain. Lin Ming could feel that of the nearly 40 Imperial Beast Sect disciples he just killed, the one to give him the most merit points was that Protector Sun. Protector Sun had given him almost 1,000 merit points. As for that yellow-clothed youth, he had given several hundred merit points and the remaining people had only given several dozen merit points. The worst of all these people had only given him single digits merit points. It was a completely negligible number. In other words, if Lin Ming wanted enough points to exchange for the golden page, then he would need to kill top powerhouses without end. This included the great world kings, half-step Empyreans, and even Empyrean powerhouses here. The higher the original cultivation of the person he killed, the more merit points he would receive. I wonder how many merit points I can get from killing an Empyrean? Lin Ming whispered to himself in anticipation. 2 Empyreans had entered this Akashic Dream battlefield, Chaos Demon God and Empyrean Myriad Ghost. If he could slay these 2 fellows, then they would surely give him a considerable number of merit points. I'm quite lucky. During my first time entering the Akashic Dream battlefield, there were also 2 Empyreans that joined in. I really might be able to collect the full 1,000,000,000 merit points required. However, this Akashic Dream battlefield is far too large. It won't be easy to find them. Lin Ming thought to himself. If Zenith Palace were to know of his thoughts, it was impossible to tell what their reactions would be. Zenith Palace would be doing everything in their power to avoid these Empyrean powerhouses, but Lin Ming actually wanted to search for them on his own initiative. The Akashic Dream battlefield is only open for 3 years. I can't just aimlessly wander around. If I continue at my current speed, I won't be able to gather 1,000,000,000 merit points before the Akashic Dream battlefield ends. I have to look for some place where many powerhouses gather so I can go wild and kill them all. For instance, some place where heavenly materials are born. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he put away the merit point token in his hands and took out the jade slip that the yellow-clothed youth had passed to him. As he swept his mind through the jade slip, information rapidly appeared in his mind. Soul Cave, Undying Ruins. Lin Ming soon selected these 2 places where heavenly materials would appear. He chose them because they were the 2 ruins that were easiest to find. In particular, the Soul Cave was in an almost fixed position. Lin Ming activated his movement technique and shot straight towards the Soul Cave. His speed wasn't too fast and he encountered several ambushes along the way. Those that tried to sneak attack him were all martial artists from small sections. They gathered in groups and had been lying hidden in ambush, wanting to secretly attack martial artists that passed by and take their merit points. Chi. As Lin Ming flew through a mountain valley, several sword lights shot out from the underbrush, forming a web of sword lights that covered him. Lin Ming had already noticed these people long before they noticed him. He flicked his fingers and sent spear lights shooting out. With a cacophony of miserable cries, all of those people who tried to ambush Lin Ming were instantly killed. In a mere moment, he had obtained another 1,000+ merit points. According to the rules of the Akashic Dream battlefield, after Lin Ming killed a martial artist, he would obtain a fixed number of merit points based on their skills and cultivation, and also a portion of the merit points they had accumulated. Thus, as Lin Ming killed these people who had also slaughtered many others, he obtained more points than usual. Hey friend, your skills aren't too bad. After Lin Ming killed these ambushers, a voice called out to him. Lin Ming turned his head to see a purple-clothed girl flying towards him as she rode a rainbow swan. Following close behind her were 7 martial artists in tight-fitting black combat clothes. These black-clothed martial artists stepped through space, their steps vague and their auras deep and powerful. Lin Ming was surprised. He suspected that before these 7 black-clothed martial artists had their cultivation suppressed, they had been at the World King realm. Although it wasn't easy to distinguish a person's cultivation realm because their cultivation was suppressed in the Akashic Dream battlefield, it was possible to approximate their original cultivations from their auras. 7 World Kings. Lin Ming was startled. The truth was that he didn't place any World King powerhouses in his eyes. But if this young girl could have a retinue of 7 World Kings following her around in the Akashic Dream battlefield, this meant that she had a considerably high status. Perhaps not even a core disciple of an Empyrean Holy Land would have such a great lineup of guards. Could she come from a true divinity Holy Land? Lin Ming's heart turned cold. The 7 universes of the Spiritas was truly a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, with masters all around. It wouldn't be strange if a core disciple of a true divinity Holy Land were to appear at the Akashic Dream battlefield. If she really is a disciple of a true divinity Holy Land, I might be able to find out something about Xiang Mei from her. Lin Ming immediately developed the thought of befriending this young purple-clothed girl that had come from nowhere. However, he maintained a vigilant guard. My name is Lin Mook. I wonder who this miss is? Violet Cloud. The purple-clothed girl briefly responded. It was impossible to find out anything valuable from this information. Good brother, do you plan on going to the Soul Cave? The purple-clothed girl looked up and down at Lin Ming, sizing him up. She clearly recognized that Lin Ming was a human. For a human to achieve this level of strength was bewildering. Moreover, she wasn't able to distinguish what Lin Ming's cultivation had been before it was suppressed. This left her even more puzzled. Yes, Lin Ming didn't hide anything. This was the road leading to the Soul Cave and he wasn't too far away right now. How about we go together? Not only are there many masters in the Soul Cave, but there is also a tremendous number of nightmare beasts. If we cooperate, our combat strength will be much higher. Lin Ming originally wanted to get to know this purple-clothed girl and dig out some information about Xiang Mei from her. He readily agreed. Sure. With Lin Ming joining them, the group expanded to 9 people. Princess, why are you having an outsider join us? And he isn't a Spiritas, nor do we know what his character is like. In this trip to the Soul Cave, he might not be able to play any role, and yet we will have to split a portion of our treasures to him. A black-clothed martial artist asked from behind Violet Cloud. With another person, that means we are that much stronger. We will have to face many opponents this time, and this human is quite strong if he was able to instantly kill those martial artists. With your cultivation suppressed, you can't do that, right? He will be greatly helpful to our group. As for treasures, those are things that aren't even in our hands. If we can't obtain any harvests, then there will be nothing to divide anyways. It's too early to be worrying about something as trivial as dividing treasures. As the purple-clothed girl spoke, the black-robed World King could only silently nod. In all fairness, this human was indeed strong. After these 7 World Kings had their cultivations suppressed, they had to admit that none of them were Lin Ming's match. This is a human genius. I wonder what influence he comes from. What a strange sight. The wilderness was vast and endless. An infinite swamp stretched to the horizon with tall patches of grass littering the landscape. The occasional roar of nightmare beasts resounded through the skies, making one's heart race. In front of us is the Soul Cave. This is an extremely strange spirit land. In the past, a divine object once appeared within it, the Weeping Blood God Springs. The information of the purple-clothed girl was clearly far more detailed than that of the Imperial Beast sect. Lin Ming perked up. Weeping Blood God Springs? He had seen this name on the Emperor God Wall before. It was said to an incomparably precious divine substance that could be used to refine true divinity-level pills. It was something that could even tempt true divinities. What is the Weeping Blood God Springs? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. Something that could stir the desires of a true divinity was no trifling matter. The purple-clothed girl responded. This soul cave can breed spirit source. In ancient times, because the spirit source was far too dense, it finally gathered together and formed liquid. In other words, a soul springs. As for the Weeping Blood God Springs, it is rumored that in ancient times a peerless god king mixed in his own blood within the soul springs, transforming it into what it is now. But the Weeping Blood God Springs developed a wisdom of its own and escaped into the earth, completely vanishing from sight. After that, no one was able to find it. The purple-clothed girl shook her head. Lin Ming was startled upon hearing this story. Liquid formed from spirit source. Then, just how rich and pure was this spirit source? In the past, when Lin Ming entered the Azura Road's final trial, he had experienced spirit source himself. This was an extremely important source strength for all soul-forging martial artists. Lin Ming didn't doubt that Empyrean Divine Dream's spirit source was also obtained within the soul world. As for the ancient peerless god king that the purple-clothed girl spoke of, could it have been the one who created the Akashic Dream universe, the mysterious first ancestor of the Spiritas? Although the soul cave was called a cave, the truth was that it was a massive canyon. It was situated between two mountains that were hundreds of thousands of feet high and filled with a faint purple fog all year round. It was an extremely mystical place. At this time, outside of the soul cave, a massive number of martial artists had gathered. These people came from influences all over the soul world. Lin Ming glanced over them and didn't see anyone from Zenith Palace. This was just because Zenith Palace was far too weak and didn't have the qualifications to enter the soul cave. To try and venture into the soul cave with their level of strength was no different from seeking death. Violet Sun Divine Kingdom. I knew that the Violet Cloud Princess wouldn't miss such a momentous event. In the crowd of people, a strange-looking creature spoke up. This life form was twice the height of the average person and had golden-purple scales covering his body. There was also a pair of curved horns jutting out from his head. Lin Ming was startled. Just what sort of race was this? From looks alone, this being seemed to be from the monster race, but Lin Ming could feel that this golden-purple being was from a race different from the Divine Realm's monster race. Rather than monster essence, this creature emitted a dense soul energy. This person is? Lin Ming asked with a sound transmission. He comes from the spirit race and he is the spirit race's purple chestnut king. Violet Cloud briefly explained. Spirit race. Lin Ming repeated. This was the first time he had heard of such a race. They are descendants of an ancient race. You've never heard of them before? The Violet Cloud Princess looked at Lin Ming with puzzled eyes, not caring about it too much. Every universe of the 33 heavens was occupied by different mixes of races. Besides humans, saints, and spiritas, there were also many other minor races that often only occupied a part of a universe. It wasn't strange if one didn't know about one race or another. The current spirit race was one such example. Even though the spirit race didn't have many members remaining, they were still a very powerful race that had produced many peak Empyreans in the last billion years. Even now they were being supported by a peak Empyrean. A peak Empyrean was an existence just beneath a true divinity. No one in any universe could underestimate them. The Purple Chestnut King glanced at Lin Ming once and then ignored him. Instead, he called out to his many followers. These followers consisted of powerhouses from other races, but right now they all obeyed the orders of the Purple Chestnut King. The members of the spirit race had a talent that surpassed that of the humans, saints, and spiritas. It wasn't an exaggeration to say they were favored by the heavens, and this Purple Chestnut King was a particularly outstanding individual of his race. Behind the Purple Chestnut King were several powerful influences. Amongst them was a handsome and heroic Spiritas youth who led over 1,000 disciples here. These disciples all had a beyond-average level of skill, and when combined together was able to form a terrifying strength. They all noticed the arrival of the Violet Cloud Princess. We've just enough people. Open the array. The robed Spiritas elite spoke up. Everyone began preparing themselves. The purple fog around the entrance of the soul cave was itself a variation of a force field. In order to break this force field, one needed a formidable strength. Right now, everyone present, whether they were a great world king or a young elite, all had their cultivations suppressed to the divine Lord realm. It was impossible to break through the force field with the strength of a single person. Everyone had to join forces. For a time, the many elites present attacked with their followers. Brilliant beams of light cut through the skies and impacted against the purple fog at the entrance of the soul cave. Chi chi chi. The purple fog began melting away. A moment later, a giant hole was torn in it. Let's go. Many elites began rushing in, their followers right behind them. This soul cave was extremely broad and could easily fit several thousands of people walking in side by side. Roar. As soon as people began entering the soul cave, ghostly green eyes began appearing in the darkness. These were the shimmering eyes of the wild beasts that lived here. It's soul beasts. some martial artists said. Soul beasts were also called nightmare beasts, and were the energy life form monsters that existed in the Akashic Dream universe. These monsters were divided into the weak and the strong. Those that were stronger even had the strength of a world king. For these martial artists who had their cultivation suppressed to the divine lord level, it was impossible to face these creatures. The howls of wolves filled the air, and Lin Ming got a good sight of these monsters. The leader was a gray wolf the size of a giant cow. These were called dream-devouring wolves. Without the need for orders, many of the martial artists directly lashed out. For a time, countless brilliant lights filled the air. Lin Ming was also one of those attacking. He thrust out spear lights with his fingers, piercing through the heads of several gray wolves and instantly killing them. And as he killed these dream-devouring wolves, Lin Ming noticed that the number of merit points in his token was gradually increasing. Killing these soul beasts also gave merit points. Without a doubt, the stronger a soul beast was, the more merit points they would give. The groups of people continued forwards, leaving corpses in their wake. Some martial artists flushed red, the light in their eyes becoming increasingly bright. It was obvious they could also feel the number of merit points in their tokens increasing, and this clearly had an intense stimulating effect on them. All of a sudden, Lin Ming noticed a strange aura rushing towards him from up front. Looking up ahead, he could see that, at the very front of the group, the Purple Chestnut King and the Robed Spiritas Elite had both paused where they were. In the increasingly narrow cave, a massive carved copper gate had appeared. This copper gate seemed to be wet, and exuded a mystical aura that seemed to exist all year round. Carved upon this copper gate were the heads of two fierce ghosts, each with demonic features and vile green fangs. Strange ghostly sounds passed out from the copper gate, as if 10,000 fierce ghosts were wildly screaming and crying from within. No one knew why, but they all felt their hearts speed up. Even Lin Ming noticed a strange atmosphere falling over everyone. He noticed that upon arriving here, everyone's eyes became far more focused and cautious. This is the Gate of Ghosts and Gods. It is an extremely bizarre place within the Soul Cave, and the inside is filled with perils. Violet Cloud's sound transmission suddenly popped up in Lin Ming's mind. "Thank you," Lin Ming replied. Out of everyone here, only Lin Ming had an almost non-existent understanding of the Soul Cave. The Gate of Ghosts and Gods has come. After entering, there is a danger that your soul will be torn apart, and your main body's spiritual sea might even be injured. If you don't want to die, then hurry up and screw off, the Purple Chestnut King said from the front. An eerie light shot out from his pupils as he traced the contours of the thick copper gate. The death that waited within also meant that one would be removed from the Akashic Dream battlefield. Although this wasn't true death, many of the martial artists present were unwilling to see this happen. Moreover, the Purple Chestnut King even said that there was a chance that one's true spiritual sea would suffer damage upon death. Even so, no one left. Anyone that was able to arrive at this step could be called a hero of their generation. How could they leave so easily? The Purple Chestnut King gave his warning and didn't glance back to see anyone's reaction. Countless runes shimmered in his palm like a galaxy. Slowly, a 10-foot-high blue palm materialized in front of him, emitting a vast aura of laws. Lin Ming's eyebrow arched up and he gazed at the Purple Chestnut King's strong and tall back. With Lin Ming's current comprehension of many different laws, he could feel just how mighty the power of laws in front of him was. He made a rapid judgment in his heart. This Purple Chestnut King should have an amazing level of talent to begin with, and his comprehension of laws even surpassed that of an ordinary world king. The Purple Chestnut King raised that great blue palm. Then, like a meteor striking the earth, he repeatedly smashed it onto the ghost heads carved into the copper gate. Pa! 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 Strange sounds rang out. Like something cracked open in the copper gate, the gate began to slowly open. Bang! All of a sudden, a black fog so thick that it was substantialized began gushing out, followed by the roars of maddened and fierce ghosts. Within the black fog were the blurry phantoms of countless dead spirits. These dead spirit phantoms were all cruel and vicious, but among them there were spiritas, saints, humans, and even those from all sorts of different races. "Kill!" The crowd roared out together. Without any mercy, the groups of martial artists slaughtered their way forwards. These groups of dead spirit phantoms were clearly much stronger than the soul beasts. The heretical god tree swayed within Lin Ming. He reached into himself with his mind and drew out a wisp of heavenly tribulation fire into his palm. A flame lotus suddenly erupted around him, rumbling towards a dead spirit phantom. Beyond Lin Ming's expectations, the dead spirit phantom had thrust out a hand and summoned turbulent fluctuations of soul force. As this soul force collided with the flame lotus, there was a fierce explosion. These dead spirit phantoms are from those who've wandered in here. The dead martial artists here still have their spirit marks. Be careful. Beside Lin Ming, the violet cloud princess began to overflow with layers upon layers of mystical purple energy. As the dead spirit phantoms collided with this purple energy, all of them exploded. Lin Ming remained alert. A light layer of dragon scales covered his fist and his blood vitality surged within him. He punched out at an incoming dead spirit phantom, causing it to burst apart. As the dead spirit phantom exploded, the violet cloud princess unconsciously glanced at Lin Ming's dragon scale-covered fist. Just entering the gate of ghosts and gods, over 10 martial artists had perished. However, Lin Ming, the violet cloud princess, and her 7 world king followers were all safe. These 9 people guarded each other, working in tandem to steadily enter deeper and deeper into the soul cave. As the fierce killing within the soul cave became increasingly savage and unbridled, the difference in strength amongst the various groups began to slowly reveal itself. The Purple Chestnut King, Heroic Spiritas Elite, and Lin Ming and the Violet Cloud Princess group of 9 pushed forwards at the forefront. Following 10,000 feet behind them were other groups of people. As they continued forwards, only then did Lin Ming discover that this soul cave was infinitely deep and profound. It wasn't as simple as a mere cave. In here, there were even underground rivers and underground volcanoes. All sorts of bizarre monsters appeared, challenging them at every step. Along the way, Lin Ming plucked a black and shiny monster spirit flower from a giant fallen skeleton. This was said to be a spirit medicine that could help a Spiritas break into the Holy Lord realm. Lin Ming carefully put it away. Although he didn't have any use for it now, he could definitely trade it with a Spiritas in the future for some medicine he could use. The Violet Cloud Princess and the others also found their own harvests. What is that? As they continued walking, Lin Ming suddenly saw the peak of an underground mountain in front of him. There seemed to be some great sun shining high in the air, emitting a dim light. This brilliance was shrouded with layers of dim haze and mist-covered clouds. Then, Lin Ming froze. He could faintly feel the strength of a mountain pressing down on him, pushing so hard that his spiritual sea shook and his breath caught in his throat. What a powerful soul force! Lin Ming's heart raced. With his own eyes, he could see a wild and reckless soul energy violently spinning around, forming a purple storm. Just by approaching this storm, he felt as if his spiritual sea would be shattered by the powerful soul force. Not too far away, the Violet Cloud Princess, Purple Chestnut King, and the others also stopped where they were, a solemn look on their faces. Their every movement and gesture appeared to be hindered, as if they were mired in some swamp. It was clear that their souls were being suppressed just as much if not more than Lin Ming's. This is? Although Lin Ming's soul force was suppressed, his divine sense remained as sharp and formidable as before. He could feel that at the peak of this mountain, there was a dense rain and dew that contained an intense aura of divinity, making every pore on his body open wide with longing. He wanted to step onto the peak of this mountain and obtain that rain and dew. However, just as he took a step forwards, the spiritual storm that enveloped his spiritual sea began to flare up again, becoming increasingly heavy. Lin Ming flushed red and his breathing turned heavy. We've reached Limitless God Mountain. This is a famous spiritual mountain located in the Akashic Dream battlefield. It is said that there was once an unrivaled powerhouse that stepped atop this mountain and left behind an unsurpassed inheritance. However, this mountain is strange. There is a powerful spiritual storm that wraps around it, and it can even affect your true body's soul source. Once, There was a powerhouse who tried to forcefully make his way up Limitless God Mountain, but his soul source received a grievous wound and he turned into an idiot. If a human were to try and enter, it would be especially perilous. The Violet Cloud Princess glanced at Lin Ming. Although she acknowledged that Lin Ming was strong and his comprehension of laws was outstanding, as a human he simply couldn't compete with the soul force of Espiritas. In terms of resisting the pressure of this spiritual storm, Espiritas had an immeasurable advantage over a human. Thank you for the advice, Princess. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He sank his energy into his dantian and guarded his divine soul to withstand this massive pressure. At the same time, the Purple Chestnut King and the heroic young Spiritas emitted a dim purple halo of light. They used the power of their spiritual seas to resist this spiritual storm. As they stepped forwards, excitement began to appear on their faces. It was clear just how eager they were for this soul reign. The Purple Chestnut King was from the spirit race, thus he had a natural superiority when it came to the soul. In this, he even surpassed the Spiritas. On this limitless God mountain, he had a nearly unsurpassable advantage. At this time, Lin Ming took a sudden step backwards. A black vortex rose up in his spiritual sea. Clang! Like a divine weapon leaving its sheath, Lin Ming erupted with a soul force and momentum that soared into the heavens. Like a spear that was able to penetrate through the world, he pierced a hole through the leaden pressure of this spiritual storm. Lin Ming calmly stepped forwards, 1 foot at a time. Seeing this, the Violet Cloud Princess could tell that some sort of change had occurred within Lin Ming. He was now even able to resist the inexhaustible spiritual storm that was being released from Limitless God Mountain. Wang! 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 From within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, a blue spear rose up, roaring like a dragon that had awakened from a deep slumber. It howled forwards, carrying with it an overwhelming potential as it smashed into the spiritual storm spinning in the skies. This blue spear carried an incredible spiritual strength and exuded a matchless momentum. It was the large success Blue Soul battle spirit that Lin Ming had formed in the past. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, the laws had suppressed Lin Ming's cultivation to the Divine Lord realm, and even his mental strength and soul force had greatly diminished. Even so, his battle spirit remained just as strong. A battle spirit could attack soul force. It was an extremely strange and powerful tool. In the past, Lin Ming had used his battle spirit to cut down many powerful foes. His large success Blue Soul battle spirit also carried with it Grand Mist energy. Its quality far surpassed other battle spirits of the same level. Bang! The spiritual storm cracked open. The pressure on Lin Ming's spiritual sea also relaxed. With his Blue Soul battle spirit cutting a path through his spiritual sea, even though his suppressed soul force was weaker than that of the Violet Cloud Princess and the others, Lin Ming was actually not any slower than them. 1 step at a time, the closer he approached Limitless God Mountain, the more intense the spiritual storm he faced was. At the same time, within his spiritual sea, his Blue Soul battle spirit was engaged in a fierce battle with the spiritual force field, slowly supporting Lin Ming's steps forward. In front of Lin Ming, the Purple Chestnut King already had beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Even so, he maintained his brave and daring demeanor. The only difference was that a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he furiously struggled with the spiritual force field from Limitless God Mountain. That human is also following? Suddenly, the Purple Chestnut King noticed that just 3 steps behind him, the white-clothed human youth was following him at a leisurely pace. In fact, there wasn't even a drop of sweat marring his face. Although the human was slow, the Purple Chestnut King hadn't been able to leave him behind. The Purple Chestnut King's expression froze as he frowned. How was this possible? A human also arrived at this point? Although the Violet Cloud Princess was a woman, she was still a proud child of heaven. The Purple Chestnut King recognized her qualifications to walk side by side with him. But now a human also caught up with his pace. In surprise, a gloomy light shined in the Purple Chestnut King's eyes. He was an incredibly, insufferably arrogant person, and was considered a genius of the spirit race. Even so, he was being followed by a mere human, which he felt was simply impossible. A human's advantage lay in their ability to cultivate energy, but they were neophytes when it came to the soul, so why was he able to keep up? From beside Lin Ming, the heroic Spirida's youth also glanced at Lin Ming, an unfriendly light in his eyes. At this point, only a sparse few people were able to make it to this distance. The weaklings of the groups also tried to reach Limitless God Mountain, but just as they stepped foot at the base of the mountain, they screamed out loud as they were crushed and swept away by the spiritual force field. There were also some who feared the spiritual pressure coming from Limitless God Mountain and hesitated in moving forwards. They looked towards the advancing individuals with envy in their eyes, but they still didn't dare to take the risk of going forwards. Some people could see that, at the front of the leading group, there was a human youth. How could there even be a human climbing up? That's really. The martial artists didn't know what to say. As Spirida's martial artists, they had lost to a human when it came to soul force. This was like a group of chess masters deciding to play against a checkers master, but the end result was that all those chess masters were defeated by the checkers master. This was an utter shame on their name. None of them had any face left. Don't worry. In the soul world, there is no space for a human to enjoy glory. He will likely fail halfway, and even if he can reach the end, he will inevitably consume a great deal of energy. If this human obtains any lucky chances, we can kill him together and steal them away. Someone indignantly huffed. Finally, Lin Ming slowly stepped halfway up the mountain. The scene in front of him had changed. He had stepped into a hazy pall of light rain. This light rain was the dim fog he had seen from the base of the mountain. After being touched by this light sprinkle, Lin Ming felt the rain drill into his body, flooding into his spiritual sea and rapidly restoring his spent soul force. Moreover, it constantly nourished his soul and expanded his spiritual sea. What a rich and potent spiritual strength. This is rain formed from spirit source. Lin Ming immediately understood just what this light rain was. Only spirit source so rich that it had substantialized to rain could rapidly supplement his soul force like this. Even his battle spirit was vitalized by this spirit source. It grew larger, becoming increasingly fierce and powerful. Lin Ming didn't hurriedly rush to the top. Instead, he looked around at his surroundings. He discovered that this light drizzle of rain was formed from a murmuring stream on the side of the God Mountain that constantly splashed up. This stream was magnificent beyond compare. Although it splashed into the skies, it didn't emit any sound at all. Wherever the stream flowed, all the mountain stone around it was stained a crystalline jet black and emitted an extremely strong soul force. Those are peak quality soul crystals. Just a little of that is a priceless treasure. Lin Ming's pupils shrank as he saw the soul crystals. Before long, his eyes moved away from the soul crystals. He sat down where he was and began meditating. Like a whale sucking in water, he breathed in deeply, breathing in the wandering spirit source mist around him, allowing it to flood into his body where he absorbed it. As he did this, the Violet Cloud Princess, Purple Chestnut King, and the others had almost simultaneously chosen the same action. After all, no matter how it was said, this spirit source mist was the most important of treasures. It could nourish and cleanse one's soul force and even enhance one's cultivation. It was far more important than some external treasure. After an incense stick of time, Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. He noticed that the soul force in his spiritual sea had nearly doubled. A great deal of spirit source mist that hadn't yet been fully refined hovered above his spiritual sea, forming something akin to a layer of defense. It cleared his senses, making him feel refreshed. When facing the spiritual force field released by Limitless God Mountain, Lin Ming felt much more assured. Humph! At this time, a cold cough sounded out from in front of Lin Ming. The tall Purple Chestnut King coldly jeered at Lin Ming, a disgusted light clear in his blood-red pupils. This Limitless God Mountain had been formed through the countless years, and a great deal of the spirit source mist had been absorbed by him, Lin Ming, the Violet Cloud Princess, and the Spirida's youth. If this human wasn't here, then the Purple Chestnut King would have clearly been able to absorb more spirit source mist. At the very least, he was unhappy that he had to divvy up a portion of this lucky chance to a human like Lin Ming. He didn't feel happy about this at all. However, he didn't say anything. He faintly felt that Lin Ming was not a peaceful or kind-hearted individual. There was no point in mindlessly fighting Lin Ming right now. He continued advancing forwards. I never imagined that, as a human, you would have such attainments in the aspect of battle spirits. The Violet Cloud Princess words echoed in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming had revealed all sorts of peculiarities the longer she traveled with him, leaving her marveling with surprise every time. She thought that perhaps this human had some great secrets on him. She really didn't know where he had come from. If there is another lucky chance, let's join together and fight for it. I'm not on good ground with that purple chestnut king. We can be considered enemies. The Violet Cloud Princess tried to pull Lin Ming over to her side. At this time, because of the spiritual storm, her followers weren't able to catch up to them. With an ally by her side, that meant her team would be that much stronger. Lin Ming nodded. Without saying much else, he quickly moved forwards. The closer one neared to the peak, the more powerful the spiritual storm that was released by Limitless God Mountain. At the end, even Lin Ming felt some formidable strength pressing down in his spiritual sea and trying to force him down the mountain. Luckily, he had swallowed a tremendous amount of spirit source mist just a while ago and was able to support the continued use of soul force, allowing him to slowly climb upwards. Although everyone was trying their best to climb up, they were all within a close distance of each other. As Lin Ming almost reached the peak, he saw a brilliant light splash down at him, as if a sun was rising just up ahead. As this light fell onto his body, it warmed him and nourished his spiritual sea. What light is this? Just by touching me it can nourish my soul force. Lin Ming was amazed. He followed the path of the light and saw a rumbling stream of water falling down from the top of the mountain. Beneath this great flow of water was a giant rock. In a crevice within the rock, a fist-sized medicinal herb grew. It was covered with dew and emitted a blinding light. Its entire body was crystal bright and dazzling. That brilliant sunlight had originated from this medicinal herb. Shwa shwa shwa. The eyes of the four people here, Lin Ming's included, completely fell atop that spirit fruit. They could see shadows wriggling atop the fruit, as if there was a small life being bred within. That is a Kirin? Lin Ming stared at the shadow in the fruit. Because the light was far too bright, he could see through the walls of the fruit and make out the fine scales and mysterious pattern of laws within. He could feel that there was a Kirin being bred within this fruit. Was this a hatching Kirin fruit? What kind of fruit is this? It's far too mysterious. It actually transformed and is ready to evolve into a living spirit body. The medicinal fragrance is terrifyingly rich. Lin Ming's heart began to shake. Soon, he understood what had happened. The faint traces of spirit source crashing down from the spirit stream had washed over this rock for endless days and nights, slowly accumulating atop it. Without a doubt, this fruit contained a massive amount of the purest spirit source strength. Moreover, it also possessed a uniquely divine substance. It was incomparably precious. One after another, more and more people withstood the spiritual storm blowing down from Limitless God Mountain and approached. As they saw the mystical fruit that was breeding a Kirin within, everyone's breath caught in their throats. A greedy light flashed in their eyes. A short, old Spiritas man couldn't restrain himself. He raised his hands and rushed towards the Kirin fruit. But as his hands reached out, a pair of golden-purple arms came drilling out from the center of the old man's chest. Afterwards, the old man cried out in pain and sorrow, and his entire body was torn in half. Blood, muscles, and pieces of intestines were flung to the floor. The one who attacked the old man was the Purple Chestnut King. His purple-red hair danced recklessly in the air, and a severe light shined in his pupils. Spirit race powerhouses almost 10 feet tall stood behind the Purple Chestnut King. As his hands dripped with blood, his aura became swift and fierce, arousing fear and alarm like a wandering death god. You think you are good enough for this treasure? It seems you don't know what it means to die. The Purple Chestnut King disdainfully said. The treasure belongs to whoever has the skill to obtain it. Purple Chestnut King, do you think you can obtain it alone? Those that were able to arrive here were no ordinary martial artists. after the Purple Chestnut King's ruthless and cruel actions. Although everyone remained vigilant, they didn't feel any fear at all. Some considerably strong people almost simultaneously broke through the layers of pressure coming down from Limitless God Mountain and hurtled towards the Kirin fruit. In a moment, everyone further approached Limitless God Mountain. At this time, the spiritual storm spread out, becoming far fiercer. In this stormy sea, everyone was beaten up and whipped by the wild winds, and the world seemed to shake. Someone cried out in misery as their head exploded. They weren't able to withstand the violent spiritual storm and died on the spot. However, those heroes with true foundations were not blocked by Limitless God Mountain's spiritual storm. It seems you all want to die. Seeing so many rush forwards at once, a callous light flashed in the Purple Chestnut King's eyes. He had already seen just how precious this Kirin fruit was. It was absolutely a treasure that would even cause Empyreans to relentlessly battle for it. He wanted to possess this treasure alone and considered anyone who wanted to take it his enemy. On his back, a strange soul force shimmered as millions of runes appeared. These runes grew up and gathered, forming into a pair of light wings that were 10 feet long. Ping, 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 ping. The light wings flapped. The tall and formidable Purple Chestnut King had whipped up a tornado. At the same time, he sped towards those 6 or 7 people that were rushing forwards and punched out at all of them. Brilliant purple light shot into the world. Soul force surged and a series of explosions rang out. Some nearby spirit trees and plants were dislodged in the fierce impact, as if they had been cut down by a sickle. This scene caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. After all, these spirit trees and flowers hadn't even broken at the top of Limitless God Mountain. But in that brief exchange just now they had been torn down by that horrifying strength. Some people were panic-stricken. The Purple Chestnut King was actually stopping all those who dared to rush forwards and was eliminating them all. In a one-on-one battle, perhaps no one was his match. Violet Cloud had also been blocked by the Purple Chestnut King's punch just now. Her thin eyebrows pressed together as she felt somewhat insulted. After many years of not seeing him, the Purple Chestnut King's strength had risen even further. She sent Lin Ming a sound transmission. "Brother Lin, let's attack together." The Purple Chestnut King is from the spirit race and is a favored pet of the heavens. It is said that he is at the half-step World King realm, and even then he is able to jump ranks to defeat a great World King. In the future, he is someone that might become a peak Empyrean. If we join forces, we can suppress him together, and after that we can divide the spoils equally. Violet Cloud put forth her conditions. However, Lin Ming shook his head. No need. His figure flashed like gods and ghosts. He fluttered over alone to that Kirin fruit. He had been closely observing the Kirin fruit all this time and didn't rush into action, so the Purple Chestnut King hadn't noticed him. Seeing Lin Ming's movements, the Violet Cloud Princess was dumbfounded. She didn't think that Lin Ming would refuse her reasonable terms and run towards the Kirin fruit alone. Did he think he was stronger than the Purple Chestnut King? Seeing Lin Ming leisurely move forwards, the Purple Chestnut King fiendishly grinned. Killing intent erupted from his body. He had long been wanting to kill this human brat. From his body, monstrous ripples of gold spread out, covering the area for hundreds of feet around him. The golden light began to sweep towards Lin Ming like the waves of the ocean. Every golden ripple contained a terrifying number of shimmering runes. Feeling the terrifying golden ripples rush towards him, Lin Ming didn't show any expression at all. He was able to immediately see that this was the Purple Chestnut King's unique force field. If a weaker martial artist were to enter this force field, then they wouldn't be able to die even if they wanted to. Even then, he wouldn't be able to display his true combat strength either. Lin Ming's thoughts focused. From his inner world, a loud rumbling sound spread out. In a vast sea of true essence, 3 vast and boundless palaces floated up, slowly appearing as they were lifted by 3 massive stars. Each palace shined with dazzling starlight. As this endless mystic strength was released, mystical lines of the Tao appeared, seeming to resemble a mysterious and unreachable goal. As these 3 palaces floated in Lin Ming's inner world, They completely suppressed the force field that the Purple Chestnut King had released. These 3 palaces were the 3 Dao palaces Lin Ming had opened. Every Dao palace possessed the mark of the Great Dao. Although they couldn't be thrown out towards enemies, they were still more than enough to resist the impact left by the force field in his inner world. Lin Ming felt the pressure on him lighten up. The phoenix blood spear shot forwards like a dragon swimming through the ocean, running out from his spatial ring and roaring in the air, causing the surrounding soul force to wildly shiver. Lin Ming's mind stirred. Endless strength erupted from his body, and man and spear became one. The energy within his hand was like thousands of suns imploding together. Waves of spear strikes gathered together, forming a radiant column of light that was unstoppable. In an instant, Lin Ming pierced out with his spear tens of thousands of times. Each spear strike contained a near-endless mystic strength, completely crushing the golden ripples to nothing. The endless golden ripples twisted with the sea of spear light and were then completely submerged. What? The Purple Chestnut King cried out. By the time he discovered something was wrong, it was already too late for him. So. Infinite howling spear phantoms appeared in front of him, as if they were passing down a summons from the true god of death. From the back, the Purple Chestnut King felt his scalp tingle with fear. He exploded with a roar and spat out a mouthful of essence energy and blood vitality. The drops of blood condensed in the void, forming a thick wall of blood. He cried out pitifully and was forcibly cast back over 100 feet. Atop his massive body, endless spear lights had produced bloody holes. Even so, the Purple Chestnut King hadn't died and was only severely wounded. Lin Ming's spear had heavily wounded the Purple Chestnut King, but it wasn't able to kill him. This left Lin Ming surprised. Although he didn't put his full strength behind his attack, it was still far more than enough. For this Purple Chestnut King to not die left him surprised. It seemed that the spirit race was far more formidable than he first thought. Lin Ming was only surprised. As for the others still on Limitless God Mountain, all of them were shocked speechless. This is. The Violet Cloud Princess' eyes widened. She never imagined such a scene would occur. She originally had a deep grudge against the Purple Chestnut King and was well aware of what his limits were. She believed that if she and the Purple Chestnut King had the same level of cultivation, she wouldn't be his opponent. This was because this Purple Chestnut King was a descendant of an ancient race that existed 10 billion years and also came with a top bloodline. If there was a race that could exist for 10 billion years and only decline now, then that meant this clan wasn't as simple as he first thought. Right now, the fact that they had existed for this long was a testament to their strength. As for the Purple Chestnut King, he was one of the most outstanding individuals amongst the juniors of the spirit race. Yet such a person had been defeated by Lin Ming's spear and his entire body marred with blood holes. This difference was too great. Moreover, the Violet Cloud Princess suspected that Lin Ming wasn't using his full strength. Goodness! What a strong fellow! The Violet Cloud Princess' normally calm expression was replaced with one of shock and disbelief. At this time, Lin Ming no longer spared the Purple Chestnut King a glance. Without slowing down, he plunged towards the Kirin fruit. He had to obtain this fruit at all costs. Stop him! The heroic Spirita's youth cried out loud as he saw Lin Ming soon about to grab the Kirin fruit. It was true that Lin Ming was strong, but at this time in the face of a heavenly material that could be refined into a true divinity-level pill, everyone was willing to recklessly risk their lives. After all, even dying to Lin Ming wouldn't matter, because there were no true deaths in this Akashic Dream battlefield. As the other martial artists saw this, greed shined in their eyes and they threw themselves at Lin Ming. But Lin Ming was far too fast. He had already cast himself away from everyone else. The moment that Lin Ming was about to reach the Kirin fruit, it howled out loud. The phantom within the Kirin fruit began to rapidly wriggle about. This shocked many of the martial artists present. This Kirin fruit had a mind of its own and could even move. Lin Ming's mind turned cold. He could sense intense life fluctuations coming from the space in front of him. 1,000 alarms went off in his mind. His body suddenly changed direction at an unbelievable angle as he hurtled past the space in front of him like a meteor. His body movements forcefully created an air passage as he transferred 30 feet to the side. Roar! In front of Lin Ming, the void split apart and a massive claw came reaching out, emitting strange black fluctuations. As the ripples from this claw touched the lower hems of Lin Ming's robes, his robes instantly turned to ash. What is that? Lin Ming breathlessly whispered as he felt a terrifying death aura wash over him. All he saw was a giant hazy and bony bird appear in the dim space in front of him. This bird forced Lin Ming backwards. Then, its body began to fade away as it hid in distorted rays of light, vanishing from sight. What an intense death aura. This soul beast is too strange. It actually has remarkable talent in hiding itself, Lin Ming murmured, surprised. At this time, several martial artists greedily rushed forwards, even running past Lin Ming. But as they saw the giant bird, they didn't even have time to be dazed. Before they even approached the Kirin fruit, the leading martial artist was struck by a pitch-black wing that zoomed out from the void. Black flames burned his body, instantly reducing him to ash. At the same time, a tall and burly martial artist was nearly about to be cut in half by a black wing. Shocked, he instantly released jade-white soul force around his body that condensed into a rope-like chain. Pa! This soul chain wrapped around the bird's wings. Caught off guard, the soul beast's movements were bound. The burly martial artist wanted to use this chance to retreat and save his own life. But the pupils of that soul beast suddenly burst out with a blinding black light. This light smashed into the head of that burly martial artist, burning it away. This is my chance. After living through countless great battles, Lin Ming had a supernatural ability to grasp the flow of battle. This moment was just when the strange soul beast had yet to recover from using its last move. Lin Ming's spear shot forth like a beam of lightning. The large success blue soul battle spirit howled through the air, turning into a shining beam of light that thrust through the chest of that soul beast and shot out from its back. The soul beast cried out in pain before exploding into pieces. This is so many merit points. Lin Ming discovered that his merit points token suddenly became boiling hot. In just a moment, his merit points had risen by several million. This was multiple times the total merit points that Lin Ming had earned after slaughtering his way through the Akashic Dream battlefield for these last days. It was obvious from this that the soul beast he just slayed was an extremely formidable life form within the Akashic Dream battlefield. The Kirin fruit continued to emit a sun-bright light. As it stared helplessly as the soul beast was struck down, its cries became even more panicked. Its loud screams became louder and more insistent. After killing that strange soul beast, Lin Ming didn't stop at all. He rushed towards the Kirin fruit. He knew that this Kirin fruit had a spiritual wisdom, but what he found strange was its actions. Just what was the Kirin fruit crying out for? However, there was no martial artist that would allow Lin Ming to freely snatch away the Kirin fruit. A thin martial artist sprung out from the ground, attacking Lin Ming. His soul force had condensed into a black whip and scales covered his body, making him exude a faint aura of soul beasts. This was the combination of a soul beast soul and soul force runes. An extremely bizarre technique. A black whip cut through the air, flowing as if it were made from black liquid metal. As it slashed through the air, it cut open the void, ruthlessly forcing Lin Ming to retreat. However, Lin Ming refused to step back. By stiffly relying on his arm, he punched at the dark metal whip, causing the sound of ringing metal to fill the air. Ding! Flames splashed out in all directions. As everyone saw this, they were shocked. What an incredibly strong mortal body. Lin Ming borrowed the force behind that whip's strike to hasten his speed. At the same time, he shot out spear lights with his hands, causing the heads of those trying to sneak attack him to explode. This sort of strength was formidable to the point of being terrifying. Whoever got in his way died without exception. For a time, no one dared to attack him, although the treasure lay before them. Against this Lin Ming, who was just a vicious beast masquerading in human form, it was impossible to seize the Kirin fruit. The only thing they would receive was their own deaths. How could a human be this strong? As Lin Ming was about to reach the Kirin fruit, he held his breath and raised his guard. Just as he was going to reach out, he felt an inexplicably horrifying aura gush out from the direction of the Kirin fruit. What is that? Lin Ming's eyes suddenly focused on the rock that the Kirin fruit was growing out of. In this area, his divine sense was blinded by the endless spiritual storm that swirled around him. He could only rely on his eyes to make out his surroundings. At this time, he thought that the Kirin fruit was growing on a black rock. But now that he was only 30 feet away, he was able to clearly see what was in front of him. How was that a rock? It was clearly a bone. This bone was immense. It stretched out on both sides and was covered by layers of gray soil. Thus one wasn't able to make out what it really was. At this time, the bone was emitting a dreadful pressure as if it were reacting to the Kirin fruit's cries. Lin Ming realized something was wrong. The giant bone released a dazzling light and a mist suddenly erupted from it, forming a giant water ape that was over 20 feet tall. As this water ape appeared, it roared in anger. Its fists were covered with hairs, each hair as sharp as a steel needle, punched the air, causing the void to distort. Then, it smashed its fists at Lin Ming's chest. At this crucial moment, Lin Ming raised his spear to block the water ape soul beast's fists. His entire body shook as if he had been struck by a mountain. The massive impact force caused him to take several steps back. Just as he was about to obtain the treasure, this bewildering soul beast had actually blocked him. Lin Ming frowned. Shaking his spear, endless spear lights shot through space like a kaleidoscope, all of them striking the water ape. One soul beast and one human. Both of them seemed to possess infinite strength, and they used soul technique after soul technique. The water ape shot out endless bucket-wide water arrows, causing massive holes to appear all throughout limitless God Mountain. Lin Ming's aura was also extraordinary. His spear weaved about like a dragon and tiny true dragon scales began appearing on his body. Then, an azure dragon drilled out from his body, clawing at the air as it fought by his side. Some martial artists tried to rush into the battlefield of Lin Ming and the water ape but were sliced up by the sharp winds swirling about. Even the stronger Purple Chestnut King and heroic Spirita's youth were concerned with their own thoughts and didn't participate in the battle. As they looked upon the battlefield, their complexions were extremely ugly. Lin Ming was just far too strong. Even if they tried to take advantage of these two tigers duking it out, there was still nothing they could do against him. At this time, the diamond-hard stone beneath Lin Ming's feet abruptly had a 10-foot deep hole blasted into it. He didn't need to look back to know that the heavily wounded Purple Chestnut King and the heroic Spirita's youth were both eyeing him with greed in their eyes. However, he simply didn't care about them at all. He had to obtain this Kirin fruit at all costs. With his formidable foundation of strength, even if someone tried to profit from his battle, he still wouldn't fear them. I have to quickly finish this battle and make sure none of them have a chance to do anything. With this thought in mind, Lin Ming's eyes flashed. At that moment, the water ape punched out again, causing a monstrous wave of soul force to sweep towards Lin Ming. Unexpectedly, Lin Ming didn't try to avoid this attack at all. Rather, a faint black light shined atop his blue soul battle spirit. This black light rapidly expanded. Whirl, whirl, whirl. It eventually erupted into a giant black vortex. His figure flashing, Lin Ming grabbed onto the fists of the water ape. A torrential fist strength rushed through Lin Ming's body. All of it withstood by him. After breaking into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, his mortal body surpassed some royal saint bloodlines in terms of durability and intensity. Even so, blood still trickled down from his eyes, nose, and ears. At the same time, a blue spear-shaped battle spirit dove forwards like a dragon, smashing into the water ape's body along with the black vortex. This black vortex was a black hole. Oh, the black hole exploded. Even the powerful water ape that was nourished by the power of spirit source all day and night began to break apart beneath the force of the black light. Attack together! As the soul beast began to break apart, the Purple Chestnut King suddenly bellowed out. At his side, a lightning-bright glow flashed past him. It was the heroic Spirita's youth, shooting out bolts of black lightning from his hands. These bolts of lightning shined with star-like runes and emitted a terrifying aura. From all other directions, several more martial artists released their soul force, trying to attack Lin Ming and prevent him from taking the Kirin fruit. Unfortunately, they were too late. Lin Ming wanted to obtain the Kirin fruit at all costs, so how could he easily give up? He used the Grand Mist Force Field and his formidable strength to forcefully withstand all the attacks. Then, he grabbed the Kirin fruit, tearing it away no matter how much it tried to struggle. The moment Lin Ming did so, his complexion changed. He could feel that the instant he picked the fruit, it was like he had alarmed some ancient vicious beast. The giant bone that the Kirin fruit grew on began to violently shake, emitting the roar of an ancient vicious beast. Lin Ming shook. He could feel an ancient and boundless energy rush into his body, causing his meridians to break in many places and his organs to tear apart. Lin Ming couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Blood also began to leak out from all over his face. This strange power had caused him to suffer severe wounds and be greatly weakened. Just what was this? Lin Ming was startled. But he grit his teeth and put away the Kirin fruit. And this was Lin Ming. If anyone else had picked the Kirin fruit, then perhaps they might have died from the backlash of that horrifying strength. And even Lin Ming had been severely wounded. The shining radiance that pervaded the entirety of Limitless God Mountain began to rapidly dim down as soon as the Kirin fruit was plucked. The numerous martial artists watched as Lin Ming obtained the Kirin fruit, greed and fear mixing in their eyes. Lin Ming had already clearly demonstrated his strength to everyone just now. No one here was his opponent. Luckily, he suffered a backlash when he picked the fruit and was heavily wounded. Everyone, let's attack together and take back the fruit. We have so many people. How can we possibly be scared of an injured human? A martial artist loudly roared, sneakily hidden in the ranks of the crowd. Just as this person shouted out, Lin Ming's electric eyes focused on him. Sneaky like a rat. You deserve to die. Just as Lin Ming spoke, a bead of crystalline blood appeared from between that person's eyebrows, as eye-catching as a gem. A beam of spear light had shot out from Lin Ming's palm and pierced through that shouting person's head like a beam of invisible lightning. With a loud popping sound, the person's head exploded and his body toppled to the ground. For a time, many of the martial artists present fell silent with fear. The feeling of strength they felt from this youth before became even more profound. Pathetic low-born human. Everyone, let's kill him together. At this time, the severely wounded Purple Chestnut King could no longer endure waiting. Strange ripples of energy began emitting from his body. He discovered that he wasn't Lin Ming's opponent in a 1-versus-1, however. He could drop all pretenses of honor and stir up all the martial artists present to attack him together. As long as they killed this human, then he would be able to make up for the fact that he had been grievously wounded by a human here. Lin Ming arched an eyebrow. He focused power into his toes and erupted with a dreadful velocity, even causing the mountain stone beneath him to shatter. The feeling he gave off was like a meteor racing through the skies. As he tore open the void, he rushed straight towards the Purple Chestnut King, engaging everyone there in a group melee. Bang! 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 Lin Ming was like a demon god. He broke into the group of Spirita's martial artists and began to freely massacre everyone near him. All sorts of soul forces shined and exploded. Magnificent lights shot up into the skies, impacting into the horizon. The entirety of Limitless God Mountain rang non-stop with the deafening sound of endless thunderclaps. The Violet Cloud Princess didn't join in on the battle. Her eyes glittered as they remained locked on Lin Ming. Humanity! Since when have they produced such a talented character? His comprehension of laws is unbelievably profound. His mortal body is as intense as a god beast's, and even his soul force is amazing. This is just incredible. All she saw was the wounded Lin Ming fighting within the group of martial artists. Besides the Purple Chestnut King and the heroic Spirita's youth able to fight him on slightly more even terms, everyone else was being quickly cut down. Lin Ming thrust out spear after spear, causing the heads of martial artists to explode every few breaths of time. Moreover, his fighting methods were savage and brutal. With the intensity of his mortal body, he could completely ignore the attacks from some weaker martial artists. Lin Ming killed his way through the crowd. With every martial artist that died, he felt his token become increasingly hot as the number of merit points within shot up. The Purple Chestnut King stared helplessly on as one of his soul attacks struck Lin Ming from behind, only to leave behind a minor wound. Not only was his attack almost negligible, but Lin Ming instead thrust out his spear and blew apart the head of another martial artist. A sudden surge of fear rose up in the Purple Chestnut King's heart. This human was far too terrifying. He was clearly injured, and yet he remained so ferocious. If he were in his peak condition, what would that be like? The Purple Chestnut King grit his teeth and scales exploded on his body, releasing a burst of strange runes. This was an inscription symbol. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding space froze and began to emit an icy cold energy. Even the void began to freeze over. The Purple Chestnut King's scales exploded again and again as he released these strange inscription symbols 3 times. He suddenly thrust out a soul force technique that resembled a black spider web. All of those inscription symbols hung atop this spider web-shaped soul technique. Lin Ming originally had his back to the Purple Chestnut King. As he felt a strange power begin gathering behind him, he swiveled around. As he turned, he came face to face with a great blinding explosion. A stormy cold strength that seemed to freeze space, an incomparably powerful annihilating gravitational strength, an endless surge of the true meaning of thunder. All of these powers turned into a hail of arrows that shot towards Lin Ming with enough strength to crush a star. Inscription symbols. Lin Ming was startled. These inscription symbols possessed ancient and profound concepts. They weren't ordinary at all. Waves of heaven-shaking explosions sounded out. The spiritual storm that wrapped around the entirety of limitless God Mountain was stirred up, becoming increasingly violent as it roared like waves in a storm. Lin Ming's figure was completely swallowed up by this wild energy storm. A massive plume of energy rose up as destructive thunder, fire, and frost mixed together. Some weaker martial artists were struck by the energy waves and were sent hurtling dozens of feet away. He's dead. This thought cut through everyone's minds. But before they could discern what really happened, there was a sudden change in the center of the energy storm. A towering tree appeared, rapidly growing into the heavens. This tree carried with it rippling waves of mystic strength, accompanied by tongues of destructive heavenly tribulation flames as well as howling thunder dragons. The branches of this great tree were like endless great whips. They tore through space, causing a massive storm to be swept up. A monstrous power of fire joined together with the thunder dragons as they tore open a gaping hole within the energy storm. This is... The Purple Chestnut King's voice shivered as he saw this. He had tossed out every single ancient inherited inscription symbol he had on him, and yet this human had survived. Suddenly, a beam of spear light shot out from the energy storm and smashed into the Purple Chestnut King. Then, with a rumbling explosion, the shadow of a person followed right behind. This was Lin Ming. Puff! The Purple Chestnut King vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away. Lin Ming's strike had sent him soaring, but because he was heavily wounded, he wasn't able to kill the Purple Chestnut King. Lin Ming turned into a beam of light as he rushed towards the cave entrance. He didn't know what had happened when he picked the Kirin fruit. When he did, an unknown strength had surged up from the giant ancient bone and into his body. He had to look for a safe area to examine if anything had happened to his body. Chase him! The Purple Chestnut King gnashed his teeth. His eyes had always been aimed at the top, and his strength and talent surpassed the many young geniuses of the spirit race. Even so, in this soul cave he had randomly bumped into this strange human youth who had caused him to be defeated again and again. He took out a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it down. A bizarre red color flushed through his face. Then, without waiting, he ran after Lin Ming. The other masters of the spirit race all followed him. Some martial artists clearly knew they weren't the opponent of this human youth, but they weren't willing to give up. This Kirin fruit could be refined into a transcendent divine pill, so how could they allow it to fall into the hands of others? They also rushed out to chase Lin Ming. But because they weren't too strong to begin with and they were slow in their steps, by the time they left the cave, Lin Ming had already disappeared from sight. He was just too fast. Only the Purple Chestnut King and some others were barely able to keep up with him. Oh! Hoo! Strong winds howled. Lin Ming flew forwards with lightning speed. Pangs of pain throbbed from all over his body. Lin Ming's organs had been seriously battered, and his blood vessels had exploded in countless places. However, his mortal body was simply ridiculously strong. Every inch of his body emitted a dazzling shimmer as his wounds began to wriggle like bugs. However, a strange energy hindered him, stopping his body from rapidly regenerating. My wounds are heavy. I'll have to spend some time recovering, Lin Ming gloomily thought. If he was caught by others and a great war exploded around him, he would suffer wounds upon wounds. This wouldn't be a good outcome for him at all. He grit his teeth and used a void-breaking movement technique. Space seemed to lose meaning to him as his figure turned hazy and he flew over a cliff. The Akashic Dream battlefield was vast and boundless, vacant for the most part. Mountain ranges continued without end and giant underground caves and passages wound through the ground beneath him. Lin Ming looked for an especially rugged terrain with many hiding spots where he could hunker down. He passed another several mountains and dove through numerous rivers. With this, he easily lost the people that had been chasing him. The severely wounded Purple Chestnut King slowly recovered as he pursued Lin Ming. However, his strength couldn't compare with Lin Ming's to begin with. He could only gaze helplessly as he was left behind by Lin Ming, who eventually vanished into a string of endless mountain ranges. How hateful! Looking at the endless mountain ranges in front of him, the Purple Chestnut King stomped his feet. Slowly, the other masters of the spirit race appeared behind him, gathering at his location. Use an image transmitting symbol and send an image of that brat to all the nearby groups of masters. Tell them that he has the Kirin fruit, the Purple Chestnut King said, grinding his teeth together. On this day, all of the masters that were exploring areas near the Soul Cave received a piece of information. A Kirin fruit had appeared at the Soul Cave and was taken away by a human boy. As for this fruit, although many people hadn't seen it before, just from looking at its image and the phantom of a Kirin manifested within it, one could tell it was no ordinary treasure. For a time, a great upheaval was stirred up within the Akashic Dream battlefield. Numerous masters set out towards the Soul Cave. The vast mountain ranges were distant and mysterious. The endless peaks of mountains continued on without end, all of them shrouded in a thick and viscous black fog. The mountains were barren and without any sign of life. There was nothing but strange rugged stone littering the ground. The air was cold and grim, deathly still. From the depths of the distant mountain ranges, horrifying roars would echo out, shaking the world, as if some ancient vicious beasts were awakening from their slumber. Lin Ming cautiously moved forwards until he found a hidden cave. Only then did he sit down and relax his thoughts. He immediately pulled out the Kirin fruit. As the Kirin fruit appeared, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out, forming mist as tangible as a white dragon that filled every inch of the cave. Lin Ming only needed to take a whiff of this medicinal fragrance to feel as if his body was being cleansed by a pure running stream, filling him with comfort. Chirp, chirp, the Kirin fruit still wildly struggled. But because it wasn't able to manifest a form yet, it wasn't able to escape. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. In order to bring out the highest level of medicinal efficacy from this fruit, it had to be used for alchemy. He shouldn't directly swallow it. But now, he had received heavy wounds and there was some unfamiliar energy pulsing through his body that was influencing him. In addition, the massive explosions from those inscription symbols had caused his meridians and blood vessels to be broken in numerous places. All of these things needed to be dealt with. When he was running away, he had no time to deal with these problems, but now he could rest for a moment to recover from his injuries. Lin Ming thought for a bit. He pinched off 2 leaves from the Kirin fruit and then swallowed them. Although it was only 2 Kirin fruit leaves, After swallowing them, Lin Ming felt them melt within his body. Then, a moment later, a sun seemed to erupt within him. A potent extreme strength stirred up rough waves in Lin Ming's spiritual sea. The monstrous waves surged forwards, reaching into the skies. What a strong medicinal efficacy! What a good spirit source strength! Lin Ming didn't dare to delay. He revolved all of his blood vitality and started to coordinate it with the medicinal efficacy of the Kirin fruit leaves in his body to heal his wounds. The blood vitality in his body began to gush like a flooded river. After 2 days and a night, Lin Ming opened his eyes. A brilliant flash of light lit up his pupils. His soul force had reached a new peak yet again. The injuries he had previously sustained had now completely vanished. Lin Ming couldn't help but recall the image of that arrogant and scaled purple chestnut king. From his heart, a dense killing intent rolled out. But soon he immediately dispelled these thoughts. He inspected himself and found it strange upon discovering that there were no changes with his body. The backlash caused by that peculiar energy had been so easily healed. Thinking about it further didn't bring him any new ideas. Rather, he pulled out the Kirin fruit and looked at it. In 2 days and a night, this Kirin fruit actually managed to manifest 2 front hooves. As it appeared in Lin Ming's hand, its legs began to rapidly twitch as it tried to escape from his grasp. This thing, if it were to fully manifest, then wanting to cage it would be difficult. I'll have to completely refine its spiritual wisdom. Lin Ming grabbed the Kirin fruit. Chirp, chirp. After being grasped by Lin Ming, the Kirin fruit began to panic. Sounds seemed to come from within it, and it seemed incomparably terrified. This little thing, such a strange and magical Kirin fruit, left Lin Ming feeling more and more amazed. It was just no different from a little life form. For a time, Lin Ming hesitated in exterminating its mind. Then, from deep in the cave, the sound of pattering footsteps echoed. "Who's there?" Lin Ming asked, raising his guard. His muscles tightened and his electric eyes focused on the entrance of the cave. The cave Lin Ming was in was deep and limitless, with tunnels running in all directions. But for the sounds of footsteps to appear here and at this time, this left Lin Ming bewildered. Why would there be someone here? At one of the cave entrances, beneath Lin Ming's eagle-sharp eyes, a timid little girl in a red dress ran out. This little girl appeared to be around 15 to 16 years old. She had black hair that fell down like a waterfall, and her appearance was exquisite. However, she seemed somewhat dazed. In particular, her eyes attracted the most attention. Her 2 pupils were profound beyond reasoning, and there seemed to be blood-red lights faintly smoldering within them. At this time, as she looked at Lin Ming, there was clearly a hint of hesitation and dread in her eyes. As she appeared, she gave off an extremely peculiar feeling, as if she were completely in sync with this world, as if she were some being that had emerged from the good fortune of this land. In Lin Ming's divine sense, she seemed no different from an ordinary stone or a blade of grass. Don't eat it," the red-dressed little girl said to Lin Ming. Her voice was beautiful and lilting, but she spoke slowly and stuttered, as if she struggled to speak each word. "Who are you?" Lin Ming didn't dare to lower his guard. His eyes remained locked on her body. He believed that news of him taking the Kirin fruit would have already spread out by now. There were likely countless people searching for his whereabouts. But this little girl was clearly not one of them. It was puzzling just how she managed to show up in this hidden cave. Lin Ming waved his right hand and extracted a spear. As this spear appeared, it quietly trembled, filled with desires of bloodlust. Seeing the bright spear, the red-dressed girl was scared and pedaled several steps back. She clearly wanted to escape, but as her eyes fell on the Kirin fruit in Lin Ming's hand, she hesitated and stopped. Why you? If you don't eat it, I, Sisi can give you something GG good." The red-dressed little girl didn't answer Lin Ming's question, but was instead concerned for the Kirin fruit. Her words seemed to be a little faster than before, but she still stuttered as if she wasn't skilled at speaking. The Kirin fruit's small eyes turned towards the red-dressed little girl, a look of affection and excitement within them. It chirped at the little girl as it tried desperately to escape from Lin Ming's grasp and into her embrace. I can use this to trade with you. The red-dressed little girl revealed a worried look as she heard the Kirin fruit's cries. Her hand opened and a dazzling light burst out, revealing a red crystal the size of a soybean. Lin Ming's eyes focused on this gem. But as this gem appeared in the red-dressed little girl's palm, it melted and became a drop of blood. Pata, pata. As this drop of red liquid appeared, it emitted sound waves that made the heart race, as if it were a beating heart itself. These fluctuations were mysterious and carried with them a massive soul force. Even Lin Ming could feel his own heart begin to beat in tandem with this red liquid. This is... Lin Ming carefully stared at the drop of red liquid. His intuition told him that this wasn't blood. But whatever it was, it still contained a titanic life energy as well as spirit source. A brilliant light burst out from Lin Ming's eyes, runes shining within them. He wanted to completely understand what this drop of water was. But this drop of water was deep and infinitely profound. It was wrapped by an enigmatic strength, making it so that Lin Ming couldn't see through it. Even so, he could feel that this was a truly terrifying drop of water. From this drop of water, an incomparably powerful and intensely holy aura gushed out. The spirit source strength contained within it had also reached unfathomable levels. The value of this water drop was impossible to estimate, but it was undoubtedly a top treasure that stood upon the pinnacle of rarity. As for whether or not it was more precious than the Kirin fruit, Lin Ming wasn't able to distinguish that with his current eyesight. This is spring water. I found from inside a cave. I took it, and after that, the spring disappeared. It should be very precious. The red-dressed girl hurriedly explained as she feared Lin Ming wouldn't look at it. She constantly gesticulated with her hand. Cave? You mean the soul cave? Lin Ming asked. He naturally remembered the legends. It was said that there was once a spring in the soul cave, but it had disappeared. Could that have been the Weeping Blood God Springs? As Lin Ming recalled these 4 words, his eyebrows flew up. The Weeping Blood God Springs was absolutely the most precious of treasures that could exist in the soul cave. It was said to have condensed the blood of a peerless god king that once lived in times long past. Once, there were even true divinities who entered the soul cave for the Weeping Blood God Springs. But after the springs disappeared, true divinities naturally wouldn't visit the soul cave. He suddenly had doubts as to who this mysterious red-dressed little girl was. Just who was she? She had appeared from nowhere like a ghost, and she even had a treasure from the Weeping Blood God Springs. Moreover, she was clearly familiar with the Kirin fruit. And from how things were, it seemed that the Kirin fruit was intimate with this little girl, and the little girl was also concerned about it. Lin Ming's eyes focused on the red-dressed little girl's bare feet. Even though the path here was covered with jagged rocks, incredibly, as she moved, she appeared to be walking across the surface of smooth water, completely in tune with her surrounding environment. Who are you? Lin Ming asked once more. However, the little girl only flushed red. She gripped her fists, not saying anything else. Lin Ming slightly frowned. He was completely unable to see through this little girl's boundary. She felt like a mortal, but his intuition told him that the truth wasn't so simple. She must possess some sort of mystical ability, and he couldn't see what the limits of her strength were. Lin Ming's silence caused the little girl to tense up. She parted her lips and said, Is it not enough? The little girl also felt that the thing she took out wasn't valuable enough. At least, it wasn't enough to satisfy Lin Ming. He still might eat the Kirin fruit. She thought about it for a moment and then said, I know of a place where treasure is hidden. I can tell you, but you can't eat it. It was clear just how dear the Kirin fruit was to her. What place with hidden treasure? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. I can't say it clearly. If you come with me, you'll see. The red-dressed little girl seemed to have not spoken any words for an extremely long period of time. Her words lagged behind her thoughts as if she needed time to consider what they were. Lin Ming deeply peered at the little girl. With his cautious personality, he shouldn't go to such an unknown place. But this little girl really didn't seem to have any evil intentions at all. Lead me to this hidden treasure area. I won't eat the Kirin fruit. Upon hearing Lin Ming say he wouldn't eat the Kirin fruit, the red-dressed little girl finally seemed to relax. The Kirin fruit also chirped out loud, clearly happy. The red-dressed little girl brightly smiled as she saw how happy the Kirin fruit was. 2 deep dimples appeared on her cheeks, making her look lovable. GGG great. I will lead the way. The little girl vigorously nodded as if she were afraid Lin Ming would back out of his promise. No need to hurry. Before we go, I'll absorb that drop of God springs, Lin Ming said. He looked towards the red-dressed little girl. Help me stand guard outside so that no one enters here. Lin Ming was still vigilant against this mysterious little girl. After all, when he absorbed the drop of God springs, his defense would be in a weakened state. Hey. All right. The red-dressed little girl nodded. After the little girl walked a distance away, Lin Ming laid down a simple protection enchantment and stepped into it. Then he directly swallowed that drop of God springs. Soon, Lin Ming was covered in an endless blood light. Traces of the blood light seeped into his skin, completely enveloping him. The blood light became increasingly thick, rushing towards Lin Ming more and more as it wrapped him up. Pata! Pata! This blood light seemed to form a giant translucent cocoon of blood that beat like a heart. With every beat, it was like a god king was striking a drum, the sound like a rolling thunderclap. The cave as well as the entire mountain began to shiver. Like this, Lin Ming closed up for over 20 hours. Outside, night fell and then the sun rose yet again. But in the cave it was utterly dark throughout. At this time, beams of light shot out from the blood cocoon, slowly tearing it open. Lin Ming appeared from within, a strange blood strength permeating his body. Countless faint runes shimmered upon his skin, seeming to shine and dim along with his heartbeat. This bodily phenomenon occurred for some time before disappearing. What a great treasure! My soul has become 50% stronger, and there is also a great deal of strength I haven't been able to absorb but was saved in my inner world. Even my boundary has increased. It is close to the Middle Holy Lord realm. In fact, if I wanted to, I could make a breakthrough right now. Lin Ming discovered that there was a great strength rushing through his inner world like a raging river. The Kirin leaves from before as well as this drop of weeping blood God springs had caused a tremendous amount of excess power to be stored within him. Since he couldn't absorb it yet, all he could do was compress this energy within his inner world and slowly absorb it. With this, it would become increasingly difficult for him to keep suppressing his cultivation so that he didn't make a premature breakthrough. His cultivation was more than high enough. Right now, what he lacked was time. If he had another 100 years, then that would be ideal. After absorbing the drop of weeping blood God springs, Lin Ming could faintly feel as if he became more familiar with the surrounding environment. It was like the drop of blood within him was the same as the Akashic Dream battlefield. This sort of familiar feeling should be because I absorbed that drop of God springs, Lin Ming suddenly realized, and at this time his complexion changed. He felt that the red-dressed little girl had returned. He waved his hand and a wisp of heavenly tribulation fire flew out from his palm, turning into endless flame runes that slowly settled on his body and turned into a robe. As for the red-dressed little girl, she was curiously looking at Lin Ming, a dazed look on her face and without any fear or suspicion at all. It was clear she didn't know of the differences between men and women. You said there was a hidden treasure somewhere? Lin Ming asked the red-dressed little girl. I remember. The little girl quickly waved her hands. She was ready to go at any time. Bang! Lin Ming left his cave and turned into a beam of light as he rapidly flew over the mountains. He followed the red-dressed little girl's instructions and flew towards the hidden treasure area. As he passed by an underground river that was surging with black waters, he saw a red wild cow galloping through the river, its entire body awash with blazing red flames. Its entire body sparked with flames. As its hooves struck the ground, the water around it all evaporated due to the high heat, and even the river mud was melted into a dark yellow sludge. It was a bizarre sight. Lin Ming was considerably startled. This soul beast's strength was about as strong as the soul beast he encountered at Limitless God Mountain. Such a powerful soul beast was actually engaged in battle with someone in the river. The soul beast's opponent was an old man that possessed a terrifying blood vitality and intense soul force. The old man was releasing an endless power of ice laws, enough to freeze massive tracts of the river to suppress the cow. On the side of the river, several white-robed youths had set up an array. Half-step Empyrean? Or? Lin Ming was careful. He didn't arouse the attention of these people. On the Akashic Dream battlefield, there was an endless number of masters. Those he fought in the Soul Cave had only been a minuscule portion of them. There were also many half-step Empyreans and Empyreans still wandering about. He continued forwards. Strangely, the red-dressed little girl who was following him had disappeared. But he could clearly feel an intense fluctuation of energy emit from beneath his feet, closely following behind him. In the Soul Cave, Lin Ming's divine sense was blinded by a strange dark power. It was hard for him to detect what was occurring beneath his feet. Yet, he was completely aware that the energy fluctuations beneath him were definitely those of the mysterious red-dressed little girl. Could it be? At the Soul Cave when he first picked the Kirin fruit, a strange energy had rushed into his body, severely wounding him. This energy, could it have been this red-dressed little girl? Lin Ming had this idea before. This was because after he took the Kirin fruit's leaves to heal himself, the strange energy within him had disappeared, inexplicably vanishing without a trace. Originally, Lin Ming felt that this strength wasn't simple at all and shouldn't have disappeared so easily. And what followed right after that was this little girl suddenly appearing from nowhere in his secret cave. This was also a reasonable explanation. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's heart began to beat faster. If this little girl had any evil intentions when he had been trying to heal himself, he definitely would have suffered some miserable fate. Luckily, this little girl's thoughts were pure, without any hint of malice. Just who was she? And at this time, from the far-off distance, a tremendous roar erupted. The nearby mountains shook and beams of essence energy emerged from the far-off mountains that pierced through the void. Lin Ming's thoughts focused. This was definitely a battle between powerhouses. He had to be more careful. After all, any hidden treasure here must be extremely precious, and he didn't want to attract droves of people who wanted to come and struggle with him. This hidden treasure area was located deep in the Soul Cave. Lin Ming cautiously continued forwards. To his amazement, he discovered that there were far more powerhouses in the Soul Cave than when he had first come here. Finally, Lin Ming came upon a stretch of forest that was covered in a thick mist. The ancient trees towered high into the air. Incredibly, each tree was as great as a mountain, and he wasn't able to see the top of them at all. This left Lin Ming whistling in awe at this breathtaking sight. Suddenly, Lin Ming discovered that brilliant fireworks had appeared above him. These fireworks were purple-gold in color and exuded a familiar aura. Soon, the fireworks slowly shifted into a face in the void. It was Lin Ming's own face. Lin Ming frowned. For something like this to occur now, he already guessed just what had happened. Like this, Lin Ming's complexion darkened. It's that boy. That's right, it must be him. Lin Ming looked up. Above his head, on the branches of a towering ancient tree, there were several spirit race martial artists standing there. Their scales reflected a dark light. They had just been climbing upwards towards something that resembled the nest of a giant bird. And above them were the brilliant fireworks that illuminated Lin Ming's figure. These fireworks were clearly released by these people. Hee. I never thought that while we were trying to catch the eagle sparrow we would bump into you here. Really, this is what they mean by searching far and wide only to find what you're looking for so close at hand. Be a good little boy and hand over the Kirin fruit. If you do, we'll let you die a happy death. Even if we can't give you a true death in the Akashic Dream battlefield, we still have methods to cage you here and make you beg to die. A spirit martial artist with blue scales covering his face menacingly shouted at Lin Ming. Before this, they had already received the news that the Purple Chestnut King had spread everywhere, and they had been mad with envy because of it. As for how strong this human youth was, They had only heard some vague rumors but didn't have a clear understanding. In particular, they had nothing to be careful about because Lin Ming was a human. To them, Lin Ming was simply a mortal child carrying a piece of precious jade and wandering the streets at night. Wasn't he just looking to die? Human brat, don't think of running away. You are already a mouse that's being searched for by our people in the Soul Cave. Once we kill you, not only can we obtain the treasure, but we can also receive the bounty reward. Lin Ming looked at the flames still burning in the skies. They were clearly projecting out a clear signal. Everyone within several hundred miles would see the signal and would rush over here. He originally came here to take a treasure, and the location of this hidden treasure was somewhere in these ancient woods. From this spirit youth's words, Lin Ming obtained a great deal of information. Someone knew he had obtained the Kirin fruit and had posted a large bounty on his head in a short period of time. They had even used some sort of method to inform so many people that Lin Ming had the Kirin fruit on him. Such methods were likely only possible by the Purple Chestnut King or that heroic Spirita's youth. At this point, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. He burst upwards like a tornado, howling towards those several spirit race martial artists. These people were nothing but a disaster. He needed to quickly slay all of them and then go find the treasure. It was the first time that these spirit race martial artists had seen Lin Ming. They heard he was fierce for a human, but the truth was that in the depths of their hearts, they had looked down on him exactly because he was a human. They didn't believe that Lin Ming was too strong at all. As they saw this human hurtle towards them, the several spirit martial artists wildly cackled. Glistening blue lights began to flicker between their eyebrows as an intense soul force surged about them. Light wove together in the skies and shot outwards from the group. Some lights resembled spears, some resembled snakes, and all of them were aimed at Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't even take out his spear. Instead, he used his fists. His fists smashed into the void. Air compressed beneath his strike and a wave of iron-hard air shot forwards. Bang! The air wave punched out by his fist completely crushed apart the spears and snakes condensed from soul force. Without stopping, the air wave struck a spirit youth. Seeing his soul projection technique broken so easily and feeling the great strength behind that air wave, the spirit youth wanted to dodge. However, it was already too late. With a loud ripping sound, the spirit youth was struck by the air wave and blew apart into bits and pieces of ruined blood and flesh. Without waiting for the other spirit youths to respond, Lin Ming raced upwards like a bolt of lightning. His fists were like the wrath of the heavens, instantly blowing up the remaining spirit youths. This was a completely one-sided battle. How could these people compare with Lin Ming's terrifying inside background? Even the stronger Purple Chestnut King was severely wounded after a single punch by Lin Ming, much less these ordinary spirit youths. Moreover, Lin Ming hadn't even been in his peak condition back then. After slaying these spirit youths, Lin Ming looked up at the fireworks that still lingered in the skies. His eyes were bright, like two stars shining in the skies. They posted a bounty on my head? Then let them come. My merit points aren't enough. Lin Ming received the spirit youth's merit points. These merit points were considerable. This was because these spirit youths had killed a large number of people, and a good portion of their total accumulated merit points was also taken by Lin Ming. I need 1 billion merit points to exchange for the golden page. Then, I'll collect them here. I will set up a grand killing feast and everyone is invited to this party. If I were to look for people to kill, then even 3 years might not be enough time. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he sat down in the air. And the area he sat in was right underneath the signaling fireworks. He was overflowing with confidence. The thick smell of blood still hadn't dispersed from the ancient forest. With rustling sounds, several dark forms suddenly flashed into sight, their eyes sparkling with an electric light. Who sent the signal? Some people died here. People from the spirit race. It must be that little human garbage who obtained the Kirin fruit. We must hurry. To think that he could kill these spirit martial artists in such a short period of time, he doesn't seem weak at all. But only like that will things become interesting. One of the dark figures said as he released a soul force technique. A mass of soul force was released into the air. where it wildly distorted as if it were trying to reflect several different rhythms. Finally, the soul force condensed into a black arrow that shot straight up above their heads, like a hunting dog that had caught the scent of its prey. "Someone's above us?" the person who released the soul technique asked, puzzled. He looked upwards. Looking from afar, he could see that at the top of an ancient towering tree, on a branch as thick as a water barrel, there was a black-haired human youth indifferently sitting there. His eyes were as bright as stars, and he tranquilly stared down at them from a commanding position. The space around him trembled as the laws faintly circulated in it, making him seem incomparably mysterious. The 5 people who were tracking this human felt a tingling sensation creep up their scalps. This human had managed to hide his aura so well that they didn't discover him even when he was above their heads. However, was this human right in the head? He didn't run, but instead chose to wait here for them? Even if he were stronger than the rumors said, as waves upon waves of martial artists arrived, they would absolutely kill him. "You fellows aren't slow at all," Lin Ming said with approval. He leapt down from the ancient tree and sized up these 5 people. All he saw was that these 5 people had strange scarves wrapped around their heads. He didn't know what these scarves were made from, but they seemed connected to their bodies. Countless runes shimmered atop these scarves, and many crimson lines ran through them, spreading out just like blood vessels. Lin Ming had arrived at the soul world not too long ago, so it could be said he didn't know many things. "What kind of race are you?" Lin Ming faintly asked. He had a great interest in the mythical ancient races. After all, he had a considerably deep connection to the primal god race, and the primal god race had once been one of these ancient races. One of the blood scarf people suddenly laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke of all. "To think you don't know about our blood race. It seems humans are truly dumb and ignorant. They can't be blamed. Many humans are raised in cages, or they are just frogs in a well that have never left their universe before. So how would they know about an ancient race like our blood race?" Several of the blood race martial artists laughed and mocked Lin Ming. "What a crazy brat. It's incredible that you haven't run by now. Then, let me see just what you're made of." A short and thin blood race martial artist who resembled a little monkey shouted. He licked his lips and cackled. "Attack together," he roared out. He didn't underestimate Lin Ming and try to kill him alone, but instead commanded his entire group to strike together. These people were clearly far stronger than those spirit race youths from just now. Lin Ming's divine sense swept out. Although the Akashic Dream universe had law restrictions of all sorts and Lin Ming didn't understand the blood race cultivation system at all, he could vaguely sense the general strength levels of these people. The monkey-like martial artist was the most powerful and obviously the leader of this pack. Is he an ordinary holy lord or a peak holy lord? If these are 5 peak holy lords, then their merit point numbers will be quite high. Lin Ming casually thought out loud. The 5 blood race martial artists had extremely sharp hearing. As they heard Lin Ming's words, all of them were incensed. From the start, they could feel the obvious contempt Lin Ming felt towards them. But now that they heard Lin Ming regard them as nothing but merit points, this was just something they would not stand for. A lowly human actually dares spout such words to our blood race. Then, show me just how you plan to kill me. Interesting, how interesting. I want to slowly play with you and see just what methods you have. At this time, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He discovered the sharp sound of splitting air transmitting from the far-off distance. Some people were approaching at high speed. Time was of the essence. First, he would cut down these random fellows in front of him. His inner aura suddenly erupted. Endless flames wrapped around his left arm. It seemed like a true phoenix was perching on his arm, screeching out loud and exuding endless mystic strength. An azure dragon drilled out from his right hand before turning into dragon armor. Dragon scales wound around his arm, and the terrifying aura of a true dragon spread through the skies, shocking the mind. The power of a dragon and phoenix collided in space and twisted together. As the phantoms of a dragon and phoenix cried out loud, even space began to shake. The complexions of the 5 blood race martial artists changed. What strength was this? The blood of a god beast? The 5 martial artists had extraordinary experience and were able to recognize the bloodlines within Lin Ming's body. After all, their cultivations had been suppressed to the Soul Lord realm. Facing the strength of pure blood from a true dragon and fire phoenix, alarm and dread surged in their hearts. How could such pure god-beast blood be present within this human? Bang! A horrifying explosion erupted. Although Lin Ming's boundary was suppressed, the true meaning of a dragon and phoenix rejoicing was still completely displayed beneath Lin Ming's skill. The power of a phoenix and dragon blended together, multiplying each other's strength. Endless flames and an incomparably potent strength erupted everywhere. It was like a volcano had exploded. The 5 blood race martial artists were forcefully struck by this attack. Blood shot out from the 5 blood race martial artists that wove into a net of blood around them. Even so, this blood net was still smashed apart by the boundless strength as if it didn't exist at all. The figures of the 5 martial artists were all swept into this titanic strength. After Lin Ming struck out with this attack, he no longer spared the 5 blood race martial artists another glance. His token began to heat up, informing him that his merit points were rising yet again. This method of gathering merit points, wasn't it too simple? Lin Ming closed his eyes and probed the number of merit points he obtained. Every time he killed an enemy, if their original cultivation was 1 boundary higher, it meant that they would give 10 times or more the number of merit points, and this exponentially increased. If so, then if the one he killed was an Empyrean, that would truly be a considerable number of merit points. Lin Ming put away his token. His deep eyes flashed like lightning in the dark. He had already locked onto the fastest person hurtling towards him in the void. He could also sense a massive wave of people flying towards him. It seemed that the Kirin fruit was truly a godly treasure. It was able to draw so many people here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Although they were separated through the dense forest by 1,000 feet, Lin Ming was still able to rely upon his sense to clearly see each martial artist that was rushing to his location. Most of them were Spiritas, but there were also a number of races he had never seen before. In the next moment, a horrifying fluctuation of energy ravaged through the forest. Massive trees cracked apart and shattered. The surrounding dense forest was nearly flattened, and all that was left over were rows of large stumps. The towering trees had all been sent flying away. The newcomers had blown apart the forest. They were afraid Lin Ming would use the forest as cover to escape. Shwa! 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 Instantly, over 20 divine senses locked onto Lin Ming. Those that were able to reach this area did not possess low cultivations. After all, the rumors said that Lin Ming had suppressed the Purple Chestnut King and was a genius in his own right. 29 people. Lin Ming observed his situation. He drew out the Phoenix Blood Spear. With a keening cry, spear wind recklessly lashed out. Just turn into merit points already. Without further speaking, Lin Ming shot forwards. His actions startled the 29 martial artists who had just arrived. What was happening here? They had so many people encircling him, so shouldn't this human be trying to run? Yet not only had the human waited for them to arrive, but he even said he wanted to turn them into merit points. This was simply ridiculous. Attack! Get rid of this madman. Kill him first. As for his treasures, those will belong to whoever has the ability to seize them. No one went easy on Lin Ming. Even though Lin Ming was a junior and most of the newcomers were middle-aged men or even old men, none of them had the martial arts spirit of fighting one-on-one. After all, rumors said that Lin Ming could even suppress the Purple Chestnut King. Piki-paka! Lin Ming emitted crackling sounds from all his joints. 9 stars appeared high in the skies, and 3 Dao palaces shined brightly within him. His feet stepped on the ground and he rushed out. His first target was a middle-aged man who had pushed his way to the front. Lin Ming could feel that this middle-aged man was the strongest of those present. This meant that before this middle-aged man's cultivation was suppressed by the laws of the Akashic Dream battlefield, his boundary might have been that of a world king. The middle-aged man demonically grinned. He grasped a heavy sword and chopped. A dazzling sword light slashed out, tearing through the skies. Pathetic human. I'll chop off your head. the middle-aged man shouted out. But in the next moment, thunder and fire wove together into a sea of purple and red in front of him. With a loud rumbling explosion, his sword light was swallowed up by the sea of energy, and the power of thunder and fire detonated in front of him. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away, his body charred completely black. He had been violently and instantly killed. What? The others didn't even have time to respond. At this moment, Lin Ming swept out the Phoenix blood spear, killing in a circle around him. 7 or 8 people were brutally killed as their heads were sent soaring into the air, blood erupting from their severed necks like water fountains. A massive number of merit points flowed into Lin Ming's token. He felt his body heat up, as if he were stimulated by the intense smell of blood. Killing to his heart's content. Then, Lin Ming realized that more and more people were catching up. This was because the spirit race martial artist from before had cast out a signal flare, and this signal flare seemed to utilize a marvelous inscription technique. Before it dissipated, it rose higher and higher into the air, turning brighter and brighter, catching the attention of more and more people. This also meant more and more challengers were arriving. The ruckus Lin Ming had stirred up in the Soul Cave was too great. In addition to the Purple Chestnut King deliberately spreading news of what happened, many people had learned of Lin Ming. At this time, several dozen people had gathered. As they arrived, they witnessed with their own eyes as Lin Ming's spear totally annihilated everyone around him, cutting off the necks of 7 or 8 people and causing their blood to drench the world. They naturally recognized Lin Ming's appearance. He was completely similar to the fireworks in the sky. This meant he was the human that had obtained the Kirin fruit. For a time, all of them were shocked speechless. They unconsciously slowed down, stopping several miles away and not daring to approach. These people had only come here to adventure and temper themselves. They weren't too strong to begin with and didn't think they could obtain the Kirin fruit anyway. They just wanted to join in on the liveliness. And as they arrived, they saw the scene of Lin Ming slaughtering everyone around him. That blue-robed old man who just died. Isn't that the Blue Cloud Sex Elder by? I remember he had a half-step world king Cultivation. A martial artist who had just arrived trembled as he spoke, his voice faltering. He had extremely good eyesight and could clearly see that one of the heads that had been soaring into the air was that of the Blue Cloud Sex Elder Bai. On the planet that the Blue Cloud sect was located on, Elder Bai was absolutely an overlord of the land. When Lin Ming had swept out his spear and killed so many people, they had subconsciously thought that he had only slain cannon fodder and useless minions. But now, it seemed that Lin Ming was actually slaying peerless powerhouses. To Lin Ming, these peerless powerhouses were no different than chickens or dogs. He killed them by the batch. This was just far too terrifying. From what they could see, Lin Ming wasn't old at all, and even seemed to be younger than the Purple Chestnut King, so how could he be so strong? And what was even more incredible was that he was a human. In the soul world, the human race that had been suppressed on all sides was synonymous with weak. All of you die. Lin Ming attacked again and again, his speed as phantasmal as ghosts and gods. The 20-some martial artists that arrived were systematically killed by Lin Ming. Their heads were blown off or their hearts were pierced. Their blood rained down to the earth and their organs flew out. Some people were scared silly and tried to run away. However, Lin Ming simply stepped forwards and space shrank beneath his feet, instantly bringing him behind those that were running away. Without expression, he thrust out his spear. Puff! His spear pierced through a martial artist's chest, causing blood to fly out. Out of the 29 people, 22 of them had been killed already. The remaining 7 had ashen complexions. They all used their best techniques to flee this execution ground. But at this time, a boundless force field covered the surrounding space, sealing all 7 people within. This was the Grand Mist force field. The star-heavy Grand Mist energy immediately locked down their movements. Damn it all! No! The 7 people madly roared out. They attacked the Grand Mist space with everything they had, but all of their efforts failed. They watched as Lin Ming's spear light was soon about to swallow them all up. Stop! At this time, someone shouted out loud as more and more martial artists arrived. Of these people, some shared the same types of robes that some of the 7 soon-to-die martial artists wore. It was clear they originated from the same sect. However, Lin Ming remained indifferent, completely disregarding this shout. The phoenix blood spear slashed out. With a loud slicing sound, blood shot out. After Lin Ming swept out his spear, the 7 people had all been cut in half at the waist. How vile! The dozen-plus people who just arrived had uncertain and gloomy expressions. They hadn't figured out just what had happened yet. But as they looked at the scene around them, they could see that Lin Ming had already killed many people. Many of the dead had torn up corpses, their blood flowing out in streams. Lin Ming's head immediately swiveled like a hawk spotting its prey, locking onto those people who had shouted out for him to stop just now. As his eyes blazed at them, the courage of these people nearly broke apart. Just what kind of eyes were these? The killing intent and hostility gushing out from them was terrifying to behold, as if they were the eyes of a people-eating demon. We should. Several of these dozen-plus people already formed thoughts of drawing back and escaping. But at this time, Lin Ming was like a death reaper hunting the night. He stepped forwards, rushing towards these newcomers on his own initiative. It's too late. Attack! The dozen-plus people were shocked. They all drew their weapons. However, what they didn't notice was that just several miles away, those people that were too scared to do anything were looking at them with fear and pity in their eyes. In the opinion of these distant people, these dozen-plus newcomers were dead because they hadn't been here to see just how brutal Lin Ming had been in his actions, or how impossibly fierce he was. If God stepped in his way, he would kill gods. If Buddhas blocked his path, he would cut down Buddhas. The Blue Cloud Sect's elder Bai was a half-step world king, and yet he had died no differently than some chicken, instantly killed where he had stood. This was a horrifying demon. Anyone that dared to look down upon him with disdain just because he was a human would be killed until they couldn't die anymore. It could be said that the moment those dozen-plus people had shouted out, "Stop!" their destiny had been sealed. They would undoubtedly die. Oh! Junior apprentice sister. There seemed to be some signaling fireworks in the distance. On a vast grassland, a troop of several hundred people was crossing over mountains and rivers. After experiencing a war that had lasted for several months already, they were all exhausted. These people all wore similar icy blue robes. They came from Zenith Palace. Zenith Palace was only a world king influence, and because their world kings were far too old, it was impossible for them to make another breakthrough in their lifetimes. Thus, they didn't enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. The fiercest martial artists Zenith Palace were able to send to the Akashic Dream battlefield were only several half-step world kings. Thus, the disciples of Zenith Palace were aware of their own limits and didn't think about trying to wander their way into a danger zone like the Soul Cave. They knew that with the abilities of Zenith Palace, entering such a place meant they would be eaten up without any bones remaining. Zenith Palace had extremely clear goals. The reason they came to the Akashic Dream battlefield was to hunt down the trial challengers from some smaller influences and gather merit points so they could exchange them for sect rewards later. Of course, if Zenith Palace obtained a high number of merit points, then that would also be proof of their strength. At that time, Empyrean Heaven Corps would naturally bestow rewards upon them. This was their final goal. Now, after passing through several months of battle, Zenith Palace had already lost 40% of their disciples. There were still more than 2 years remaining until this session of the Akashic Dream battlefield ended, and yet they had lost 40% of their disciples. This caused the Zenith Vice Palace Master to have a gloomy complexion for the last several days. Their luck had been poor. As soon as they entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, they had run into several formidable opponents, and had suffered serious losses in the massive battles that occurred. Without a choice, the Zenith Vice Palace Master was forced to divide the remaining sub-6,000 disciples into groups depending on their strength. The strongest disciples were taken out and put together to form an elite squad. Like this, they wouldn't be burdened and their combat efficiency would also be higher. Now, this squad of around 100 people consisted of the outstanding elites from Zenith Palace. This included the Vice Palace Master, Jade River, Ifan, and many others. Ifan was somber. Zenith Palace had met so many powerful enemies and lost so many disciples. To him, The reason they suffered so much must have been because Lin Ming had betrayed them and given out their information. His speculations were all baseless, but the truth was that he didn't need proof, nor did he need to find out whether or not this was truly Lin Ming's fault. This was because Lin Ming had once beaten up Yi Fan under the gaze of everyone, and this caused Yi Fan to hate Lin Ming to the core. Thus, he didn't mind taking advantage of this moment to make sure Lin Ming's name was pushed into the gutter. Moreover, Lin Ming had quietly separated from the main group as soon as he had entered the Akashic Dream battlefield and hadn't been seen since. This caused many people to suspect that Lin Ming was actually the spy. Lin Ming appearing at Zenith Palace was strange to begin with, and he also came from some unknown origin. Above all, he was a human, someone that the Spiritas would never consider one of their own. For these past days, Yi Fan had constantly attacked Lin Ming. Due to this, Jade River also appeared ill. She was the one who had brought Lin Ming into Zenith Palace, so all of these accusations were the same as saying she had brought a traitor into their ranks. Even so, Lin Ming's actions inevitably aroused Jade River's suspicions, and she didn't have any energy or rationale to explain them. In this situation, they continued passing through the barren mountains and rivers. The small influence that was Zenith Palace, who didn't know much of what was happening right now, suddenly saw the brilliant fireworks that stained the skies. By the time they saw the fireworks had already risen up very high into the air and had spread far and wide. Anyone could make out that these fireworks were in the design of a person's face. As for who this face belonged to, they weren't able to immediately distinguish. What is happening up there? Should we go take a look? A disciple suddenly proposed. Jade River frowned. She didn't want to cause any problems, but as she looked at the face in the far-off fireworks, a familiar feeling came to her. How come this face looks a little like Lin Mook? Jade River muttered to herself with doubts in her heart. The Vice Palace Master shook his head. It should only be a coincidence that they look alike. There is no reason that Lin Mook would have someone cast a signal flare into the sky because of him. This sort of signal flare is activated with inscription techniques, and it is considerably difficult to create as well as prohibitively expensive. The signal can spread to a wide range, and the one launching it should be someone from a large influence. As for the person depicted by the signal flare, it should be one of their most wanted criminals. The Vice Palace Master explained. In his opinion, if a large influence were to place a bounty on someone and in this manner, that person was likely some extraordinary figure. No one in the ranks of their Zenith Palace was capable of receiving such treatment. Bounty? Now that Vice Palace Master says that, I actually recall something. Just several days ago, the spirit race was issuing out news that they had placed a bounty on someone, and this person seemed to have stolen some sort of precious spirit medicine from the Soul Cave and caused an uproar in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Although Zenith Palace had been engaging in guerrilla warfare in the wild mountains and plains for these past several months, because they had many people, there were always some disciples that managed to obtain news passing through the Akashic Dream battlefield. Oh, precious spirit medicine. The Vice Palace Master's thoughts stirred. He glanced at the other high-level figures from Zenith Palace and then finally said, "Let's go take a look from afar and see what the situation is like. If there is any danger, then we'll immediately leave." In the Akashic Dream battlefield, many people had the same idea as Zenith Palace. Their total war strength was weak, so it was impossible for them to even think of obtaining some top spirit medicine that could tempt an Empyrean or even a true divinity. They only wanted to join in on the fun and see just what was happening. Of course, there were also some people hoping to come and pick up some easy advantages. They didn't think they could obtain these precious spirit medicines, but if they ran into any corpses of powerhouses, they would be satisfied with sifting through them. Thus, underneath the incitement of the great fireworks in the sky, more and more martial artists arrived at the raised forest area. These people only stood at a distance, not daring to go forwards. And at this time, in a giant circle that everyone was standing on the side of, the center was filled with countless scattered bodies. Every corpse was mutilated and torn apart. Their deaths had been miserable. Because there were too many martial artists that had come, the corpses formed a thick layer over the ground. Their blood had gathered into flowing streams. As for Lin Ming, he grasped his spear and floated in the air above the pile of corpses. Killing intent surged out from his body, making him seem like an unrivaled Azura. His merit points had already reached 10 billion. Of course, these merit points had to be divided by his age. In truth, he had less than 100 million. With this amount, he couldn't even exchange for a tenth of the golden page. From this alone, it could be seen how difficult it was to obtain a golden page. Whoosh! At this time, Lin Ming hurtled forwards. He rushed in a direction and swung his spear. Spear light swept out and a divine brilliance radiated into the skies. Several heads immediately rolled to the ground. You! The companions of these dead people were enraged. They had originally come to steal the precious spirit medicine, but the Lin Ming in their eyes was far too ferocious. They didn't dare to attack him. They only watched from a far-off distance as spectators, but even so they never imagined that they would be sucked into this mess. Why do you kill us? Someone angrily shouted, unable to do anything to Lin Ming. Those who kill should expect to be killed. You cannot hide your killing intent, so don't bother making excuses about your intentions. As Lin Ming spoke, the grand mist force field came shrouding down. The entire group fell to the ground, completely trapped in this force field. For a time, blood-red light flashed in the air as howls and screams filled the force field. No one was able to contend with Lin Ming. This wasn't even a battle but a massacre. The disparity was too great. The surrounding martial artists saw the bloody lights flashing in the force field and felt a cold chill crawl down their backs. They had all heard Lin Ming speak. Lin Ming had sensed that those people had thoughts of killing him. Thus he attacked them. This was what he meant when he said those who kill should expect to be killed. In other words, even though Lin Ming was engaged in a titanic battle that had continued for a long time, his sense had already thoroughly locked onto everyone nearby. None of their movements had escaped his eyes. Just how terrifying was that? Run! Some people who held killing intent towards Lin Ming immediately began to run away. Their confidence had utterly collapsed. But at this time, Lin Ming flicked his fingers. Spear lights shot out and a massive number of martial artists were pierced to death. This moment had become their lives' most unforgettable scene. They had encountered a demon who they had no strength to resist. A tremendous number of merit points merged into Lin Ming's token. Lin Ming felt the token in his inner world heat up, as if it would start to combust on its own. This was a situation that rarely appeared in the past, where one's merit points increased so dramatically and rapidly. It had to be known that the people Lin Ming killed were not weak. Besides the merit points that they had themselves, they also had merit points they plundered after killing others. Now all of their points belonged to Lin Ming. At this time, from outside the completely unrecognizable jungle, the sound of rustling footsteps drew close. 100+ martial artists were rapidly making their way here. In this area, many influences had gathered. But this squad of martial artists wasn't worthy of attention at all. The size of their group was small and there weren't any masters in their ranks. All they had were several half-step world kings and peak holy lords to stand out. As for the others, a great number of them weren't even at the Holy Lord realm, but just the Soul Lord realm. A Soul Lord realm martial artist showed their true strength in the Akashic Dream battlefield, where one's cultivation was restricted to the Soul Lord realm. Because of this, the strength they displayed was similar to what it was in the real world. Without the increase in their strength brought about by their comprehension of laws and cultivation methods, they simply didn't possess much combat strength here. As the squad appeared, Lin Ming felt them approach. He looked towards them with surprise. This was because he had recognized several familiar people. This squad was the top squad of Zenith Palace and had gathered all of their elites. Lin Ming naturally remembered who they were. As Lin Ming glanced at them, the martial artists from Zenith Palace were all stunned. Jade River Fan, the Vice Palace Master, as well as the several Zenith Palace elders. All of them stared back at Lin Ming with eyes as wide as full moons. They froze where they were, completely unable to respond to what they saw. Wasn't this Lin Mook? It was really him. The many disciples of Zenith Palace hadn't responded to what they saw yet. But at the next moment, a thick smell of blood flooded their senses. Lin Ming floated in the void. Beneath his feet, a massive pile of corpses was stacked up in thick layers. Blood, torn flesh, dismembered corpses. This was an indescribably ghastly scene. This was... Jade River froze. Beside her, Ifan had also paled. The many elders of Zenith Palace were panic-stricken. They didn't know just how this had happened. Jade River's wide eyes stared at the blood still dripping down Lin Ming's spear, unable to find the words to say. All of these people, had they been killed by Lin Mook? From these dead martial artists she was able to feel a strong force field. This was because those that had died had been too strong in life, and after dying, their strength had gathered together instead of dispersing. Yet such a group of powerhouses was piled up like a heap of dead dogs. Lin Ming didn't greet those people from Zenith Palace. Zenith Palace had only been a small springboard he used when he first came to the Soul World in order to obtain information on Xianxia and enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. He had deliberately distanced himself from Zenith Palace because of this. Moreover, right now he had caused too great a stir in the Akashic Dream battlefield. If others knew about his connections to Zenith Palace, then a World King influence like them wouldn't be able to suffer the consequences. Lin Ming fell on the ground and swept out his divine sense. He found a spirit race martial artist and then reached down to grab a spatial ring from their finger. People looked at Lin Ming, unsure what he was trying to do. With such formidable strength, he likely had plenty of lucky chances and treasures. But by all reason, he shouldn't be interested in the wealth within a spirit race martial artist's spatial ring. Lin Ming probed the ring. After several breaths of time, he found some inscription symbols from within it. Lin Ming scanned these inscription symbols and soon understood how to use them. Everyone was dumbfounded. Were these inscription symbols so special? Why would this death god care about them? And at this time, Lin Ming suddenly flung out his hand and the inscription symbols flew into the air. Not just that, but Lin Ming had also flooded them with his true essence, as well as fusing the Azura Road's divine runic arts into them, making them even more potent than before. With a loud explosive sound, the inscription symbols completely exploded. In the next instant, a mind-boggling sight occurred. These inscription symbols recklessly released dazzling fireworks into the skies, all of them brilliantly burning as they gathered into an image of Lin Ming. With the strength of several inscription symbols gathered together as well as Lin Ming's strength flowing through them, this caused the image of Lin Ming to be dozens of times larger than before and higher than before. It was absolutely an eye-catching sight. Everyone watching felt their jaws drop, unable to say anything. These were the signal flares used by the spirit race martial artists that had been chasing Lin Ming. The previous signal flare had already burnt away by now and the fireworks had dimmed down. Thus, Lin Ming had decided to cast more up for another round. And these were even more brilliant than before. For a time, Lin Ming's appearance reappeared in the dark skies. His dashing and heroic face, his sharp and fierce aura. It was like he was taunting all the elites of the world. What was he trying to do? He wasn't satisfied with these numbers of people and wanted to kill more, to kill to his heart's content. Lin Ming's intentions were now clear to everyone. He wanted to tell all the nearby martial artists that he was waiting here for them. No matter how many people came, he would kill that many. Was he some inexhaustible killing puppet? He had slain so many people and battled for such a long time, and yet he wasn't tired at all? The people from Zenith Palace were already completely dazed. This scene also made them understand what had happened. Before, Jade River thought that the image formed from fireworks in the sky looked similar to Lin Ming. This meant that Lin Ming was the person who the spirit race had placed a bounty on. In the Soul Cave, he had obtained a precious spirit medicine that could even tempt the heart of a true divinity. Moreover, not only was he not captured, but now he was standing here not running, waiting for people to come hunt him down, so he could kill them all one at a time and gain merit points while doing so. This method was simply frightening. And in the next moment, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He looked into the distant horizon. Through the layers of bloody mist and red clouds in the skies, Lin Ming could clearly see what was happening in the distance. Two groups were rapidly approaching. The group in front was led by a tall and sturdy spirit race martial artist. This martial artist was covered in purple scales from head to toe. He was a king of the spirit race's younger generation, the Purple Chestnut King. And not too far away from him was the heroic Spirita's youth. Accompanying them were masters of their various influences, all of them hurtling towards Lin Ming at a breakneck pace. And amongst these masters were many great world kings. As Lin Ming saw these two groups of people, he viciously smiled. He had been waiting for such a long time, and now two big fish were finally approaching the bat. They must have a great deal of merit points. Brat, you're dead. After the Purple Chestnut King received the signal, he didn't immediately chase after Lin Ming. Rather, he sent his own men after Lin Ming while he gathered powerhouses from his people. He knew just how strong Lin Ming was. After that defeat at Limitless God Mountain, some martial artists had spread out news about his strength, so he had risen to fame. Indeed, it was true that many people learned Lin Ming had obtained the Kirin fruit. At the same time, the Purple Chestnut King's defeat had been vividly recounted. The Purple Chestnut King was an extremely arrogant individual. He already disliked the Spirita's martial artists of the soul world, and now with these people endlessly mocking him, it left him choking on his rage. Thus, this time he had to kill Lin Ming in order to recover some of his honor. Even if he had to win in a disgraceful manner by relying on the strength of his sect, he couldn't care too much about this. He fully realized that he wasn't Lin Ming's opponent. Elder Feng, in a bit make sure you all attack with everything you have. This brat is not easy to deal with. The Purple Chestnut King growled, his chest burning with hate. Your Highness, rest assured we will not underestimate the enemy. This Elder Feng was one of the great world kings of the spirits. Moreover, he was a peak existence amongst great world kings. Whoosh! 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 The Purple Chestnut King had caught up and had brought 5 great world kings along with him, as well as a good number of ordinary world kings. In addition, many Holy Lord followers were right behind them. This was a terrifying force. And not too far behind the Purple Chestnut King, the heroic Spirita's youth had also brought a formidable force. His squad consisted of 4 great world kings and 7 or 8 ordinary world kings. It had to be known that these 2 martial artists originated from peak Empyrean level influences. The direct disciples of an Empyrean influence would mostly reach the world king level. As these 2 terrifying teams arrived, their aura caged in the entire audience, leaving everyone shocked. When had the martial artists from small influences ever experienced such a scene? Even though these 2 teams had their cultivation suppressed, the auras emanating from their bodies were still those of top powerhouses. As these auras exuded out into the world, it left the low-level martial artists reeling. Without a doubt, any single one of these newcomers could easily eliminate one of the weaker sects present without any chance of revolt. This was the same for Zenith Palace. And all of these people had come for Lin Ming. The disparity in these lineups, wasn't it just too great? At this time, Lin Ming was standing atop the wind. His body wasn't stained with too much blood, and he seemed rather relaxed. Behind him, an inexplicable gray strength was gathering. The Purple Chestnut King wanted to find a hint of fear on Lin Ming's face, but he was left disappointed. Lin Ming was a shard of ice, completely unmoved by what was happening around him. This caused the Purple Chestnut King to become even gloomier. He didn't think Lin Ming was a fool. In other words, if Lin Ming was calm, then Lin Ming must be far stronger than he originally anticipated. Lin Ming was already confident in his skills to the point where he completely disregarded a circle of great world king-level powerhouses besieging him. Assemble! The Purple Chestnut King roared. The 5 spirit race great world kings didn't show off. Facing this junior that was countless years younger than them, they began to stand with the Purple Chestnut King, lining up shoulder to shoulder. Soul force surged out like rivers from their bodies, forming into a massive phantom giant made of soul force. This phantom was almost large enough to reach the heavens and contained an incredible amount of soul force. Human boy, go die! As the array formation finished gathering, the Purple Chestnut King shouted out loud. The massive phantom giant they summoned was one of the supernatural powers of their spirit race. They could gather the soul force of several people together to multiply their strength and form an incomparably formidable soul form. This giant soul form sent its mountain-like palms crashing down upon Lin Ming. As Lin Ming saw this, he instantly formed millions of seals. The gray strength behind him suddenly rose up. Countless runes sparkled. Between the heavens and earth, they formed a three-headed and six-armed figure, a titanic Azura warrior phantom. This Azura warrior was slowly pushing a massive wheel. The wheel had countless howling demons and weeping ghosts. Their cries and hisses were strange and chilling. Lin Ming glared at the purple chestnut king, his slaughter energy soaring to the heavens. In the void, two titanic figures violently struck each other. This strike was astonishing. The giant demon will pushed by the Azura warrior began to grind down on the soul form. Black energy filled the air, emitting a humming sound. The void shivered and the earth shook. The potential behind their strikes was extraordinary. As for that soul form, its fists rained down like a storm. Every time they crashed down, it was like a falling mountain wrapped in soul force, with enough momentum to break through a world. Everyone was bewildered upon seeing this. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless runes shimmered like stars. They were struck and then annihilated. A storm of energy spread out in all directions, cutting massive fissures into the earth. Some spectators standing relatively close were swept up by the storm, many of them crying out in pain and misery as they were sent tumbling away. But as the fight continued, the purple chestnut king's fierce expression began to fade away, instead replaced by wide eyes of disbelief. The complexions of the 5 great world kings with him also changed. They understood just how powerful the soul form giant they summoned was. In the past, they had even used it to block a 50% strength attack from a sovereign of the spirit race. Yet now, their soul form giant was equally matched by this strange Azura warrior in front of them. Wait, something was wrong. Their soul form giant was actually disintegrating. 5 spirit race great world kings had joined together with the purple chestnut king in a formation, and yet they were being suppressed by a single Lin Ming. The Azura phantom that Lin Ming summoned was also more formidable than that soul form. Although the spirit race's soul body was overbearingly tyrannical, it was still a manifestation of soul force. Moreover, when truly compared, it wasn't as perfect or as powerful as the myriad demon karmic wheel. The myriad demon karmic wheel that Lin Ming displayed was the inheritance of the Azura Roadmaster, someone who had surpassed the great Tao laws of the 33 heavens, someone who had possessed the ability to destroy and create worlds. To control the life and death of myriad demons was in a sense a new boundary far from anything else. Within the karmic wheel was the profound true meaning of samsara and also an inherent restraint on soul force. In terms of background of soul techniques, this soul form manifestation simply could not compare with the myriad demon karmic wheel. After the soul force was forcefully pushed back by the myriad demon karmic wheel being pushed by the Azura warrior, its entire body began to shake. With every crushing impact, tumbling waves of the true meaning of samsara, as well as those endless demons and ghosts, began to swallow up the soul form manifestation. By the time the purple chestnut king and the others discovered something was wrong, over half of the mountain-sized soul form's body had been sucked up. Just what are you all still watching for? Hurry up and attack! The purple chestnut king shouted out at the heroic Spirita's youth. Originally, the heroic spirit youth had thoughts of allowing 2 tigers to fight on the mountain. He wanted to have the purple chestnut king's group engage Lin Ming in a bitter life or death battle and then benefit from their fallout. But now, as he saw the purple chestnut king and the others soon about to be exterminated by Lin Ming, he realized his previous ideas had been far too naive. The purple chestnut king and his followers were not Lin Ming's match at all. Attack! The heroic Spirita's youth cried out. At this time, the 4 great world kings at his side as well as 8 ordinary world kings all fired towards Lin Ming. And at this time, Lin Ming was fighting with the soul form created by the purple chestnut king's squad. He wasn't able to defend, otherwise the soul form manifestation would roll over him instead. This is our chance. The 4 Spirita's great world kings' eyes blazed with a cold light, their killing intent surging out. Their attacks included blinding sword lights, overwhelming waves of freezing ice, phantoms of ancient beasts, and even clouds of endless energy. Their barrage contained a variety of laws that were soon about to sweep over Lin Ming. And even now, Lin Ming didn't move at all. This caused others to think that he would die in the next moment. But then, something startling occurred. From within Lin Ming's inner world, there was the sound of a loud thunderclap. Two forms rushed out from his inner world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A horrifying, explosive noise shook the void. These two forms were like unrivaled victors, unstoppable. One figure wore black clothes and grasped a gold spear. The other figure wore purple clothes and held a wheel in his hands. However, both of them had an appearance completely similar to Lin Ming's. Avatars? In a situation where Lin Ming's true body had no ability to defend himself right now, he still had two avatars. In a moment, the joint attack of the four great world kings was torn apart by Lin Ming's two avatars. The black-clothed Lin Ming was like a peerless Azura, his speed climbing to the extreme. Not just that, but he simply ignored the attacks of the four great world kings. As those waves of cold ice, energy clouds, and sword lights struck this black-clothed Lin Ming's body, all of them did nothing at all, not even able to leave behind a scar. Even if this black-clothed Lin Ming didn't use a spear, his body itself was an unequaled divine weapon. Now, with endless divine light radiating from his body, he hurtled towards the Spirita's great world kings. How could this avatar be so strong? Its body was as hard as a divine weapon. Just how could anyone fight it? Kacha! The purple gold spear swept out and a great world king wildly gushed blood. The black-clothed Lin Ming was the essence spirit embryo stone that was personally refined by the Azura Roadmaster. Its mortal bodily strength was even greater than Lin Ming's. A great world king that had their cultivation suppressed to the Soul Lord realm simply wasn't able to stop this avatar's onslaught. As for the purple-clothed Lin Ming, he was even stranger. He was the Soul Spring's divine embryo and an incarnation of Source Soul Force that possessed a power that was the nemesis of divine souls. As soon as this Lin Ming attacked, he was able to directly strike at a martial artist's spiritual sea. To a Spirita's martial artist, the spiritual sea was the foundation of their martial arts. Pang! Another great world king was grievously wounded. His face turned paper white and he began bleeding from his head. His spiritual sea had clearly suffered catastrophic damage. And at this time, a voice shouted out, "Break!" Lin Ming's true body suddenly rose up. The mountain-sized Azura warrior phantom also appeared behind him. With a punch that carried a staggering strength of over 10 billion genes, the Azura warrior smashed the central region of the soul form. The spirit race's soul form had mostly dissipated already. Now, it was unable to withstand Lin Ming's momentous strike. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the soul force runes that dotted the soul form manifestation began to break apart and disintegrate. A pitch-black soul force spread out like coils of snakes. The purple chestnut king and the others had merged their spirits into a soul form manifestation. Now that the soul form exploded, all of them received a dangerous backlash. They cried out in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood as they were sent flying dozens of feet away. At the same time, the demon ghosts within the myriad demon karmic wheel began to shimmer. The pitch-black rays of soul force and the dissipating soul form manifestation were recklessly absorbed by the myriad demon karmic wheel. The myriad demon karmic wheel grew as it continued pushing towards the purple chestnut king and the 5 great world kings. The purple chestnut king was panic-stricken. Suddenly, he felt just how indescribably terrifying that wheel with endless demons and ghosts howling within was. He had been wounded and his soul force was wildly surging within his body. Right now, he felt as if the massive black wheel pressing down towards him was like an endless vortex. He simply didn't know how to resist it. The other 5 great world kings also had agitated soul force. Facing the myriad demon karmic wheel that had swallowed up their soul form manifestation, all 5 of them cried out in misery. Puff! 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 3 great world kings were crushed by the myriad demon karmic wheel, dying on the spot. The other 2 also suffered near-fatal wounds. Then Lin Ming used the space laws. With a single step, he nearly teleported right next to the purple chestnut king. The purple chestnut king's complexion paled and his hairs stood on end. "You!" A deep growl came from his throat. There was no longer any time for words. Lin Ming's phoenix blood spear had already pierced through his throat. Puff! The spear tore through his throat and spine before leaving from the back of the neck. The purple chestnut king wanted to spit out his last words, but he had been silenced. His two wide eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Ming's movements were extremely fast. He waved his spear and cut off the purple chestnut king's head. The entire process flowed as smoothly as a spring stream. It was only when Lin Ming left through the void did blood start erupting from the purple chestnut king's head, blowing up over 10 feet high into the sky. The many martial artists present were dumbfounded upon seeing this. Among the spirit race's royal family, the purple chestnut king had been the strongest of the younger generation. Yet, this strong individual had been slain by Lin Ming after having been on the Akashic Dream battlefield for just several months. And now, with a loud rumbling sound, the grand mist force field came shrouding down, caging in the surrounding space. From the two great influences, only 6 great world kings were left. Whether they were heavily injured or just suffered minor scratches, they, along with the dozen-plus ordinary world kings, were covered in the force field. Lin Ming had himself but also possessed 2 avatars. They guarded 3 directions, surrounded by world kings. He would wipe away all of these people. As the world kings realized this, all of their complexions darkened. This was a hunt that Lin Ming was familiar with, as well as a massacre. As for them, they were Lin Ming's prey. Voila! Behind Lin Ming, the black Azura phantom appeared once more. The 2 great wheels in its hands were like the scythe of a death god, ready to harvest the lives of others. Blood splashed out. No one could contend with Lin Ming. The disparity was just far too great. On this battlefield where everyone's cultivation was set to the same level, a great world king was nothing at all. There was no chance anyone could escape through a stroke of luck. When the 9 great world kings joined forces, they still hadn't been able to kill Lin Ming. Rather, they were killed by him instead. One by one, great world kings perished. Even the heroic spirit youth had his heart pierced by Lin Ming's spear and was instantly killed. This heroic Spirita's youth, as well as the purple chestnut king, both provided Lin Ming with many merit points. It seemed that the 2 of them had already killed a great number of trial challengers. The merit points of the purple chestnut king and the heroic Spirita's youth had all been taken away from other trial challengers. Now all of it was returned to Lin Ming. The token within Lin Ming's inner world seemed to burn up in a blaze of flames. The growth of merit points within had already reached a terrifying degree. Then the last world king was slaughtered by Lin Ming. Blood rained down to the ground. The grand mist force field gradually faded away as Lin Ming began gathering his scattered aura. The air was filled with the thick scent of blood. Corpses littered the ground, and now over 20 more of them had been added to the mix. Compared to the many martial artists that Lin Ming had killed before, adding in another 20 some wasn't considered much at all. However, these people all had abnormal identities. 9 great world kings, 2 top geniuses of peak Empyrean influences, as well as over a dozen ordinary world kings, all of them had been slain by Lin Ming. From all over the Akashic Dream battlefield, more and more people began catching up to watch what was happening. As for those that were drawn in by the signal flare, they were utterly shocked, unable to say any words. Too strong. Strong to the point of frightening others. Before this, some people wondered if Lin Ming had sufficient energy to continue. But now, it seemed that this Lin Ming was actually a vicious beast in human form. His endurance and power had reached an inconceivable boundary. Some people suspected that he was restoring his strength even as he fought. In this kind of battle, the amount of energy he consumed was about the same as the speed with which he regenerated. If this continued, he would be able to fight without end. Some figures that were hidden in the pitch-black forest began to quietly sneak away. They were also people that had once thought of killing Lin Ming. But this human only needed to face them to make them feel an indescribably terrifying pressure push down on them. As for attacking him now, no one was willing to do something so ridiculous. For a time, over 10,000 people surrounded this battlefield. But they all simply looked at Lin Ming, No one wanted to fight him. This person. Is he really the Lin Mook we rescued? The Zenith Vice Palace Master looked at Jade River. At this moment, Jade River's mind was drawing a blank. Why would he suddenly appear next to their Zenith Palace? This human youth could possess a horrifying background, have experienced massive lucky chances, or perhaps even be an incomparably monstrous genius when it came to talent. Or perhaps he possessed all three. But no matter what, there was one thing they were certain of. It was impossible for such a genius to appear from nowhere. As he was rising, he should have caught the attention of countless individuals with his halo of excellence. But as it were, none of them had heard of him before. They feared that maybe even Soul Empress Xianxia might not be much stronger than this Lin Mook. It was hard to imagine that he was actually human. If he appeared at Zenith Palace, there must have been some unknown reason for it. After killing these great world kings, my merit points have risen. After my age is factored in, I still have more than 300 million. Lin Ming realized as he looked at his token. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, there was far too great a difference between killing the weaklings and killing great world kings. It could be said that the weaklings were almost negligible. Only killing these peerless powerhouses held any significance. 300 million still isn't enough. I'm missing 700 million. If I want to exchange for the golden page, I still have a lot of work to do. Lin Ming played with the token in his hand. This ordinary token was now as hot as flames. Many martial artists were staring at it, their hearts filled with longing. If they could kill Lin Ming, then they could obtain not only the Kirin fruit but also a massive number of merit points. This was far too tempting an offer. However, no one dared to attack. In fact, when Lin Ming's gaze swept over them, they all retreated together, none of them possessing the courage to face Lin Ming directly. Those from Zenith Palace were also filled with fear and awe. The points in Lin Ming's token might be far more than the total amount that Zenith Palace had earned for the last several tens of thousands of years. Before, Empyrean Heaven Corps had published a list of resources that points could be exchanged for. They wondered whether or not Lin Ming's merit points were considered to also be Zenith Palaces. So, as the Zenith Palace elders realized this, they looked at each other with a strange light in their eyes. Empyrean Heaven Corps, as an Empyrean-level character, would keep true to his word, especially one that he publicly made. And if Lin Ming's merit points could truly be exchanged for resources, then perhaps Empyrean Heaven Corps would be bankrupted. There's not many powerhouses left. Lin Ming scanned the strength of the remaining people and discovered only a few auras that were worthy of his attention. Moreover, these remaining powerhouses were considerably far from Lin Ming. They were all standing at carefully chosen locations, ready to escape at any moment. After all, these people had come to the Akashic Dream battlefield to freely slaughter to begin with. While they were all hunters, at the same time they were also prey. In a situation where they knew they were inferior to Lin Ming, they certainly didn't want to get too close to him. Otherwise, a single misstep and they would become the hunted prey. Lin Ming noted these people's movements. No matter how strong he was, these people were far too scattered. Moreover, they had also prepared themselves to run to begin with, so wanting to chase after all of them was nearly impossible. As for killing just several of them, that was only a waste of effort. What he needed was 1 billion total merit points. No one's going to attack? Lin Ming muttered to himself. He faintly frowned. If things continued like this, how could he increase his number of merit points? If he had to search all over the Akashic Dream battlefield and find people to kill himself, that was simply far too inefficient a method. He thought for a moment and then immediately perked up. Red-dressed little girl, I know that you are nearby. Do you mind if I use the Kirin fruit a little? Lin Ming's sudden words caused the flow of energy around him to become a little chaotic. The voice of a startled girl said, Why you? What do you plan on doing? She was panicked. And once she panicked, she spoke even faster. The Kirin fruit was still in Lin Ming's possession. Before finding the hidden treasure that the red-dressed little girl talked about, Lin Ming naturally couldn't hand it over. After all, Lin Ming couldn't help but remain on guard against this little girl. She was just far too mysterious. The red-dressed little girl was scared that Lin Ming wanted to swallow the Kirin fruit. She quickly said, "If you eat it, it won't work. You don't have the time to digest it." The red-dressed girl reminded Lin Ming. To swallow something like the Kirin fruit in this situation was akin to suicide. The massive influx of chaotic energy in his body would be fatal. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He couldn't imagine why the red-dressed girl was so anxious about this spirit medicine. "I'm just taking it out a little. I won't harm it." As Lin Ming spoke, he took out the Kirin fruit from his spatial ring. As the Kirin fruit suddenly appeared, it presented itself in the eyes of these 10,000-plus martial artists. For a time, people didn't immediately understand what was happening. As the Kirin fruit saw so many bewildered eyes on it, it began to chirp without end. The Kirin fruit already possessed spiritual wisdom, thus it knew just how valuable it was to a martial artist. It was absolutely a wonder medicine that even Empyreans would fight for. For them, this was a massive lucky chance. Now that the Kirin fruit appeared in the greedy gazes of so many people, it was like an unrivaled beauty being stripped naked and thrown into a pit of frenzied sex perverts. What followed could be imagined. There were so many people present. Wouldn't this stir up an unprecedented massacre? However, what surprised the Kirin fruit was that even though the 10,000-plus martial artists were staring at it with shock, many of their eyes having turned red and many of them gulping loudly, none of them dared to attack. Their throats twitched as if they were eager to give it a try. But just as they were about to attack, they seemed to recall something horrifying and would immediately shrink back. What a joke. The Lin Ming in front of them could even kill great world kings en masse, so who would dare to attack him? The sea of corpses beneath his feet was the best example of those who had tried. It's the legendary spirit medicine that Lin Ming stole away. That's it. Someone wiped the drool from their lips. The rich source soul energy left him taking deep breaths in and out, as if he could absorb just a little bit of that spiritual energy. Although they had never seen this spirit medicine before, this sort of aura could not be faked. The fruit is in the shape of a Kirin that's almost completely manifested. This is a spirit medicine found from the soul cave. Its value cannot be imagined. In the past, even true divinity-level powerhouses stepped into the soul cave to search for spirit medicines and the weeping blood god springs. But after the weeping god blood springs disappeared, Empyreans and true divinities no longer went to the soul cave. I never thought that something like this Kirin fruit would ever appear in the world again. Just how did it come to be? Many martial artists longed for the Kirin fruit. Those with the strength of a world king all had maddened eyes. The Akashic dream space was extremely strange, a fantastical and unique existence. Although they were all spirit bodies here, if they managed to obtain the Kirin fruit and swallow it, their actions would be directly reflected in their true bodies, even allowing their true bodies to increase their cultivations. Perhaps even this Kirin fruit could be brought out of the Akashic dream space. This was what some Spiritas Empyreans had hypothesized in the past. The dream was reality, reality was a dream, everything existed with spirit source as the foundation. This human brat is too arrogant. Because no one is attacking him, he deliberately brought out the Kirin fruit. This is the same as announcing to the world that the Kirin fruit is with him, and anyone who kills him can take it. He wants to draw in those who don't fear death to attack and then kill them instead, taking their merit points. Many people thought that Lin Ming's methods were far too egoistic. He was simply looking down on all the heroes of the world. But currently, when facing Lin Ming, no one dared to attack. Like this, Lin Ming sat cross-legged in the void. The Kirin fruit slowly spun above his head. The little Kirin fruit cried out non-stop, clearly shocked by what was happening. And spinning near the Kirin fruit was also a blood-red token. This was the token Lin Ming entered the Akashic dream world with. This token contained a massive amount of merit points. If one could kill Lin Ming, then the majority of these merit points would be theirs. And this merit token could only be obtained with true strength. One would have to kill Lin Ming in order to receive it. If they stole it, were given it, or obtained it through other methods, it would be regarded as invalid by the laws of the Akashic dream world. Like this, Lin Ming floated in the air with the Kirin fruit and red token spinning above him. As for what lay below him, There were the corpses of endless peerless powerhouses piled up high. It was like an azure hell with rivers of blood flowing out. Mysterious spirit objects emitted bursts of light. Combined with the rivers of blood, this formed a powerful visual impact that left everyone feeling floored. As for the Lin Ming who was in the middle of all of this, he was undoubtedly an unrivaled war god. No one could summon the courage to resist him. Even if greater enticements were placed in front of them, no one dared to attack. If Lin Ming was anyone else, they could use the advantage of numbers to slowly whittle away at his strength. But this monstrous freak Lin Ming seemed to have endless strength, so much that no one could imagine resisting him. However, just because these people didn't dare to attack didn't mean that everyone was the same. After Lin Ming sat in meditation for an hour, above his head, the skies began to suddenly darken. Giant dark clouds gathered in the skies, and every cloud seemed to contain endless meandering ghosts, all of them weeping in pain. A visual phantom appeared, one that was dark red and had a river-like appearance. Many bone lotuses floated above this river, making it look like the yellow springs of hell. The surrounding temperature rapidly fell, filled with the true meaning of cold. An aura as heavy as seas and mountains gushed out from the endless dark clouds, making everyone's hearts feel heavy, as if this entire forest had turned into the underworld. Jeej! A sharp and grating laugh resounded from above. Junior, you are far too arrogant. I came to see just how long you can last, but I never imagined that no one would dare to fight you. After no one approached you, you thought to take out the spirit medicine in front of them. Did you really think that there was no one in this world that could take it from your hands? Ha ha ha, you are far too naive. This voice left the martial artists present shuddering. This aura, this pressure. Empyrean? Even though their cultivation was suppressed, an Empyrean's aura remained the same. This was because their aura was almost equal to the laws themselves. Many Empyreans had passed through heavenly tribulation. To a certain limited degree, they could be considered even with the heavenly Tao laws. Of course, this even was only within the domain they were skilled in. For instance, a fire attribute Empyrean could reach the heights of the heavenly Tao rules in the fire laws. If an Empyrean wanted to resist the full and comprehensive heavenly Tao, that was an impossibility. Empyrean myriad ghost. Empyrean myriad ghost has come? Many people cried out in alarm. They had never seen Empyrean myriad ghosts techniques before, but they could confirm that this other party was an Empyrean. When combined with the ghosts dancing about in the skies, they correctly guessed just who this newcomer was. This is bad. That god of disaster has come. We won't be sucked into this mess, right? Many people were frightened and began to rapidly retreat. Empyrean myriad ghost had clearly come to take the Kirin fruit. No one wanted to be drawn into a fight of this level. For a time, everyone drew back over a dozen miles before slowly coming to a stop. Of course, to the martial artists present, even if they were dozens of miles away, they could still clearly see what was occurring on the battlefield. I finally reeled in a big fish. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smirk. It was inevitable that an Empyrean would appear. After all, the Kirin fruit was just far too precious. Even an Empyrean would drool over it. Lin Ming had already roused up such a great storm. How could the Empyreans here not know about it? Human, do you think you are undefeatable in this world just because you defeated several great world kings? From the skies, a dark, cackling voice spread out. The one speaking clearly felt that there was a considerable number of great world king corpses scattered on the ground. The disparity between an Empyrean and a world king is not what you could hope to imagine. Do you think a great world king is just a single level away from an Empyrean? Although there was still a half-step Empyrean level between a great world king and an Empyrean, this half-step Empyrean was not considered a full boundary but half a boundary. In other words, half a step. If one had to truly state it, there was indeed just a single level separating a great world king from an Empyrean. But this single level was a monumental difference. This was because an Empyrean often had to cross heavenly tribulation and would be reborn in the process. The laws of an Empyrean were on a completely different rank from those of a great world king, and the power of these laws stood on equal ground with the heavenly Tao. They could even be brought into the Akashic dream battlefield. This difference was the same as the heavens and earth. Bang! Empyrean myriad ghosts' aura erupted, filled with a matchless arrogance, one that looked down upon everyone in this world. As he spoke, a massive pressure came pressing down, shocking many of the martial artists present and making them nearly fall to the ground. And this was a situation where Empyrean myriad ghosts' cultivation had been suppressed. If Empyrean myriad ghost was in his peak state, it was hard to imagine just how oppressive this pressure would be. This was how terrifying an Empyrean was. For a time, everyone had to shoulder the burden of this Empyrean pressure. Everyone retreated together, but their eyes remained vivid with fear. Most of those present had never seen an Empyrean fight before, and as they saw Empyrean myriad ghosts' momentum at this time, they couldn't help but shiver with fear. With everyone at the Divine Lord level, just who could block such an attack? Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ming. Lin Ming's actions within the Akashic dream battlefield had indeed been far too rampant. Originally, with his strength, if he were to remain a little more low profile, then he could have continuously hunted down world kings and great world kings in secret. At the end, it wouldn't have been hard for him to obtain first place in merit points. Moreover, he even had the Kirin fruit. He could return home with riches and glory. But it seemed he wasn't satisfied with this. He actually took out the Kirin fruit to taunt those around him, finally causing an Empyrean to move. Once Lin Ming was killed by an Empyrean, he would lose the Kirin fruit as well as his merit points. This would be a tremendous loss. Even if he defeated 9 great world kings, he still can't defeat an Empyrean. Even the weakest of Empyreans can easily kill 9 great world kings without allowing them any chance to escape. That's right, and this Empyrean myriad ghost isn't too bad. He seems to be an intermediate Empyrean. Empyrean myriad ghost's Yellow Springs Temple was located in a great world within the Soul World, the Yellow Springs World. Empyrean myriad ghost was a renowned and infamous individual, and Yellow Springs Temple was an Empyrean influence he had established by himself. For many years, countless individuals had dreamed of entering Yellow Springs Temple, and the name of Empyrean myriad ghost reverberated like a thunderclap through the Yellow Springs world. Then, at this time, Empyrean myriad ghost suddenly attacked. He stood still himself, but above his head, snow-white bone claws came crashing down from the dark clouds, lit by endless motes of grave lights. The grave lights crackled around the white claws as they pierced through the void. Roar dash! A terrifying dragon's roar shook the earth. From those billowing black clouds, there was actually a giant bone dragon hidden within. Even for an Empyrean, it was difficult to subdue a god beast. But finding the complete skeleton of a god beast was relatively much easier. Now, this giant bone dragon hiding in the clouds was a murder weapon that Empyrean myriad ghost had refined himself, and the material used to make it was the complete skeleton of a true dragon. This bone dragon's claws carried with them an overwhelming potential as they came rumbling down at Lin Ming. Of course, this bone dragon's strength was also suppressed by the Akashic dream battlefield's laws. Lin Ming fiercely looked up, an electric light racing through his eyes. From beneath his feet, waves of wind spread out in a circle. Within his body, 3 Dao Palace opened wide their gates. Lin Ming's body began to release the sound of deafening thunderclaps. Waves of blood essence and blood vitality were wildly stimulated. Lin Ming stood tall and straight like a spear. Then, an overbearingly tyrannical aura gushed out from him, followed by a dreadful blood energy. Without evading or dodging, he shot up into the skies with his spear, violently colliding with those mountain-sized bone claws. Lin Ming's spear light was incomparably small when compared to the mountain-sized bone claws, but as the 9 stars of the Dao Palace were opened within his body, his profound bodily potential erupted, giving him an incalculable level of strength. In the outside world, Lin Ming's strength was calculated with the power of dragons. This was a true dragon-subduing level of strength. Like a meteor, Lin Ming's spear light crashed into the bone claws. Ka-ka-ka. With an explosion that seemed to tear apart the heavens and earth, the bone dragon wailed in misery. Atop the seemingly unstoppable bone claws, countless runes shimmered. These runes were inscribed onto the junctions of the dragon bones and were the work of Empyrean Myriad Ghost. But under Lin Ming's tremendous impact force, these runes began to radiate a blinding light as they started to visibly disintegrate. Then, even the parts of the dragon bones connected to these runes began to crack. A massive dragon bone claw was thus broken by Lin Ming. The joints shattered and bones came flying off. Although Lin Ming hadn't truly shattered the dragon bone and had only caused it to break apart, to the many people watching from below, it appeared that Lin Ming had crushed the giant bone dragon with a single strike. Even though there was such a disproportionate difference in their bodies, this sort of mind-boggling scene had occurred. Everyone was left utterly shocked. Was this the strength that a divine Lord Realm martial artist was supposed to possess? The bone dragon howled out in agony. Lin Ming's eyes flashed like lightning. He stepped forwards with the space laws and hurtled forwards. First he needed to deal with this bone dragon. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's mind quaked. He thought that even if the bone dragon alone couldn't defeat Lin Ming, it was still enough to suppress him. But he never imagined that the bone dragon would be defeated in front of Lin Ming. The cracks rapidly expanded and more bones came flying off. Lin Ming was fast and unstoppable. His entire body was covered with purple azure law runes. The bone dragon's runes were constantly destroyed and the dark clouds around him dispersed. Finally, Empyrean Myriad Ghost moved. He naturally wouldn't watch helplessly as the bone puppet he refined with difficulty was reduced to a pile of broken bones by Lin Ming. His bent body was covered with a dense and mystical black gas. Every inch of his skin that was exposed to the black gas had numerous malicious ghosts crawling and roaring out loud. Shwa! Empyrean Myriad Ghost's speed was like ghosts and gods. He shot towards Lin Ming. And in this moment, Lin Ming looked down. Blazing fire stars seemed to burn in his eyes. His sword-sharp divine sense immediately locked onto Empyrean Myriad Ghost. At the same time, his aura became even more terrifying. All of the strength within his inner world erupted out together. From the start, his goal had never been the bone dragon but Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the phoenix blood spear was placed into his inner world. Then a black spear appeared in its place, the black dragon spear. As the spear appeared, space and time seemed to be cut apart by it, making everything come to a pause. And what was also cut apart was Empyrean Myriad Ghost's fierce and arrogant expression. This spear. As Empyrean Myriad Ghost looked at this spear, he didn't know why, but an inexplicable sense of fear and alarm surged in his heart. His intuition told him that this spear carried with it an extremely terrifying aura. Perhaps in ancient times this spear had cut down true divinities. This brat, just how could he have such an unrivaled weapon? Empyrean Myriad Ghost had no time to think about these thoughts, because at this time, Lin Ming attacked him. Lin Ming wielded the black dragon spear. The dreadful spear light carried with it star-like runes as it shot forth like a river of stars. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's complexion turned cold. Although he was surprised, he wasn't panicked. Seeing the spear light continuing to expand in front of him, he pushed out his left hand and began to grind space within it. His entire palm changed as it was covered with black lights. Every black light had skeletons floating within it. His palm was like a grinding pan that contained 10,000 ghosts, completely crushing the overwhelming spear light. Suppress! Empyrean Myriad Ghost shouted out loud. Not just that, but he also raised his right palm, bringing it together with his left palm. As two palms gathered together, even space shattered as endless black fog spread out. In the midst of this black fog, there were the sounds of rumbling thunderclouds as well as endless ghost towns looming in the fog. The Yellow Springs River appeared, bleached bones rising high in its tide. In this river, deep ghost temples floated up and down. 10,000 ghosts cried out from within, as if the Yellow Springs themselves had been brought here. All strength in the surrounding area was completely swallowed up by this darkness. Green grasses as well as the surrounding towering trees were tainted by traces of this black gas and rapidly dried up before decaying. Yellow Springs Ghost World? A surrounding martial artist cried out in panic. This martial artist flew back several thousand feet further away, lest he be contaminated with even a tiny bit of the black gas. This Yellow Springs ghost world was the one of the peak comprehensions of Empyrean Myriad Ghost's ghost laws. It could manifest a small world to suppress an enemy. Even though Empyrean Myriad Ghost's cultivation had been suppressed, he could still use this Yellow Springs ghost world technique. The fiercest aspect of this Yellow Springs ghost world was not in its ability to suppress enemies. Rather, its fiercest aspect was the fact that it could refine the suppressed enemies and make them a part of the Yellow Springs ghost world. Like this, the Empyrean Myriad Ghost's Yellow Springs ghost world would become increasingly perfect, increasingly powerful. Lin Ming rushed towards Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Facing this Yellow Springs ghost world that covered such an incredible range, it was impossible to try dodging it. Rather, he grasped the Black Dragon Spear and raced directly into the Yellow Springs ghost world like an arrow. Bang! The darkness was blown apart. Lin Ming's figure was completely swallowed up by the Yellow Springs ghost world. He raced into the Yellow Springs ghost world. Many people cried out in shock. To enter Empyrean Myriad Ghost's domain was the same as seeking death. In particular, Lin Ming's original cultivation boundary had been far weaker than Empyrean Myriad Ghost's. Seeing Lin Ming's figure swallowed up, Empyrean Myriad Ghost's face didn't show any signs of relaxing. He slowly closed his hands, wanting to draw back in these Yellow Springs ghost laws and completely roll over Lin Ming. But at this time, his entire body shook and his complexion changed. He could feel a strength that made his mind shake erupting from the Yellow Springs ghost world. What? In the middle of the Yellow Springs ghost world, the countless ghosts that had been climbing over Lin Ming and gnawing him, wanting to eat him up, had all disappeared without a trace. Then, that black spear shot forwards, carrying with it an unknown and unstoppable power of laws that seemed to annihilate all of existence. And this black spear was wrapped with numerous arcs of lightning. The arcs of lightning also spun around Lin Ming, exterminating any ghosts that came near him. Every trace of lightning carried with it a vast and profound aura. This was the power of the top-grade thunder source that Lin Ming had obtained from Empyrean Thunder Punishment. Empyrean Thunder Punishment had been a superior Empyrean. Now that his power of thunder had been completely absorbed by Lin Ming was able to display the potential of this power to its peak. And the power of thunder was the ultimate nemesis of ghosts and spirits. The thunder source in Lin Ming's hand gathered into a roaring thunder dragon. As this thunder dragon appeared, countless thunder runes began sparkling around it. Each rune was like a massive ball of thunder, emitting a terrifying power of thunder. Empyrean Myriad Ghost was immediately able to sense the terror of this power of thunder. How could a human baby have grasped such a profound source power of thunder? Before he could process this, the thunder dragon roared and began smashing into the ghosts within the Yellow Springs ghost world. Bang! A terrifying explosion rang out as the collision between the thunder dragon and ghosts turned into a series of deafening detonations. Two horrifying strengths crushed each other beneath the sizzling light of thunder before vanishing together. The power of thunder possessed an inborn ability to suppress all evil beings and ghosts. It was the nemesis of Empyrean Myriad Ghost's technique. However, Empyrean Myriad Ghost had been an Empyrean for a long time already, and his Yellow Springs ghost world had reached much higher heights in the laws than Lin Ming was at. Thus both powers exploded together when they smashed into each other. Countless ghosts howled and faded away even as the thunder dragon also dissipated. But Lin Ming's Black Dragon Spear continued on without stopping. It forcefully tore open a section of the Yellow Springs ghost world and thrust straight towards Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Crimson light flashed in Empyrean Myriad Ghost's eyes. A fierce ghost phantom erupted in his hands and collided with the Black Dragon Spear's spear light. Bang! Endless black light shot out, accompanied by the roaring of the thunder dragon. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's ghost claws rapidly expanded as they came racing towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming stabbed out the Black Dragon Spear. The power of the stars from the highest heavens completely merged into Lin Ming's body, and a formidable strength flared up from within him, surging towards the ghost claws in waves. Ka-ka-ka-ka. In that moment, A crack appeared in Empyrean Myriad Ghost's ghost claws. And right after that, the ghost claws were shattered. In the moment of explosion, Lin Ming's thoughts focused and popping sounds crackled from his bones. As for Empyrean Myriad Ghost, his heart chilled and he immediately began drawing back. Between Lin Ming and Empyrean Myriad Ghost, the air was filled with waves of the mystic power of thunder. For a time, the entire audience fell silent. When Lin Ming fought the Bone Dragon, it was fine that he took the upper hand. After all, the Bone Dragon was only a puppet refined by Empyrean Myriad Ghost. But following that, when Lin Ming fought Empyrean Myriad Ghost in a frontal battle, he hadn't been the weaker one at all. This was an Empyrean. In the minds of common martial artists, an Empyrean was an unreachable existence. Even if an Empyrean's cultivation was suppressed in the Akashic Dream battlefield, they still retained access to their transcendent methods. Yet, a human junior was able to brutally battle an Empyrean on even terms. This was inconceivable. You? Who are you? Empyrean Myriad Ghost was shocked. It was impossible that a peerless genius like Lin Ming could remain unknown. In the soul world, humans are nothing but mortals raised in cages. They lack strength and they have no inheritances. For the last billion years, a human Empyrean has never appeared amongst their ranks. But as for you, you possess such strength. As long as you don't perish in the future, becoming an extreme Empyrean is the least you will accomplish. You possess the blood of a dragon and phoenix, and the power of your inheritances is incredible. Moreover, you have an acute understanding of the ancient mystic laws. You simply don't resemble a human born in the soul world at all. Empyrean Myriad Ghost had an extraordinary level of experience. After observing the clues, he began to suspect Lin Ming's background. Lin Ming frowned. He didn't want others to know he came from the divine realm, so he maintained complete silence. Within his body, the Azura blood began to restlessly stir. Empyrean Myriad Ghost was indeed a formidable opponent. His comprehension of laws surpassed Lin Ming's. For instance, Empyrean Myriad Ghost's Yellow Springs ghost world was far inferior to Lin Ming's Grand Mist space in terms of quality, as it was an Empyrean force field created by a peak Empyrean. But because of the differences in their comprehension of laws as well as the disparity in their backgrounds, Lin Ming's Grand Mist space wasn't able to suppress the Yellow Springs ghost world. But laws were not the only factor in a battle. In many other aspects, Lin Ming surpassed Empyrean Myriad Ghost. For instance, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. For instance, the power of the phoenix and dragon blood within him. For instance, the Azura laws. These were superiorities that even an Empyrean might not possess. And at this time, the bubbling Azura blood within Lin Ming's body had reached the pinnacle. His body emitted explosive crackling sounds. He grew taller, his hair turned blood red, and black scales appeared over him, covering him in a layer of armor. A horrifying and potent aura erupted from within Lin Ming like a howling dragon. Behind him, a massive Azura phantom appeared, standing indomitable and imperious, seeming to hold the universe in its hands. In this moment, Lin Ming had used the Azura body metamorphosis. With this, his strength had reached its zenith. This sudden change caused all the martial artists to gasp out loud in shock. Lin Ming had actually been holding back, and now he had erupted with an even more terrifying power. It was hard to imagine just where the limits of this human lay. It had to be known that in the past, in the 5th level of the Azura Road's final trial, Lin Ming had used the Azura body metamorphosis and his greatest attack to break open the undying polar ice's egg. At that time, Lin Ming was able to stand on par with Shang Mei. Now, facing Empyrean Myriad Ghost, Lin Ming was naturally overflowing with momentum. The black dragon spear pointed towards Empyrean Myriad Ghost's head, the spear wind oppressing. This scene caused Empyrean Myriad Ghost to truly become enraged. His face turned incomparably grim and cloudy. Never before in his life had he been provoked like this by a junior. Then let me show you the strength of an Empyrean. Rays of black light burst out from within Empyrean Myriad Ghost's eyes, as if twin black suns had risen in his pupils. His body began to turn hazy and drops of blood appeared from his pores. Each drop of blood condensed into a meteor-sized demon head in skies. They hissed and roared, emitting waves of fierce, noxious aura. At the same time, every demon head began to chant in a strange and harsh tone. The surroundings began to change, as everything was covered with a thin layer of frost that carried with it the true meaning of cold. Lin Ming discovered that his legs began to sink down, as if the void itself had turned into an endless swamp. Countless thick bones drilled out from the ground, grasping towards everything above. Even the corpses of the many martial artists that Lin Ming killed before were grabbed by these bones. With loud sizzling sounds, these corpses emitted plumes of green smoke. In the next moment, everything melted, without even broken bones remaining. Like this, the mountain of corpses turned into black and red goo which emitted a smell that burnt the nose. This macabre sight caused one's scalp to itch. Lin Ming's eyes shrank. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's technique contained an extremely strong corrosive power. These were the poison laws. Once a martial artist touched these poison laws, their flesh and blood would be constantly eaten away. The bones tumbled in the void, rushing towards Lin Ming like endlessly long pythons. Lin Ming's electric eyes glared at Empyrean Myriad Ghost. His body also began to turn hazy. An aura as deep and boundless as the sea erupted from his body. Black light covered him, blinding to the eyes. Cursed seals appeared on his skin, spreading outwards. A terrifying light shot out from his pupils, making them seem like twin black vortexes. Break! As Lin Ming shouted out loud, all around him bones began to blow up in swathes. Lin Ming was like a demon god reborn. Becoming one with his spear, he became like a black dragon. Completely disregarding space, he tore through the void and the floating demon heads, firing straight towards Empyrean Myriad Ghost. With a thrust of his spear, the mountainous piles of bones were destroyed. Empyrean Myriad Ghost thrust out his hands, forming millions of runes. All sorts of ghost laws emerged from him, even distorting space. All of this energy condensed into a thick, pitch-black ghost wall. As for Lin Ming's spear, it thrust into this ghost wall, pushing straight into it. Bang! In the intense collision, endless poison gas was broken apart. At such a short distance, it was impossible for Lin Ming to escape the shockwaves of energy. The inexhaustible poison gas surged towards Lin Ming's body, striking at his protective true essence. Chi. Lin Ming's protective true essence was constantly corroded by the poison gas. After his protective true essence melted away, his body was touched by the poison gas and his black scales began to corrode, with bloody pus flowing out from them. As Empyrean Myriad Ghost saw this, he diabolically grinned. You want to severely wound me at all costs so that we mutually suffer? How could I give you that chance? Empyrean Myriad Ghost had seen through Lin Ming's plan. Lin Ming had been intending to ignore all injuries and forcibly pierce through the black wall to wound him. However, the poison gas he released wasn't easy to deal with at all. Once this corrosive power entered a martial artist's body, it would spread through a person's meridians, corroding their energy, body, and blood vitality. With the support of these poison laws, even touching a tiny bit of this poison gas was fatal. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's figure flickered as he drew backwards. He had to avoid Lin Ming's attack. Facing Lin Ming, he no longer held any disdain towards him at all. He knew that as long as he dodged Lin Ming's attack and allowed his poison gas to continue corroding Lin Ming's body, he would win. Seeing Empyrean Myriad Ghost engage in these guerrilla tactics, the surrounding martial artists were left in a daze. As an Empyrean, he would actually use such skirmishing tactics against a junior to whittle them to death. This isn't glorious at all. Don't speak so carelessly. All that matters here is winning. Don't think that this human is some common junior. Although Empyrean Myriad Ghost's tactics seem somewhat shameful, it is the wisest choice. Many Spirida's martial artists spoke up on behalf of Empyrean Myriad Ghost. After all, Lin Ming was still a human. After dodging Lin Ming's attack, Empyrean Myriad Ghost's lips curved up in a wide smile. Lin Ming's merit points were useless to him, but that Kirin fruit was something he longed for even in his dreams. It was a miracle object for nourishing the soul and could even help him break into the superior Empyrean boundary. After several more exchanges, he would win. However, just as Empyrean Myriad Ghost moved, wanting to avoid Lin Ming's attack once more, his complexion changed. He swiveled around. Behind him, energy crazily surged. A black-clothed Lin Ming as well as a purple-clothed Lin Ming had appeared. Each held a wheel in their hands as they came hurtling towards Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Empyrean Myriad Ghost was shocked. Avatars. Lin Ming's two avatars had blocked Empyrean Myriad Ghost's paths of retreat. Not just that, but the massive Azura Phantom fell down from the clouds, directly covering Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Empyrean Myriad Ghost simply didn't have time to make a choice. He could only battle the two avatars and meet their strikes. These two avatars were divine objects personally refined by the Azura Road Master himself. Although they were restricted by Lin Ming's cultivation and couldn't display their true heaven-shaking strength. In this Akashic Dream battlefield, Empyrean Myriad Ghost's cultivation was also suppressed. If these two avatars joined together, they actually formed a terrifying combat force. Bang! Two Azura wheels smashed into Empyrean Myriad Ghost's devil arts. For a time, ghost fog surged out and divine light pierced into the skies. As the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone and Soul Springs Divine Embryo joined forces, their strength multiplied to incredibly powerful levels. Moreover, Lin Ming's two avatars did not fear death and their defensive abilities were astonishing. When attacking an enemy, they only went on the offensive without any thoughts of defending. The void was torn apart like rags and endless ghosts were annihilated. Empyrean Myriad Ghost felt his blood vitality tumbling within his body even as an intense pain struck his spiritual sea. And in this moment, Lin Ming's main body also attacked. His speed reached extreme levels. He shot through the energy storm that surrounded Empyrean Myriad Ghost and thrust out his spear. Bang! Lin Ming had poured the entirety of his strength into this strike. Within his body, the Azura blood boiled over. Infinite Azura laws erupted from within him, roaring like 10,000 god beasts. Damn it! Empyrean Myriad Ghost's face twisted into a grotesque image. He thrust out his palm, and from it a hand-sized ghost streamer flew out. This ghost streamer rose through the wind, quickly growing to 10 feet in size. From the ghost streamer, countless ghosts wailed together. This was the billion ghost streamer that Empyrean Myriad Ghost had personally refined. There were a billion ghosts sealed within it. The black dragon spear smashed into this ghost streamer like an endless bolt of thunder. Innumerable ghosts instantly died within the ghost streamer. Chila! The sound of ripping fabric filled the air. The black dragon spear continued with overwhelming force. It pierced right through the ghost streamer. A violent surge of energy washed out. The billion ghost streamer was torn apart by the black dragon spear. What? Empyrean Myriad Ghost's eyes turned red. Lin Ming's mighty strength had completely surpassed his imagination. He watched as the black dragon spear was about to pierce through his body. And because of Lin Ming's two avatars attacking him, Empyrean Myriad Ghost had already used up his moves and was yet to recover. It was impossible for him to resist this attack. In this critical life or death moment, Empyrean Myriad Ghost gave up all thoughts of avoiding. Rather, he stretched out a demonic claw and slashed at Lin Ming's chest. Junior, if you want to kill me, then I'll crush your heart. Lin Ming's eyes were cold and resolute. He ignored Empyrean Myriad Ghost's threat and welcomed the ghastly claws. His spear stabbed forwards without hesitation. In that instant, the Azura blood surged within him. The power of Azura gathered at his chest, forming a layer of solid black scales. Puff! Lin Ming's black dragon spear thrust through Empyrean Myriad Ghost's protective spirit essence as if it were tofu. Then, it penetrated through his chest, causing blood to spew out. At the same time, Empyrean Myriad Ghost's sharp claws also crashed into Lin Ming's chest. The black scales shattered and blood flew in all directions. Lin Ming's chest was torn up by Empyrean Myriad Ghost, with several ribs breaking. How? Although Empyrean Myriad Ghost had torn apart Lin Ming's chest, his eyes still filled with an incredulous light. His demon claws were the pinnacle of sharpness. Moreover, the corrosive power of the poison laws also coated his claws. In the outside world, in a situation where his cultivation wasn't suppressed, if his claws struck something, then even an ordinary Empyrean spirit treasure would lose a great deal of its spiritual power and be severely damaged. And even though this claw was suppressed by the laws, it still possessed a heaven-defying attack power. Yet, Empyrean Myriad Ghost hadn't been able to thrust his claw into Lin Ming's chest and grab his heart. Lin Ming's mortal body was as hard as divine iron. You've already used your moves, and it's impossible for this hasty attack of yours to break through my defenses. If this were Empyrean Myriad Ghost's all-out strike, then Lin Ming wouldn't have been able to resist it with his body even if he revolved the Azura blood to its limits. But this hasty attack was something he could defend against. You're finished. Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear, pouring a wild amount of strength into it. For a time, above Empyrean Myriad Ghost's body, the wound caused by the black dragon spear suddenly began spinning, becoming a dark black hole. Within this hole, a massive vortex shined with a black light, emitting a strange mystic strength that swallowed all. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's face distorted. He revolved his energy to the limit to resist the corrosion of this black light and force the black dragon spear out from his body. But as soon as he tried, his body violently shook. He turned around. Behind him, two figures had appeared like ghosts and gods. The dense, cold light of their weapons reflected on his body. It was too late to dodge. Puff, puff. Two sharp weapons pierced through flesh. Behind Empyrean Myriad Ghost, the black-clothed Lin Ming and purple-clothed Lin Ming had attacked together. A golden spear and a purple sword thrust out, piercing through Empyrean Myriad Ghost's body. Blood gushed out. Empyrean Myriad Ghost had been simultaneously struck by 3 weapons, and these 3 weapons were all held by 3 different Lin Mings. This scene was truly alarming. Empyrean Myriad Ghost vomited a great mouthful of blood. The endless ghost laws on his body fluttered out, trying to resist that horrifying black light. But no matter what he tried, it didn't matter. Beneath the corrosion of the black light, his body began to slowly disintegrate. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, the feeling of dying was the same as in reality. As an Empyrean, when would Empyrean Myriad Ghost have experienced such a feeling? As he stared at Lin Ming, his eyes clouded over with disbelief. He had been defeated beneath the hands of a junior. How could he accept this? I hate you. If my cultivation hadn't been suppressed, I would have slaughtered you like a dog. As Empyrean Myriad Ghost spoke, blood spewed out from between his lips. Lin Ming coldly poured more energy into the black dragon spear. Fissures began to appear all over Empyrean Myriad Ghost's body, dripping with blood. Ka. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's body continually broke down. Soon, with a loud explosive sound, Empyrean Myriad Ghost's body burst into an endless cloud of blood that rained to the ground. After several breaths of time, in the place where Empyrean Myriad Ghost had existed, all that remained was a hazy blood mist as well as the tattered remnants of ghost energy. Like this, an Empyrean of his generation had disappeared from the Akashic Dream battlefield. Watching from the sidelines, the entire audience of martial artists fell silent. This human had killed an Empyrean. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, the strongest existence was an Empyrean. To kill an Empyrean proved that Lin Ming was invincible within the Akashic Dream battlefield. Who was he? Devil! Some people cried out in fear, as if no one in this world was a match for this human. The disciples of Zenith Palace had already lost all ability to speak. The strongest, highest elder of Zenith Palace was only an ordinary world king, and amidst ordinary world kings he was amongst the weaker ones. Even so, to them, a world king was a lofty and unattainable existence. As for a great world king, that was no different from a spiritual god to them. And an Empyrean, that was something they could not imagine. With a wave of a hand, an Empyrean could destroy 1 trillion lives. Yet such an existence had been killed by this human junior. Even in the Akashic Dream battlefield where cultivations were suppressed by the laws, they simply couldn't wrap their minds around this. In their impression, an Empyrean should never be defeated. In particular, what they couldn't accept the most was that not too long ago, Lin Ming was still in their Zenith Palace. Many people had shouted at Lin Ming, and Yi Fan had vowed to take revenge against him. As they recalled that scene, the disciples of Zenith Palace suddenly developed ugly complexions. Why had this human appeared at Zenith Palace? I suspect that the space storm at the Great Desolate Glacier was likely caused by this Lin Mook, the Zenith Vice Palace Master suddenly said, causing the several elders of Zenith Palace to shrink their necks and a cold chill to crawl up their backs. That terrifying space storm had sheared off 1,000,000 glaciers, and all of this was because of this junior. Thinking about it, this was extremely likely. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence that he would appear there and at that time? No matter what, he is only a traveler. He should have been severely wounded and temporarily rested at Zenith Palace. In truth, he has no feelings towards Zenith Palace and will eventually depart on his own. Jade River suddenly said, a hint of sadness in her voice. She was a woman whose heart was higher than the heavens. But as she saw Lin Ming, who was destined to leave them, and who also possessed such incredible achievements, she couldn't help but develop a sense of inferiority. At this moment, Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear, his entire body stained red with blood. Countless scattered ghost spirits wound around him, continuing to emit their last sobs and howls. Standing in the midst of all this, Lin Ming resembled a death god. For everyone present, this was a sight that they would never forget in their lifetimes. It's over. I've killed an Empyrean. At this time, Lin Ming held his token, feeling it grow hotter and hotter. All sorts of emotions surged in his body. This was the first time that Lin Ming had struck down an Empyrean, and he was also a middle-ranked Empyrean. Although his cultivation was suppressed, killing him had made Lin Ming excited to the point of trembling. He desired strength far too much. With the great calamity imminent, Lin Ming needed the ability to at least contend with an Empyrean. Only then would he be able to play a minor role in the great calamity. And even this goal seemed extremely distant for Lin Ming. The token grew increasingly hot, as if it would melt down. The merit points grew at a mind-boggling pace. Lin Ming watched as his merit points rapidly rose. In a short time, they almost doubled in number. After killing an Empyrean, the merit points Lin Ming obtained were equal to the sum total from everyone else he had killed so far. Lin Ming took a deep breath, a fervent light in his eyes. At this time, his chest was also bleeding. But the blood vitality had already gathered there, slowly regenerating the wound caused by Empyrean Myriad Ghost. As those below watched this, they had no idea what to say. Not only did this human have incredible combat strength, but his recovery abilities were also dreadful. He was simply a god-beast in human form, perhaps even more abnormal than a god-beast. In the future, once he grew, just how terrifying would he become? At this time, Lin Ming swallowed a pill. The reason he had taken an attack to kill Empyrean Myriad Ghost was in truth to force the battle to a quick end. To him, suffering some injuries wasn't much at all, because his regenerative capabilities were amazing. Rather, consuming a massive amount of energy was the most dangerous scenario for Lin Ming. He didn't want to be exhausted of energy in such a dangerous environment. After all, there was still an existence in the Akashic Dream battlefield that could threaten him. If he retained his strength, then even if he couldn't defeat the enemy, he could still escape. But if he exhausted all of his energy and was killed by this person, then that would be the same as gifting himself to others. An Empyrean is truly formidable. Lin Ming recalled the battle. In terms of laws alone, he was slightly inferior to Empyrean Myriad Ghost. He had relied on other aspects to win. If I wasn't facing Empyrean Myriad Ghost but Xianxia, then even if our cultivations were suppressed to the same boundary, I could not face her. Lin Ming quickly judged his own strength. Just because he had been able to crush the undying polar ice's frozen egg didn't mean that he was equivalent to Xianxia at the same cultivation boundary. In terms of strength, a middle Empyrean like Empyrean Myriad Ghost couldn't be compared with a lower Empyrean like Xianxia. Moreover, the difference was considerable. Back at the final trial's 5th level, Lin Ming appeared to have accomplished something that had been impossible for Xianxia. But the truth was that in that battle, Xiang Mei had been far more useful than Lin Ming was. In the first struggle with the Undying Inferno, Xiang Mei by herself was responsible for the majority of defending against the Undying Inferno as well as attacking it afterwards. In the second round, when facing the Undying Polar Ice, Xiang Mei had also been responsible for the majority of the defense. Lin Ming had only needed to complete the final strike. With Lin Ming's understanding of the Azura laws as well as the inherent suppression of his techniques and also the support of the Black Dragon Spear, he was finally able to crush open the Undying Polar Ice's egg. But in a true life or death battle, one had to look at laws, force fields, techniques, and so forth. Just the feat of breaking open the Undying Polar Ice's egg couldn't explain everything. The Death God is looking at us. Sensing Lin Ming's vision on them, many people felt fear and apprehension. Lin Ming's gaze was like a bolt of lightning, caused a shiver to crawl up their backs and their hearts to skip a beat. "Don't tell me he's going to attack us," someone said, their voice trembling. They already began to think of turning and running. The truth was that they had already finished watching the fun. Now, everyone here who had the qualifications to be killed by Lin Ming was already dead, and there was no one else worth noticing. He shouldn't. At this point, we're just little bits of rice to him. Our several thousand merit points shouldn't be worth a glance to him, someone said. Although this was a strike to their self-confidence, it was simply a statement of facts. Lin Ming's target was world kings, great world kings, and even Empyreans. And indeed, Lin Ming wasn't looking at these people. Rather, his gaze pierced through these people, locking in on some place in the far-off distance. The place where Lin Ming looked seemed to contain a chaotic atmosphere, and Lin Ming's gaze pierced through this chaos as if he saw through everything. "Since you've come, why not reveal yourself?" Lin Ming coldly said. He had sensed that at the end of his battle with Empyrean Myriad Ghost, a divine sense had locked onto him, but this person hadn't done anything. There had been a single instant eruption of killing intent as if this person wanted to sneak attack Lin Ming at the moment he had killed Empyrean Myriad Ghost. But in the end, this killing intent had dimmed down. Now, this sense was continuously hidden in chaos, hard for even Lin Ming to detect. Before, the reason that Lin Ming had mutually wounded himself was to preserve the amount of energy he had remaining, and it was all because he needed to deal with this enemy who was hiding in the perimeter. Lin Ming's words shocked everyone present. "What? Someone's hiding and hasn't revealed themselves?" Someone cried out in alarm. They followed Lin Ming's vision, but all they saw was void that tumbled with a faintly visible aura of chaos, as well as the boundless terrain of the Akashic Dream battlefield. Those who came to the Akashic Dream battlefield were all outstanding individuals of their generation and were not fools. After sifting through the information they knew, they quickly guessed just who Lin Ming was speaking about. To be able to hide himself in nothingness and deceive all those present, spying on Lin Ming in secret, and to have the courage to do all of this, perhaps the only one capable was Chaos Demon God. Chaos Demon God was also a Middle Empyrean. He was the sworn blood enemy of Empyrean Myriad Ghost. The reason he came to the Akashic Dream battlefield was in order to fight Empyrean Myriad Ghost. However, Empyrean Myriad Ghost had eventually been slain by Lin Ming instead. Before this, Chaos Demon God had likely exchanged a few skirmishes with Empyrean Myriad Ghost. But without a doubt, the two of them hadn't been able to do much to each other. In other words, Chaos Demon God was at the same level of strength as Empyrean Myriad Ghost. If Lin Ming were in his peak state, then Chaos Demon God wouldn't be his opponent. However, Lin Ming was currently wounded, and through that long battle he must have consumed a considerable amount of strength. In this case, Chaos Demon God had still only kept on spying, not attacking Lin Ming. Even when Lin Ming was fiercely battling Empyrean Myriad Ghost, and there were plenty of excellent opportunities to launch a sneak attack, Chaos Demon God had held back his desire to strike. No one believed that this was because Chaos Demon God didn't like to do things like sneak attacks. The value of the Kirin fruit was enough to cause an Empyrean to ignore any morals they had before. This meant that even in that fierce battle, Chaos Demon God still didn't have full assurance he could defeat Lin Ming. At the very least, he didn't have any confidence that he could prevent Lin Ming from escaping. Thus, he decided not to attack. In the void, Chaos Demon God remained silent. The overlapping waves of chaos seemed like mystic illusions that contained endless mysteries, completely incomprehensible to anyone. Lin Ming didn't move. He remained sitting where he was in the air. At the same time, he rapidly absorbed the pill in his body to restore his strength and revolved his blood vitality to regenerate his wounds. The flesh on his chest wriggled as it regenerated, slowly restoring itself. He didn't attack Chaos Demon God because he didn't have confidence he could kill 2 Empyreans in a row. But conversely, if Chaos Demon God attacked, he also couldn't do anything to Lin Ming. Even if Chaos Demon God had chosen to attack Lin Ming when Lin Ming was attacking Empyrean Myriad Ghost with the final strike, Lin Ming could still have used his 2 avatars to defend against any potential sneak attacks. The gray fog scattered. In the far-off distance within the swirling chaos energy, after Lin Ming's words, everyone began to faintly feel the pressure coming out from that space, causing their hearts to race. I can really feel the aura of an Empyrean. Perhaps Chaos Demon God has already been here for some time. Of course he would come. Just what kind of character is Chaos Demon God? How could he not have sensed such a ruckus? Why wouldn't he have rushed over? If Chaos Demon God joined forces with Empyrean Myriad Ghost, they probably could have defeated Lin Mook. That's impossible. Chaos Demon God and Empyrean Myriad Ghost are blood-sworn enemies of each other, so it's almost impossible for them to join forces. Moreover, even if they did, Lin Mook would still have been able to run away, and I don't think either of them would have been able to catch him. Many people sighed with emotion. Such a result was simply unbelievable. This stalemate continued for a long time. Then, a boundless voice echoed out, "Truly, I cannot harm you. You and I have no enmity, so today I shall not attack you, nor do I wish to fight you in the future. We will both mind our own business, and neither of us shall interfere with the other." Chaos Demon God compromised, making a deal with Lin Ming. But Lin Ming didn't want a compromise like this, because within Chaos Demon God's words there seemed to be a subtle meaning. It was that if he didn't attack Lin Ming today and didn't take the opportunity to sneak attack him, that was the same as doing Lin Ming a favor. Lin Ming coldly sneered, "Yes, you and I have no enmity, but today, if I were weak, would you have not tried to steal away my Kirin fruit because we don't have enmity with each other? The only reason you don't attack me is because you don't have the confidence that you can kill me." Lin Ming's words stood in sharp opposition, measure for measure. The chaos demon energy in the void began to violently shake, becoming disorderly. Chaos Demon God furiously shouted, "What are you trying to say? Let me tell you something. If you want to attack me today, then go ahead and do it. If you don't attack, I won't consider this any favor done. If we meet in the future, whether we are friends or enemies is another story altogether." Lin Ming's voice was indifferent and his momentum was aggressive. In truth, he didn't want to force a character like Chaos Demon God to the end. After all, this other person was a middle Empyrean. If Lin Ming left the Akashic Dream battlefield and he bumped into a center Empyrean, he wouldn't have the chance to run away. To offend this kind of enemy wasn't a wise move at all. But Lin Ming needed 1 billion merit points and was currently missing 400 million. He was worried that if he didn't kill Chaos Demon God, then he wouldn't be able to collect these 400 million merit points. For the legendary golden page, Lin Ming would rather offend Chaos Demon God. Humph! At this time, a cold humph filled with killing intent spread out. The martial artists present were startled. They thought that Chaos Demon God was about to attack. However, slowly, he eventually hid himself once more. The tumbling chaos energy retreating, disappearing like sweeping winds and scattering clouds, vanishing from sight. Chaos Demon God had fled, because he had felt a threat from Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming had considerable injuries, Chaos Demon God could still feel that in the short quarter hour, Lin Ming had recovered a considerable amount. The wound on his chest had healed by over 80%. Lin Ming might still have some hidden card in his hand. Or perhaps he could recover some more while fighting using guerrilla tactics. Or perhaps he could even absorb some of the essence energy from the Kirin fruit to heal himself. But no matter what happened, it was likely that Chaos Demon God wouldn't be able to do anything to Lin Ming. Rather, he could be bitten by Lin Ming in return. At that time, he would be even more disgraced. The gains didn't equal the losses. Chaos Demon God had a much more careful and subtle personality than Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Thus, when he retreated, he quietly disappeared, not leaving behind a trace of his aura. As Chaos Demon God withdrew, all of the martial artists present relaxed. But at the same time they also felt a faint sense of regret. They thought that they could bear witness to another unrivaled battle, but in the end nothing had happened. Even Chaos Demon God gave up first. This boy is far too terrifying. Even when injured, he can still fight an Empyrean. His recovery ability is extraordinary. His laws, foundation, techniques, inner world, blood vitality, mortal body, even his spiritual sea, everything is perfect. He's just some freakish monster. No one knew what Lin Ming's skeletal age was, but what they could faintly feel was that he was undoubtedly a truly dreadful genius. News of Lin Ming killing Empyrean Myriad Ghost and forcing Chaos Demon God to retreat soon spread throughout the entire Akashic Dream battlefield. The two Empyreans had originally entered the Akashic Dream battlefield to duel each other, but their battles hadn't been seen by anyone, nor had they gone all out. Rather, they had only exchanged a few initial probing strikes. But now they were both ruined by Lin Ming. One had been directly killed and the other had fled in the eyes of all present. This was a simply unimaginable situation. For a time, the terrifying name of Lin Mook spread throughout the entire Akashic Dream battlefield. This was news that came from Zenith Palace. The young disciples of Zenith Palace couldn't help but brag about their relationship with Lin Ming. Thus they naturally used the name he had given them, Lin Mook. On the Akashic Dream battlefield, people felt fear and awe upon hearing this name. This was especially true for the World Kings and Great World Kings here. They were afraid that they would accidentally bump into Lin Ming and wouldn't even have any hopes of escaping, eventually becoming a part of Lin Ming's merit points. However, none of this news spread outside the Akashic Dream battlefield. Once the Akashic Dream battlefield was sealed up, no one would know what occurred within until the full 3 years had passed. However, Lin Ming simply didn't care about any of this at all. Alone, he trod deep into the vast, desolate woods. Not too far behind, a little girl followed. She wore a bright red dress and her rosy feet were bare as she stepped upon the wind. Her snow-white toes were like 10 pearls, glowing with a crystalline light. In this forest there were countless giant, ancient, vicious beasts. In other words, soul beasts. These soul beasts were particularly fierce and would launch continuous ambushes, creating a good deal of trouble for Lin Ming. However, what surprised Lin Ming was that the little girl simply fluttered forwards, unnoticed by these soul beasts. No matter how formidable the soul beasts were, they would just run past her without sparing her a glance. From deep within the ancient forest, there was a mystic and formidable aura that emanated outwards. Lin Ming also discovered the existence of this aura. He grew increasingly sure that the hidden treasure the red-dressed little girl spoke of was this existence. This ancient forest seemed to have existed for countless billions of years. Each leaf was as large as a house. Any rays of light that shined down were blocked by layers of thick leaves, filtering out to a dim haze that left mottled shadows on the ground. What is that? Lin Ming suddenly paused. In the forest, his figure flashed, instantly traveling hundreds of miles. Soon, he reached the edge of the ancient forest. What he suddenly saw in front of him was a vast outcropping of rocks. A stone forest that towered in an open space for hundreds of miles. This stone forest was vast. As Lin Ming leapt up to the canopy of the trees, he looked down and saw that the shape of this stone forest resembled that of a hand. The 5 fingers were represented by 5 massive towering stone formations. The way that the central region was set up resembled a palm. This stone forest was covered in a dense blanket of brilliant light that dazzled the eyes. Waves of strange runes shot up from the stone forest, rising up like a river of stars. A bird soul beast that had a wingspan of over 30 feet flew out from the forest and into the broad skies. However, it carefully avoided the stone forest, as if there was something terrifying within it. This caused Lin Ming's mind to chill. The stone forest should be the hidden treasure trove that the little girl spoke of. However, this hidden treasure area contained a horrifying aura. Lin Ming frowned. He drew back his gaze from the stone forest and slowly turned around. Behind him, atop the ground that looked like rocky sand, the red-dressed girl was calmly floating. You said that the hidden treasure area is in this stone forest? He knew that this little girl was extremely timid, thus he tried to keep his voice as gentle as possible. Looking at the stone forest, a strange and lonely look crossed the red-dressed little girl's face, followed by confusion. Then, she looked towards Lin Ming and rapidly nodded. Chirp chirp, the Kirin fruit cried out, revealing a horrified look as it stared at the stone forest. It was unknown just what it was afraid of. But why would Lin Ming care about whether this little fruit was scared? He put away the Kirin fruit and said, "Let's go." Lin Ming called out to the little girl. Then he cautiously approached the mysterious stone forest. But before long he suddenly stopped, a look of amazement crossing his face. All he felt was an invisible, mountain-like atmosphere enveloping him. A tremendous pressure fell upon every inch of his skin, pressing down on his shoulders. Even though he had billions of genes of strength, he still found it onerous to move. Every joint in his body emitted popping sounds. However, he was still 10 miles away from the stone forest. But what startled him the most was not this formidable and invisible aura, but the fact that within this aura, there was a familiar feeling. It was because this aura was not just simple soul force. Rather, it contained the power of energy from the essence gathering system. This was a simply unthinkable matter. The Akashic Dream battlefield was only a small part of the Akashic Dream world. The Akashic Dream world itself was a treasure left behind by the first ancestor of all spiritas, an existence that surpassed the realm of true divinity. Everything inside should be formed from the purest soul force, so how could such a pure and rich power from the essence gathering system have appeared here? Lin Ming was puzzled. He let out a deep breath and his blood vitality began to surge within his body, flowing like an endlessly raging river. From every pore of his body, an invisible astral energy shot out, forcefully resisting the strange pressure that was everywhere around him. Who dash? Who dash? After energizing the blood vitality essence energy within his body, he forcefully split apart the potent pressure like a river, causing it to flow around him. Step by step, he slowly approached the mysterious stone forest. What is this power? This power is clearly one of the 33 heavens' great Taos. This is also another great Tao power of the 33 heavens. The closer Lin Ming came to the stone forest, the more shocked he became. He began to feel more and more great Tao systems as he approached the stone forest. Moreover, what was most peculiar of all was that even though these powers didn't belong to the Akashic Dream world, they weren't suppressed, weakened, or even repelled. This completely subverted Lin Ming's understandings of the 33 heavens' great Taos. To leave behind such a tremendous aura that contains the great Taos of the 33 heavens, could the stone forest have been left behind by a true divinity-level character? No, even a true divinity-level character shouldn't possess the power of so many great Taos from the 33 heavens. As far as I know, the only one who has managed to grasp the power of so many great Taos through the endless ages has only been the Azura Roadmaster. As Lin Ming was thinking about all of this, he reached less than a mile from the stone forest. Even though his body was as intense as an ancient vicious beast, at this time, he was being suppressed by the great Tao aura of the 33 heavens. His skin and his bones constantly distorted as wave-like ripples passed over him. Even his face twisted beneath the unimaginably huge pressure, continuously changing. Every inch of Lin Ming's body felt as if it were being grinded by a pan. The pain was agonizing. Lin Ming took another step forwards. Hum, hum, hum. From his originally quiet dantian, the Azura heavenly array diagram began to quietly tremble and hum. The array formation that was fused into his flesh and blood began to emanate waves of the Azura heavenly Tao's strength. The Azura heavenly array diagram was left behind by the Azura Roadmaster and was formed by combining the three source energies of essence, energy, and divine. It could reform an image of the Azura Road within his body, so that the power he obtained from the Azura Road wouldn't be suppressed and repelled by the great Taos of the 33 heavens. This array diagram that fused into Lin Ming was one of the ultimate rewards he received from the Azura Road's final trial. In ordinary times, as long as Lin Ming didn't use the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws, then the Azura Heavenly Array diagram would remain dormant, without any movement at all. But at this time, it actually resonated with some strange force and was opening on its own. Even the numerous divine runic symbols that Lin Ming had on him didn't remain calm. The Azura Heavenly Tao laws within them also began to emit keening cries. This is the aura of the Azura Road Master? Lin Ming's sharp senses perceived the aura of the Azura Road Master. Moreover, it was from the mysterious stone forest. This vast and boundless aura seemed to contain a momentum that could swallow the universe. Even as Lin Ming was shocked, he still felt an intimate familiarity with it. Moreover, as this aura appeared, the auras of the 33 heavens great Taos were suddenly weakened. The pressure on Lin Ming lightened by a great deal. More and more suspicions appeared in Lin Ming's mind. Why would the aura of the Azura Road Master appear here? This was the Akashic Dream World. Did the Azura Road Master also step into the Akashic Dream World before? This thought suddenly flashed through Lin Ming's mind, leaving him feeling inexplicably astonished. Lin Ming looked towards the red-dressed little girl. The little girl's vacant look confirmed that he wouldn't be able to obtain any valuable information from her, such as why the aura of the Azura Road Master was kept here. The two slowly approached the stone forest. For a time, the entire stone forest seemed to come alive with movement. Flower petals formed from the great Tao began to fall down from the skies, turning into strange runes that blocked out the world. Lin Ming and the little girl were also blocked out. It was an incomprehensible defensive array formation. Wah! The little girl cried out in surprise. The soul force she emitted seemed to come into conflict with this aura and was bounced back by the array formation, nearly causing her to be injured. However, the little girl surprised Lin Ming yet again. Her body seemed to be weightless. As she was pushed back by this strange energy, she fluttered backwards like a piece of cotton. Like this, she flew backwards several dozen feet before gently landing. What's wrong? TT, this place is a BB bit strange. Every time I come I will be BB bitten by something strange. But last time it wasn't so as strong. After being with Lin Ming for such a long time, the little girl's voice seemed to smooth out, as if all her previous speaking problems were because she hadn't spoken with anyone for far too long a time. Lin Ming couldn't help but look at her and ask, "How old are you?" The red-dressed little girl revealed a dazed expression. After a while she shook her head and said, "I don't know. I seem to have slept for a long time. But for some reason I woke up afterwards and I ended up here. And then, I often see outsiders come here and try to catch me. As well as my friends." The red-dressed little girl spoke with a frown, as if these were memories she didn't want to remember. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. This little girl's life experiences were far too strange. According to what she said, she had likely lived for a long time already and had been deeply slumbering for most of the time. And as for the outsiders, they were naturally the trial challengers that came to the Akashic Dream battlefield. When these people searched for treasures in this mystic realm, they undoubtedly disturbed the rest of the little girl, and the spirit medicines they tried to take were similar to spiritual medicines like the Kirin fruit who were able to manifest themselves. No wonder this little girl was guarded when she saw me, and seemed to fear me. Just who is she? Why does she seem like Fishy? Lin Ming suddenly recalled Yen Little Fish. Although Fishy seemed like an ordinary little girl on the outside, she was actually an enigma that could eat violet sunstones and 9 sun jades as if they were candy. She also didn't remember how long she had lived, but her age didn't match her mindset. It seemed that her thoughts had stayed at the level of a little child, always a bit dull and silly. Her appearance had also never changed. She always resembled a little girl in her early teens, never growing, never aging. This array formation is naturally formed by the 33 heavens great Tao. It is not made by mortal hands. In order to enter, one has to follow the great Tao laws of the 33 heavens. Lin Ming thought for a moment. His eyes focused on the array formation in front of him. Within his pupils, tens of thousands of runes were reflected, weaving together in the skies like endless stars, vast and profound. There were similarities between this array formation and divine runic symbols. He had studied divine runic symbols for many years and had absorbed the memories of many divine runic masters. His background was deep and he was confident that he could solve this array formation. For some time, he began making innumerable deductions in his mind. Slowly, he found a vein of the defensive array formation. Spear light flicked out from his fingertips, loudly smashing into a node of the array formation. Like a giant stone falling into a calm lake, strong ripples began to spread outwards. The entire array formation suddenly collapsed. This incomparably dense stone forest began to decay and collapse at a speed visible to the eyes. This was an erosion produced by endless years of weathering. Lin Ming was shocked to see this. The earth beneath his feet began to violently shake. The surrounding space started to change. In an instant, the stone forest in front of him had disappeared. Who dash? An ice-cold wind howled above him. The world in front of him turned into an incredibly bleak and desolate wasteland. The rugged stones in the ground emitted a chilling aura. Not too far away, a hellish black abyss was exposed to the air, emitting a boundless mystic strength. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. His figure flickered and he appeared hundreds of miles away. As he arrived at the edge of the black abyss, he peered inside. His entire body shook. The black abyss was fathomless, without anything visible at all. Rather, he felt two auras that caused his heart to tremble. One of these auras was an incomparably pure black energy, one that released an unspeakable oppressive feeling, as if all living beings to exist had to bow before it. It was vigorous and powerful. This was a mass of soul force that had reached the pinnacle of purity, and even contained the feel of the great Tao. Without a doubt, this was the limit of soul force. The purity and depth of this soul force far surpassed even that of Soul Empress Xianxia. As the soul force surged, there were infinite changes within. Just by glancing at it, one's heart would race, feeling as if their divine soul would be swallowed up. As for the other aura, it was one that Lin Ming was familiar with, the aura of the Azura Roadmaster. This aura carried with it the strength of the Azura Heavenly Tao, as deep as an endless ocean. It was majestic and daring, with a killing intent that soared into the heavens, seeming capable of crushing the universe itself. These two auras had existed in this space since time immemorial, faintly struggling with each other and colliding with each other, with no distinction of rank between them. Who is this person? They can contend with the Azura Roadmaster on the same level. Lin Ming was surprised. He discovered that this soul force that fought with the Azura Roadmaster's remnant aura was not any worse. Because of the peerless array formation here, this soul force as well as the Azura Roadmaster's aura had been sealed in an independent world, not dissipating even after billions upon billions of years. Rather, it faintly formed its own heavenly Tao system and continuously grew. Countless runes spun out, vividly dancing in the darkness of space. Lin Ming revolved the power of the Azura laws and looked at these runes with rapt attention. Even though his eyes became a little sore, he made a bewildering discovery. These runes that danced in the air were like history books, recording unimaginable scenes within them. Lin Ming discovered that at the end of the abyss beneath him, there was yet another abyss, one that was deep and without end. Within that abyss, a grand aura also surged outwards. That abyss was incredibly dense, riddling this entire world like a honeycomb. Could this be an ancient battlefield from when the Azura Roadmaster was fighting with someone else? Lin Ming thought, dumbfounded. The Azura Roadmaster had lived billions of years ago. Such a broken world could only appear if struck by a great strength. Just as he thought this, the black clouds of energy that camouflaged the void began to fade away. Stars twinkled in space, distant and cold in the endless void. Trillions of stars continued without end, even hanging above his head. Looking up, he could make out strange stones and inexhaustible mountain ranges. These stars emitted a boundless mystical power of stars. Lin Ming was standing on a star, But amongst the boundless stars in the universe, it was only an ordinary one. Taking a broad look around, he could see that the innumerable stars around him were tattered and riddled with holes, verging on the point of collapse. Even further away, at the center of the galaxy, there were massive wreckages of annihilated stars burning there. At the center of the galaxy, there were no more stars or dust. Rather, there was only a pitch-black and burning red light shining endlessly from within. These two lights were like two universes. With just a single glance, Lin Ming's chest violently trembled, as if he had been struck by some large invisible hand. Strong. These were two absolutely strong forces. Time passed. Even the erosion of time wasn't able to cause these two groups of power to disappear. Instead, they formed the laws of the heavens and earth, becoming like yin and yang, mutually elevating and constraining each other, growing together. They were like infinite suns exploding. An incomprehensibly powerful mystic strength was imprisoned, seeming to exist for eternity. This is. Lin Ming could vaguely see an image. The Asura was standing in the pitch-black cold of space. He wore black armor and his pupils shined with a terrifying light. He was fighting a man with a similarly terrifying aura. This man walked the distant end of the galaxy where they began to fight each other. The Asura's fist shadows were vigorous and vast, each fist shadow strike tearing apart the universe. Endless stars cracked apart, swallowing up the man that walked in from the other side of the galaxy. In these endless shadows, the man pulled out a strange ancient black book. He began to recite scriptures. The scriptures turned into ancient words that spread out from the Asura's rain of fist shadows. Every ancient word changed into columns of soul force in the void. They tore through the galaxy and collided with the Asura's fist shadows. Terrifying fluctuations of energy spread out, tearing apart large tracts of space and destroying millions of stars. This battle continued for a mind-boggling period of time. It was unknown how many years they fought or how many billions of stars were crushed. In the end, the mysterious man's forehead was scratched by the Asura Road Master's fist shadows. His star-heavy blood fell down, crashing into the boundless space below. With this, a mysterious page from the ancient black book in the man's hands also fell down. After this scene, all illusions collapsed. Lin Ming reappeared at the edge of the giant abyss. Asura runes shimmered in front of him. What Lin Ming saw just now were the records contained within the runes born from the Asura heavenly Tao laws. Lin Ming took a deep breath. The mysterious man that fought with the Asura Roadmaster was naturally the ancient first ancestor of the Spiritas. The center of the galaxy had been their final battlefield. In the Asura Road's final trial, at the end of the mysterious Blue Stone Road, Lin Ming had seen the Asura Roadmaster fight with this mysterious man. But the outcome of that battle had been unknown. However, Lin Ming now knew the final result. The ancient king of the Spiritas had lost to the Asura Roadmaster. But the Asura Roadmaster had also been injured. Moreover, the incomparably ancient and mysterious book had a golden page fall out from it, making it incomplete. Without a doubt, that fallen golden page was a part of the Spiritas' holy scripture. As for this part of the Akashic Dream universe, it was likely a mystic realm left over from before the first ancestor of the Spiritas collapsed. As for the void here, it was probably the ancient battlefield between the Asura Roadmaster and the first ancestor of the Spiritas. Thinking of this, Lin Ming was shocked. His heart began to surge with heated blood even as his eyes brightened. If so, then there were traces and marks here left behind by a battle between two peerless masters. To a martial artist at Lin Ming's level, this was an unimaginable wealth. Faint lines of the Asura heavenly Tao laws continuously dissipated from his fingertips, resonating in sympathy with the remnant battle aura left behind by the Asura Roadmaster in that deep black abyss. Bang! An incomparably pure aura of the Asura heavenly Tao began to flow into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. He could clearly feel the battle between the Asura Roadmaster and the ancient Spiritas king. The subtle utilizations of the Asura heavenly Tao's power was completely reflected in his mind. With his current understanding of the Asura heavenly Tao, he slowly verified these truths. In the past, when he had walked down the Bluestone Road, Lin Ming had passed through the spirit marks left behind by the Azura Roadmaster and had watched on as the Azura Roadmaster fought in innumerable great battles. But that had only been watching. It was different from now, where he could combine his realizations with the marks left behind on the ancient battlefield by the Azura Roadmaster. It was like he had become one with the Azura Roadmaster. The things he could comprehend were even more profound. He could feel in his body as the Azura Roadmaster fought with his enemy, understanding each minute change in the use of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws. These comprehensions were all slowly verified with his previous understandings of the Azura Heavenly Tao. Slowly, Lin Ming was able to grasp the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao even tighter, allowing his understandings to rise once more. Lin Ming sat down on the edge of the abyss and slowly meditated. In the dark void, countless Azura runes fluttered about. These Azura runes were like the text of a history book, having recorded endless mysteries. Lin Ming slowly entered deep into an ethereal state. Behind him, a withered old tree with strong dragon-like roots began to slowly appear, taking root in the void. The tree spread out its elderly branches and leaves, and all around the tree, falling petals appeared, like a noble immortal wonderland. This was a phenomenon that occurred when Mount Potala's Bodhi tree appeared. It was a pure land of ultimate bliss within this world. Beneath the Bodhi tree, Lin Ming had fused together several different martial intents. This allowed him to enter a completely concentrated state whenever he wished, without sound, without touch, without sight, without sense. Lin Ming meditated like this, oblivious to the passing of time. He constantly sifted through the runes, obtaining realizations from the mysteries within. These changes have allowed the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao to reach the pinnacle. This is truly perfect. No wonder the ancient Spirita's king wasn't able to defend himself even though he tried his best. So the power of the Azura Heaven Tao laws was used like this. With such a stunning evolution, it is in no way inferior to the essence of the 33 heavens' great Taos. Lin Ming floated in the void, star-like runes spinning around him as he slowly perceived the aura of the Azura Roadmaster. Every tiny change that occurred when the Azura Roadmaster fought with the ancient Spirita's king appeared in his mind. Like this, 6 months rapidly passed. Lin Ming's figure, from the edge of the abyss, began to enter the ancient galactic battlefield. He endlessly sensed the battle aura left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. His comprehensions of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws became increasingly profound. The surrounding blood-red power of the Azura Heavenly Tao's aura formed into faint red strands that wrapped around Lin Ming. From a distance, it looked as if Lin Ming had been bound in a crimson cocoon. This cocoon was large like a blood-red meteor. Sitting cross-legged within, Lin Ming was utterly immersed in his contemplative state. The Azura Heavenly Array diagram within him constantly hummed. The giant Azura Phantom appeared, pushing a massive wheel. It slowly fused with the blood-red cocoon. In the surging chaos, new changes gradually appeared. Unknowingly and unwittingly, Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel and other Azura martial skills that Lin Ming learned through the Azura Sutra began to constantly evolve, transforming once more. Even the Azura Phantom that pushed the myriad demon karmic will began to fill up with flesh and blood, emitting a terrifying momentum. Its pitch-black pupils began to blaze with a crimson light. At the end, the blood-red cocoon surrounding Lin Ming became increasingly thick until it almost reached the size of a planet. Lin Ming flew closer and closer to the center of the ancient galaxy battlefield. Finally, with a loud rumbling sound, he fused together with the strongest battle runes left behind in the battle between the Azura Roadmaster and the ancient Spirita's king. The blood-red cocoon began to rapidly revolve within the ancient galaxy battlefield. Bursts of red light flashed out and exploded as if a sea of thunder was rumbling within. Inside the blood-red cocoon, Lin Ming was sitting naked in the void, like an ancient Buddha deep in contemplation. Every pore on his body emitted a blinding light. Dense crimson curse seals crawled over his body like countless centipedes. Every curse seal contained the rhythm of the great Tao and emitted the roars of dragons and tigers. These curse seals were the most ancient texts of the Azura Sutra. Originally, These texts had only been recorded within Lin Ming's spiritual sea where they floated like stars, obscure and enigmatic, completely incomprehensible. But now, Lin Ming perceived the battle marks left behind by the Azura Road Master, and he slowly fused with these battle marks, allowing them to be felt through his body. Then, these battle marks resonated with the Azura Sutra texts within his spiritual sea. Some areas which he was confused about before were suddenly crystal clear. The texts of the Azura Sutra that contained endless mysteries and strength began to thoroughly mingle with Lin Ming's flesh and blood, becoming a part of his body. In that moment, Lin Ming's comprehension of the Azura heavenly Tao rose even further, becoming increasingly perfect. The dazzling blood-red cocoon also began to dim down until falling completely silent. Gradually, it seemed to become a part of the ancient galaxy battlefield, turning into a blood-red meteor that didn't exude any strength at all. It was icy cold and deathly still. This condition continued for an unknown period of time. It seemed to be a single breath of time, and it seemed to be an entire era of a universe. Bang! The icy cold meteor that was the blood-red cocoon loudly shattered and dissipated into the void. Middle Holy Lord Realm. In that instant, Lin Ming knew he had broken into the Middle Holy Lord Realm. Although his cultivation was still suppressed to the Divine Lord Realm in the Akashic Dream battlefield, he knew that as long as he left this place, his cultivation would instantly return to that of a Middle Holy Lord, completely unstoppable. Lin Ming had repeatedly suppressed his cultivation in order to consolidate his foundation. And now, his cultivation could no longer be suppressed. It was like a pot that was filled with too much liquid and couldn't help but flow out. Since it couldn't be suppressed, Lin Ming didn't try to either. He planned to wait once he reached the peak of the Holy Lord Realm and started towards the World King Realm. He would go into seclusion for dozens or even 100 years in order to consolidate his cultivation and have his foundation become as stable as it possibly could. This was in order to offset the problems caused by his cultivation rising too quickly. Lin Ming slowly stepped out. His aura was restrained and every pore on his body was as smooth as the finest jade, not releasing any power at all. He simply walked through the galaxy. With every step he took, parts of broken stars would disintegrate beneath the mysterious beat of his steps. Step after step, he finally reached the outermost edge of the galaxy. He waved his hand and a purple robe covered his naked figure. And at this time, the red-dressed little girl was sitting on the broken star, quietly watching Lin Ming approach. Her eyes shimmered with a divine light. It was unknown just what she was thinking. She seemed a bit dazed, a bit surprised, and even a bit confused, as if she didn't recognize Lin Ming at all. This was truly a trove of hidden treasure. My harvests here were great. Thank you. Lin Ming's voice echoed like billowing thunderclaps, spreading in all directions and causing winds to surge. Everything around him trembled. Some massive rocks that were damaged directly collapsed and crashed to the ground. This was clearly a lion-like phenomenon that only occurred when one's strength became incredibly formidable. The red-dressed little girl jumped up in fright. She shrank inwards. Why you scared me?" Lin Ming laughed in embarrassment and awkwardly rubbed his nose. This time he had experienced the last battle between the Azura Roadmaster and that ancient Spiritus king. He had fused together with the battle marks left here by the Azura Roadmaster and had obtained endless benefits. He could clearly feel the strength within his body that was as vast as a sea. He had taken another step towards breaking into the critical point of the World King realm. Moreover, he had an even better grasp of the Azura Heavenly Tao. Those previously confusing places were now clear to him. With this miraculous enlightenment, it was just like being reborn. At Lin Ming's current level, wanting to take a single step forwards wasn't easy at all. Now that he had such a tremendous harvest, he was naturally overjoyed. Deep within an ancient forest, in a deathly silence, far off in the endless distance, a crimson pillar of light erupted, soaring into the heavens, seeming as if it could pierce through the world. A woodash! In the forest, a three-headed wolf soul beast was feasting on the remnants of a Spirita's youth. It suddenly looked upwards and saw the crimson beam of light. Then, Its entire body shook as bits of flesh dropped down from its jaws. It tucked its tail between its legs, turned around, and fled into the forest. For a time, an inexplicably dreadful aura expanded outwards, causing countless soul beasts to escape deep into the ancient forest. In the middle of a dust storm, Lin Ming stepped onto the void, walking out from an endless abyss. The crimson light in his hands slowly dissipated. Behind him, a vortex swirled above the deep abyss. Countless runes sparkled with a mystic strength, slowly closing up the abyss. This mystic land that wasn't easy to approach to begin with fell into a deep slumber once more. In the mystic realm that the red-dressed little girl had guided him to, Lin Ming had mainly perceived the Azura laws. As for the ancient powers left behind by the first ancestor of the Spiritas, although Lin Ming had become aware of them, he hadn't been able to perceive much. If he had to think of a reason, this was simply because he didn't understand the ancient laws used by this Spiritas king. No matter how talented Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to break into laws that stood at such heights. Thus the things he could understand were limited. If I could just look at the true Spiritas' holy scripture, then that would be great, Lin Ming suddenly murmured. All clues indicated that the Spiritas' holy scripture was in the hands of the current Spiritas Soul Emperor. And this person was the supreme leader of the Spiritas. The seven heavens of the Spiritas took him as their leader. Even Xianxia had to serve the Soul Emperor. She was considered one of his subordinates. Soul Empress Xianxia. The title of Empress was similar to that of Emperor. However, that didn't mean she was the queen of the Spiritas. Rather, she could be regarded as the second-ranked existence of the Spiritas. In terms of status alone, Xianxia cast off the good fortune Saint Sun by countless miles. They were two completely incomparable existences. Why are you still following me? Lin Ming turned his head. Behind him, the red-dressed little girl was hugging the Kirin fruit in her hands, a shy expression on her face. I've given the Kirin fruit back to you. Our deal has ended, Lin Ming said. But the red-dressed little girl continued to stare at him with a blank expression for a long time. She nodded but didn't move away. Lin Ming was surprised. Do you have something you want to say? He could feel that the red-dressed little girl wanted to speak but was hesitant to do so. The little girl parted her lips and said, Why you have a very nice smell on your body. Is a very familiar feeling. Lin Ming was stunned. He didn't know what the little girl meant. Familiar smell? Could it be Yen Little Fish? Lin Ming immediately thought of Yen Little Fish. Because he had come into contact with Yen Little Fish for a period of time, he had the aura of Yen Little Fish on his body. Could this red-dressed little girl be related to Fishy? Lin Ming was about to speak, but the red-dressed little girl's eyes actually moved down to Lin Ming's stomach. Over there is something I am familiar with. Lin Ming subconsciously traced his stomach. This spot caused a strange color to come over his face. A thought flashed in his mind. For a human, this area was where the Dantian was located. When a martial artist stepped into the Divine Sea realm, the Dantian evolved into an inner world. The area that the red-dressed little girl was looking at was Lin Ming's inner world. Although the red-dressed little girl's eyes were incomparably pure and soft, Lin Ming could feel that her gaze was extremely sharp, as if she were seeing through his inner world. Unknowingly, Lin Ming revolved his true essence to seal up his inner world. But even so, the red-dressed little girl continued to stare unblinkingly at Lin Ming's stomach, as if she was confirming something. Couldn't be. An idea popped into Lin Ming's mind, one that caused his heart to shake and his breath to quicken. Could this red-dressed little girl be looking at the magic cube? A nice smell, a familiar feeling. Lin Ming certainly wouldn't think that he himself was extraordinary enough to arouse any intimate feelings in the red-dressed little girl. If so, then the most likely explanation was that she was referring to the magic cube in his inner world. This was because Lin Ming always felt that this red-dressed little girl had the greatest connection to soul force. Her life experiences were certainly not simple. If the red-dressed little girl was truly referring to the magic cube, then she was the first being that Lin Ming had encountered who could sense the magic cube in his inner world. Even when Lin Ming was deep beneath immemorial Imperial City and encountered the ancient Elysium Seal, that old monster who had served Empyrean Divine Seal and lasted through the previous Great Calamity still hadn't been able to sense the magic cube. Only when he brought it out did it recognize the magic cube. But now, in the presence of this red-dressed little girl, Lin Ming hadn't used the magic cube at all, and yet she had still recognized it. This caused him to feel an inexplicable sense of crisis. As he looked at the red-dressed little girl, his eyes became uncertain. The red-dressed little girl's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously took a step back, somewhat afraid of Lin Ming. She had seen the haunting light in his eyes. "Why will you?" the red-dressed little girl nervously said, her voice beginning to heavily stutter once more. She stubbornly hugged the Kirin fruit to her chest like a frightened little rabbit. Seeing the red-dressed little girl in such a state, Lin Ming let out a long sigh. As he thought of himself just now, he felt a deep sense of shame. These past years he had been far too sensitive and had unwittingly formed the habit of strangling any crises before they could rise. However, he could sense that this red-dressed little girl was guarded against any other strangers. But towards him, she held a rare trust. All of this was likely because of the magic cube. The magic cube had caused a transformation to Lin Ming's soul, becoming faintly similar to something which Xiang Mei had said before, the eternal soul. And to this red-dressed little girl who had a profound connection to soul force, this eternal soul likely gave her a deep sense of familiarity. I won't say anything, the little girl rapidly breathed out. At these times, she was quite intelligent. She discovered that there was some secret in Lin Ming's inner world that she couldn't tell anyone. "Do you want to come with me?" Lin Ming asked after thinking for a little while. The red-dressed little girl's pitch-black eyes went wide. She stared at Lin Ming for a long time and then slowly nodded. Okay. Let's go then." Lin Ming turned and flew away. As for the red-dressed little girl, she turned into pure soul force and followed Lin Ming. She was silent and without presence. Not even an Empyrean could discover her. As Lin Ming flew, he probed the token in his spatial ring. "My merit points have risen to 600 million, but I still need 400 million. Lin Ming frowned, a cold light glittering in his eyes. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, just around less than a year had passed. He still had 2 years remaining. He had to hunt enough masters and collect the remaining 400 million. The power of his divine sense rippled outwards, spreading out for hundreds of miles. Lin Ming discovered there were very few martial artists around him. Because of his killing spree just now, killing the Purple Chestnut King, annihilating great world kings, and even slaying Empyrean myriad ghost, it seemed as if this entire landscape had become a desolate wilderness, a place people subconsciously avoided. They were likely scared that Lin Ming would appear nearby. In the current Akashic Dream battlefield, Lin Ming had become a dark star. "Since no one's here, I'll just have to look for them." Akashic Dream battlefield, atop a 100,000-foot cliff. The winds were cold. A giant nest hung on the edge of this 100,000-foot cliff, as if it were trying to block out the skies. Each piece of grass used to construct this nest was as large as a giant log. Waves of brilliant light emitted from the nest. In the middle of this nest, a group of people in different colored robes were respectfully kneeling, afraid to even take a deep breath. At the center of the nest there was the corpse of a giant rock beast. Its bloody wounds had already coagulated. This rock beast contained a horrifying combat strength in the Akashic Dream battlefield. But now it had been slain and its meat had been torn off. A bonfire had been lit. A fat middle-aged man was draining away blood from the rock beast even as he grinned at the group of kneeling people. In front of him were dense rows of fragrant spirit medicines and all sorts of heavenly materials, all of them shining with a gorgeous light. "Jajage, Severed Soul Palace, Dragonfang faction, your loyalty isn't too bad. I will accept these treasures. The soul beasts that you want to kill, I will help you kill them. As for the Leafnet Valley and Mount Sheen, since they are your enemies, I can conveniently wipe them from the Akashic Dream battlefield while I'm at it." A monstrous light shined in the fat, middle-aged man's eyes as he smiled. Leafnet Valley and Mount Sheen were both small sects from the Soul World, similar in size to Zenith Palace. Although they were small sects, they still had half-step world kings leading them on this trip to the Akashic Dream battlefield. Yes, the fat middle-aged man's tone considered these groups to be as little as ants. He said he could casually exterminate them all. As for his words, the ones kneeling to him were clearly convinced they were true. The two groups that were spoken to were suddenly ecstatic with joy. "Thank you, Lord Allheart. If Lord Allheart is willing to help, that is truly the good fortune of my Dragon Fong faction." Of course, as a great world king, even a world king would collapse in a single blow before him. Even this giant rock beast was instantly slain by Lord Allheart. Those people from Leafnet Valley are in for a bad spell of luck this time. Once they are eliminated, we'll be able to stay here longer and can obtain more merit points that we can use to exchange for things outside. In the soul world, the difference between our sects will slowly increase and we can begin our plans to suppress them. Lord Allheart, we will definitely obtain more treasure to offer tribute to you, someone carefully said. But then, their words were interrupted by a loud explosion. This explosion was caused by someone slowly walking towards them. After several breaths of time, everyone saw someone's shadowy figure slowly approach. It was a black-haired youth. "In this area there is only you, a single great world king?" The black-haired youth looked up at Great World King Allheart, who had just been desperately eating food. This black-haired youth was Lin Ming, who had just left the ancient galaxy battlefield. He had flown for a long time and had finally found his first prey. "Brat, you're asking to die. You dare speak to Lord Allheart like this? Not even a god can save you now. So it's nothing but a human bastard. It seems he doesn't know how to spell the character death." The elites of the various sects began to stir up, violently shouting at Lin Ming. Some people were already preparing to attack Lin Ming. In their opinion, Lord Allheart wouldn't bother personally getting rid of a stupid baby like this who didn't know the difference between the heavens and earth. They wanted to help Lord Allheart and gain a bit more of a favorable impression. However, just as all of them stood up and were preparing to dismember Lin Ming, they discovered that Lord Allheart had actually turned blue. The spirit food in his hands had fallen out of his grip, rolling around everywhere. As Lord Allheart's eyes stared at Lin Ming, they were filled with disbelief. This caused everyone to be confused. For some reason, it seemed that Lord Allheart was afraid of this youth. You are that Lin Mook?" Allheart suddenly gasped. As one of the masters of the Akashic Dream battlefield, he had gone to see the battle between Lin Ming and Empyrean Myriad Ghost. When he saw the fireworks in the skies, he planned to grab onto some advantages during the chaotic mess. But after he saw Lin Ming's aggressive methods when he killed 9 great world kings and began subduing even an Empyrean, he had already fled far away. That had been a vivid memory. How could he forget Lin Ming's face? What? As everyone heard this name, all of them stared with wide eyes. They had never met Lin Mook before, but they had heard his name. For a time, everyone looked at Lin Ming with panic on their faces. That was right. Lin Mook was a human, and this youth in front of them was also human. The Death Star has come. Everyone quickly run. It was unknown just who shouted this, but once the first person began fleeing, everyone else followed suit, so scared that they almost peed their pants. Allheart's grin had fallen away. He looked at Lin Ming with wide eyes, all of his guards up. "You are Lin Mook? Good. I've been wanting to experience your moves and see whether you are worth your name. Take my saber." Suddenly, endless soul force shot out from Allheart's eyes, shaped like sabers. Every blade tore through space, emitting an infinite mystic power that was shrouded in strange black energy. After using this move, Allheart diabolically grinned, seeming as if he were sure to win. But in the next moment, he wildly fled through the void like a black tornado. He wasn't an idiot to stay here and actually fight. This freakish human had actually forced Chaos Demon God to retreat, so even if he ran away, no one would laugh at him for it. However, if he were to become Lin Ming's merit points, it simply wasn't worth it. Lin Ming stepped forwards. The red spear in his hands rose like a rising red dragon, emitting endless crimson strength. Whoosh dash! Spear and man became one. The endless soul force sabers were completely twisted apart by his momentum, all of them breaking apart. In Allheart's horrified and panicked eyes, the long spear was like a dragon that pierced through him, instantly killing him. As for the other influences who were fleeing, they felt a formidable and familiar aura immediately disappear behind them, leaving them frightened out of their minds. Lord Allheart had died just like that? That was a great world king. They had to run away quicker, otherwise they would become a part of that Death Star Lin Mook's merit points. However, they didn't realize that Lin Ming was only watching them recklessly flee without the faintest hint of interest in chasing after them. These people were simply too mediocre. Even if he killed them, the merit points he could obtain would be limited. I have to kill some more great world kings. I wonder where that Chaos Demon God is hiding. The Akashic Dream battlefield is too large, and he is also skilled in concealment techniques. If he tries his best to hide himself from me, it will be almost impossible to find him. Feeling the merit points in his token rise by a little, Lin Ming was still unsatisfied. In this Akashic Dream battlefield, the various influences have sent out their outstanding elites. The sect masters should have decent merit points. As Lin Ming thought this, he rapidly flew away. Like this, Lin Ming blazed a path of slaughter through the Akashic Dream battlefield. He constantly searched out prey and killed them all, allowing his merit points to slowly grow. As Lin Ming expected, Chaos Demon God didn't appear again. Once one entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, they had to stay for the full 3 years and would be unable to leave midway. Thus, Lin Ming could confirm that Chaos Demon God was hiding somewhere. As a glorious and renowned Empyrean, he naturally wasn't willing to serve as a stepping stone for a junior. When Chaos Demon God didn't attack Lin Ming when he was wounded, Lin Ming had already guessed Chaos Demon God's plans. Besides Empyreans, even great world kings and half-step Empyreans were not easy to find. As Lin Ming continued his endless massacre, the name of Death God Lin Mook spreading out far and wide. The high-level figures from many influences trembled in fear upon hearing this name, dreading that they would meet him. Like this, a year passed. Lin Ming experienced innumerable battles. However, none of these opponents had been able to make him seriously fight. Even so, searching for them in this giant Akashic Dream battlefield was a good way of tempering Lin Ming's skills. He was like an extraordinary hunter that was becoming increasingly familiar with his hunting abilities. Death God Lin Mook became a nightmare-like existence in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Slowly, several more months passed. Lin Ming's merit points nearly reached 1 billion. Killing another great world king should be enough. He flew across a nameless mountain valley. As he was flying over, bursts of medicinal fragrance met his nose. He could see that deep within the mountain valley, there were small shards of ice slowly spreading out, cold to the extreme. Within this ice was intermittent waves of fresh medicinal fragrance that gladdened the heart. This was a spirit medicine, and around the spirit medicine, many people were gathered, including some people that Lin Ming was familiar with. This profound spring lotus was discovered by our Zenith Palace first. Yet you still want to steal it, Jade River shouted out loud at the people surrounding her. A profound spring lotus was said to be one of the better spirit medicines found within the Akashic Dream battlefield. One could refine this profound spring lotus into incense sticks, and lighting a single incense stick could help Espiritas cultivate their divine soul. It was extremely beneficial to their soul force. The elite squad of Zenith Palace had passed through days of battle. Now, their original numbers of a couple hundred had been reduced to a little more than 40 people. Moreover, their vice palace master had also suffered tremendous internal wounds. If this continued, then the remaining disciples of Zenith Palace would find it hard to last until the 3-year deadline of the Akashic Dream battlefield. But luckily for them, even if their entire squad was eliminated, their accumulated merit points would remain. It wouldn't reset to 0 with their deaths. These people that surrounded Zenith Palace came from 3 different large sections. Of them, Skycave Cult was the most powerful one amongst them. They were originally several times larger than Zenith Palace. This time, Zenith Palace had discovered the profound spring lotus. But at the same time, Skycave Cult and the other sects had also discovered it and had only been a single step behind. Zenith Palace had merely been the closest ones. You Zenith Palace people, you're nothing but a bunch of old and disabled weaklings. If you know your limits, then hurry up and screw off. Otherwise, not only will you not obtain this spirit medicine, but you'll also have to leave your corpses here. A great elder of the Sky Cave cult smirked. As this great elder looked at the people from Zenith Palace, it was like he was already looking at a group of dead people. The people from the other two groups also had cold and gloomy expressions. They stared at the people from Zenith Palace, remaining motionless. At this time, everyone from Zenith Palace had ugly complexions. "Ha! All of you screw off. That spirit medicine is mine." A mocking voice echoed through the mountain valley. Everyone looked up to see a fat man standing atop a mountain peak with a wide smile on his face. When this fat man had just entered the Akashic Dream universe, he had an argument with Zenith Palace at Emperor City. Whoosh! 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 A group of people leapt down from the 100,000-foot mountain peak, landing on the ground like a pack of lithe leopards, right in the middle of a group of people. Seeing this fat man and his group, the severely wounded Zenith Vice Palace Master had an increasingly ugly complexion. Zenith Palace had already suffered terrible casualties, and now they bumped into this group of people brought by the fat man. Their situation was becoming increasingly worse. Hee, all of you from Zenith Palace, I've already placed tracking marks on your bodies. I didn't have much hope for you all, but I never imagined you would obtain such a rare treasure. Senior Solitude, the fat man shouted out loud. Then, from the void, a one-legged old man with tattered robes and disheveled hair stepped down from the air, his entire body covered with dense soul force runes. One-legged World King, someone said with a sound transmission, not daring to say a single word. This one-legged old monster was a peak great World King. In the past he had entered 7 cults, but had been expelled from each one. However, along the way, he had cultivated deep and extraordinary abilities. He was a bizarre and eccentric man, prone to tantrums during which he went on frequent killing sprees. Upon seeing the one-legged World King appear, the Zenith Palace disciple called Xianxia was inexplicably frightened. The one-legged World King was a petty and vindictive individual who never forgot his grudges. Several years ago at the Emperor God Wall, Zenith Palace had bumped into this one-legged World King, and Xianxia had inadvertently blurted out a comment about him. At the time, the one-legged World King had threatened to kill her. Senior Solitude, according to our previous agreement, these spirit medicines will be handed over to you. As for these people, you simply need to beat them half to death, so that our Divine Wind Valley can kill them and obtain some merit points. The fat man grinned, his eyes shining as he swept his gaze over everyone. Despicable! Jade River indignantly shouted. She never imagined that the fat man would secretly move against Zenith Palace and also join forces with the one-legged World King to eliminate them. "It's not a problem," the one-legged World King said, not even placing this crowd of ants in his eyes. And just as he was about to attack and kill all these ants, he suddenly felt his back turn cold. He swiveled around, and at some unknown time, a black-clothed youth had appeared behind him. This black-clothed youth was staring at him with indifferent eyes, as if he were looking at a corpse. "I'm missing one more. You'll do just fine." Lin Ming looked at this one-legged World King and naturally remembered who he was. "What?" The one-legged World King didn't immediately respond. He hadn't seen Lin Ming before, because he hadn't been present for Lin Ming's battle against Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Lin Ming didn't bother saying anything more. He grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and thrust out right towards the one-legged World King's chest. "You are courting death." The one-legged World King was incensed. He never thought that this youth who didn't know the disparity between the heavens and earth would actually attack him. It was like he was trying to commit suicide. He wanted to strike Lin Ming to death with a palm. But just as he lifted his hand, Lin Ming's spear seemed to pass through space, piercing through his chest with an unbelievable speed. Puff! The one-legged World King's protective spirit essence tore apart like wet paper. The Phoenix Blood Spear twisted, crushing the heart and causing blood to shoot out. The one-legged World King was still in the stance of lifting his hand. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't know how his heart had been so easily pierced by someone. Bang! Lin Ming's true essence erupted. Blood gushed out from the one-legged World King's head as his meridians were ripped to shreds, completely cutting off his life. Like this, a great World King was killed like a minion upon someone's spear. It seemed no different from a mortal dying. 1,000,000,000 merit points. I finally have it. Lin Ming pulled back his spear. The corpse of the one-legged World King fell down to the earth like a tumbling dead dog. Senior Solitude. The fat man's face turned ashen. In his opinion, the one-legged World King was a godlike existence, yet he had been killed like a chicken? He felt as if he were living in some bizarre dream. Lin Ming's spear seemed average and simple, so why hadn't the one-legged World King been able to avoid it? Rather, in the fat man's thoughts, even if the one-legged World King decided not to dodge, that spear still shouldn't have been able to harm him at all. Not only was the fat man in a daze, but so was everyone else. With their eyesight, they naturally weren't able to discern the mysterious laws within Lin Ming's spear strike. Nor were they able to judge how fast Lin Ming's spear had been. Because of the confusion brought by the space and time laws, Lin Ming's spear gave off the feeling of an endless illusion, making it seem incomparably slow. You're that human from Emperor City. The fat man remembered Lin Ming. At Emperor City, Lin Ming's status as a human had left an impression on him. However, his complexion now changed, as if he seemed to recall something horrifying. He wasn't an idiot. He instantly thought of who Lin Ming might really be. However, before he could even say anything, the phoenix blood spear was also piercing towards his throat. As the fat man saw the spear coming towards him, he wanted to move away. But in that moment, he felt his body locked down by an inexplicable power of laws, rooting his every action in place. All he could do was stare haplessly on as the spear came shooting towards him. This is the reason why Senior Solitude wasn't able to avoid that killing strike? This was the fat man's last thought in the Akashic Dream battlefield. With a light popping sound, the spear penetrated through his throat. The fat man's life had been instantly severed. 2 people had continuously died, included among them a top master like the one-legged World King. Even so, Lin Ming didn't erupt with any aura at all, and he didn't even seem to take a single step anywhere. Such a scene was truly frightening. Death God Lin Mook. Someone sputtered out. They weren't ignorant when it came to the news that was being spread around. They knew there was a horrifying youth who had slain Empyrean Myriad Ghost and had been hunting down World Kings and Great World Kings. To them, a Great World King was an unreachable existence. But to Lin Ming, they were only walking merit points. They recalled what Lin Ming had said when he killed the one-legged World King. 1,000,000,000 merit points. I finally have it. With this, how could they not know who Lin Ming was? He's killed enough to reach 1,000,000,000 merit points. Everyone found this hard to imagine. The merit points that Lin Ming mentioned must be after his skeletal age was factored in. The original amount must be an astronomical figure. Lin Ming turned his head and looked at the gathered people, causing them all to be scared witless. Screw off, Lin Ming harshly said. Towards these weaklings, he couldn't be bothered to kill them. With this, people scattered in droves, fleeing in all directions. However, the many disciples of Zenith Palace remained. This was because their senior apprentice sister Jade River hadn't moved. Jade River looked at Lin Ming. She wanted to speak but hesitated. Lin Ming looked at Jade River. During this trip into the Akashic Dream battlefield, Lin Ming had crossed paths with the disciples of Zenith Palace twice. They could be considered as sharing a strand of fate. Moreover, when Lin Ming entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, he had used a token from Zenith Palace to do so. The profound spring lotus is yours. Lin Ming had already heard the name of this spirit medicine from Zenith Palace and the other influences here. As a spirit medicine that was worth less than a transcendent divine pill, Lin Ming had no need for it at all. If he gave the spirit medicine to Zenith Palace, it could be considered as completing their cycle of karma. Lin Mook. Jade River seemed to want to say something, but just as she parted her lips, Lin Ming's figure had already disappeared into the endless skies. The only thing left was his voice that echoed through the mountain valley. As time passed, The name of death god Lin Mook experienced an unprecedented peak, but afterwards, talk of him began to die down. He appeared a few more times until finally he completely vanished. However, at this time, most of the masters within the Akashic Dream battlefield, not including Chaos Demon God who was still hiding somewhere, had already perished. As for Lin Ming, he returned once more to the mystic realm where the Azura Roadmaster and the ancient Spiritus King had fought. He began to peacefully meditate on the laws in that ancient ruin once more. His cultivation had risen far too quickly. He needed time to stabilize himself. Time slowly passed. Lin Ming calmly meditated at the edge of the abyss. As for the red-dressed little girl, she hovered like a ghost in that mystic realm, often wandering in a daze around Lin Ming. She would sit on a pitch-black cliff and look into the stars shining in the distance, as if remembering something that had occurred in times long gone. Lin Ming didn't know what the red-dressed little girl was recalling, but he could feel that during these past days her speaking had become increasingly smooth, and she didn't stutter as much as she used to. With this, the 3-year deadline arrived. Oh! Outside the Akashic Dream battlefield, at Emperor City, a powerful aura surged into the skies. The clouds in the sky were torn apart like pieces of cloth. A magnificent palace emitted a sun-bright light, dazzling as it floated in the void, exuding a sense of awe and power. Standing outside the palace were a number of maids. All of them had their auras restrained. It was clear they had amazing cultivations. There was also a mountain-sized golden chariot that emitted a boundless light. It faintly struggled with the floating palace, making others unable to look directly at it. There was also a powerful figure standing high in the clouds, shrouded in shadows. It was impossible to see his appearance, but he exuded a vast aura that was as deep as a sea. He was definitely some absolute powerhouse, and no one dared to underestimate him. These were great influences from all over. They came here to meet the proud children of heaven who had entered the Akashic Dream battlefield. The Akashic Dream battlefield will close soon. My descendants certainly must have shined with glory, suppressing all the other heroes. Purple Chestnut will certainly have brought honor to my spirit race. A tall king of the spirit race said. Hee, just being a genius isn't enough to rise to prominence. There are some old monsters in there. This time, I wonder just how many so-called geniuses of their sex must have been defeated within. Someone said. Indeed, a genius was terrifying, but compared to those old monsters that had been cultivating for a long time, they were naturally of a lower level. If these old monsters disregarded their status to attack these young elites, then those young elites would suffer serious losses. The scene became increasingly grand. Many influences had entered the Akashic Dream battlefield. Now, they all rushed to Emperor City to greet the opening of the Akashic Dream battlefield. The Akashic Dream battlefield was only a tiny part of the Akashic Dream universe. The Akashic Dream universe was far too broad and encompassed the 7 heavens of the soul world. There was more than one Akashic Dream battlefield, and these different Akashic Dream battlefields opened at different times. Wanting to enter the Akashic Dream universe was easy, but wanting to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield was different. One required tokens, and even large influences had limited numbers of tokens. High in the skies, a limitlessly large purple gate exuded a glorious light, blinding to the eyes. An inexplicable strength flowed outwards. This gate had been closed for 3 years, and now it was finally opening. This also signaled the end of the Akashic Dream battlefield. They're coming out. Someone excitedly shouted from the crowds of people. There were some ordinary influences who were particularly concerned about their results. They hoped that their disciples were able to pressure their rivals and gain some face for their sect. For many disciples, the results from the Akashic Dream battlefield concerned the future development of their sect. How could they not be nervous? In that moment, the purple gate rumbled open. Horrifying air waves burst out, following by innumerable figures that whizzed by. A powerful scent of blood and iron filled the air. Many influences moved forwards to greet these people. A youth flew in front of an old man and took out a token. The old man chuckled happily. My good child, you've done well. Hehe. You've truly brought a smile to Grandpa's face. The old man lovingly patted this youth's head. He could sense the light shining from the merit points token and could tell that his grandson had killed many people. He was extremely proud of his grandson's achievements. Wonderful, it seems my blood tree clan did quite well. You've killed 5 or 6 people each, And this also includes a peak Holy Lord powerhouse? Good. I am very satisfied, the Blood Tree Clan elder said, looking towards the several Blood Tree Clan youths. They had strange turbans wrapped around their heads that exuded a mystical strength. It was quite bizarre. What? Our sect only has you remaining? Who did this? Another elder howled out in sorrow. As he looked at the scarred disciples in front of him, his slaughter intent soared to the heavens. The Deep East family actually plotted against you all. Good, very good. I didn't think they would be so vicious, another sect master said through a clenched jaw. All of the various disciples began to vigorously search for their own disciples in the throngs of people. Some influences were pleased to see their disciples have outstanding results. Some influences gnashed their teeth, preparing to retaliate against their enemies. For a time, the scene was bustling with activity. In front of the Emperor God Wall, masses of people milled about. The boundless Emperor God Wall had stood tall for countless hundreds of millions of years. The pressure that rolled off the Emperor God Wall was as oppressive as a cage. No one dared to approach too close. As for those people with poor cultivations, their spiritual seas would be directly crushed to smithereens if they were too near. Suddenly, in front of the Emperor God Wall, a dazzling light shined out. From the crowds of people, several hundred robed youths raised up their tokens together. Their tokens began to erupt with a glorious brilliance. Each ray of light shined upon the Emperor God Wall and was intercepted by a rune. These runes turned into a number in the void. As more and more beams of light shined out from the tokens, all sorts of numbers formed in space, finally becoming a numerical value. 93,420 merit points. In front of many disciples, a sect elder with a snow-white beard shivered with excitement as he read this number. This was the total number of merit points obtained by everyone in their sect. Wonderful! A sovereign from a small sect wearing an embroidered robe smiled brightly. This result had far exceeded his expectations. It was considered a good result to have 100 disciples emerge from the Akashic Dream battlefield. But this time, there were several hundred people leaving. This was an event worth celebrating. These merit point would provide their sect with many advantages. The sects and various influences gathered in front of the Emperor God Wall, using their tokens to exchange for merit points. Those from the same sect could combine their tokens together so that their merit points would become the total merit points of the sect. Some smaller sects were ecstatic. They discovered that the number of people who survived this round of the Akashic Dream battlefield was far higher than before. Some of these smaller sects even managed to obtain several tens of thousands of merit points. This was far too lucky. These merit points also indicated that their sects were quite strong. The sect leaders all grinned from ear to ear, bursting with joy. In front of the Emperor God Wall, all sorts of voices rose up. The proud children of heaven from many influences appeared together, meeting those who waited for them. But there were also some influences that were extremely gloomy, the expressions of their people dark and somber. These influences discovered that their people actually didn't appear. The entire spirit race together only has 890,000 merit points. In front of the Emperor God Wall, the spirit race influences merit points were displayed for all to see. This immediately caused a loud disturbance and intense discussion. How is that possible? The spirit race is such a large clan, so it's unbelievable that their total merit points are less than 3 million. But this time they actually have less than 1 million. Hey! Did you all notice that the purple chestnut king hasn't appeared? Did he die inside? Some influences were beyond shocked as they saw this. Aish! A spirit race elder was enraged, his voice rising like a billowing thunder cloud, causing the air in front of the Emperor God Wall to violently ripple. Who killed the purple chestnut king of my people? Who killed my spirit race's 5 great world kings? How come the shaman hasn't appeared? Where did Elder Duanmu go? Was he killed inside? From the camps of some large influences, angry roars began to sound out. In front of the Emperor God Wall, embarrassing scenes began to take place. There were some large influences that couldn't even obtain 1,000,000 merit points. In comparison to the harvests of the smaller influences, the contrast was far too sharp. Many people were startled to discover that from those large influences that couldn't reach 1,000,000 merit points, their shamans or great world kings had perished. The truth was that because of their age, these great world kings couldn't provide many merit points to the sect to begin with. However, they could play a great deterring role. They were considered the protective talismans of these sects. With a great world king accompanying these groups, the situation would be completely different. But if these great world kings died, the sect teams might be eaten up by others without anything remaining. Soon, the relative disparity in merit points increased by several times. What did you say? The Purple Chestnut King and the 5 great world kings were all slain by a human called Lin Mook. From the spirit race camp, a lion-like old man roared out loud, angrily shouting at a spirit race youth. The youth trembled as he responded. Death god Lin Mook brought far too great a pressure to him. The geniuses I taught were all killed by Lin Mook? Who is this Lin Mook? Many sects listened, startled. They didn't know who Lin Mook was. How arrogant! Thoroughly investigate that person's status for me. I will make sure he regrets being born. A great world king influences sect leader shouted out in a rage, his eyes flashing with a cold killing intent. And at this time, some influences above the great world king level were having their own suspicions. How come the old ancestor hasn't emerged yet? The yellow river palace was slowly floating in the sky. Those who stood above the palace walls were half-step Empyreans or great world kings. Their strengths were outstanding. However, each one was covered in dense ghost energy and followed by ghostly phantoms that endlessly howled. It was hard to tell if they were people at all. These people were from Yellow Springs Palace, a sect created by Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Could it be that the old ancestor is still engaged in a massive killing spree within? It shouldn't be. The reason the old ancestor came here was for an ancient rival of his. He shouldn't be interested in these juniors, and in any case the Akashic Dream battlefield will be closing soon. The old ancestor should have come out by now. Maybe that old scumbag Chaos is bothering the old ancestor. A Yellow Springs Palace disciple guessed. A number of divided opinions rang out as more and more Yellow Springs Palace disciples chimed in. Slowly, they began to suspect something had happened, and faintly felt an unlucky premonition approach. Did Empyrean Myriad Ghost perish? Was he killed by Chaos Demon God? A large influence couldn't help but wonder as they watched this all happen. Empyrean Myriad Ghost is the domineering and rampant kind of person. If he won, then he should already be swaggering his way out. Now the Akashic Dream battlefield is closing soon and he still hasn't appeared. That might mean he was killed by Chaos Demon God. Someone boldly suggested. As many people heard this, they felt this was the most reasonable explanation. As the people from Yellow Springs Palace heard these discussions, they became angry and even more worried. Something's wrong. Even Chaos Demon God hasn't emerged. Someone discovered that across from them, Chaos Divine Palace was also floating up and down, the people within keeping their auras restrained. Chaos filled the air around them as they quietly waited for their Empyrean to appear. Facing the glowering gaze from those of Yellow Springs Palace, the people from Chaos Divine Palace stared back, their eyes just as fierce and filled with a thick slaughter energy. As the great purple gate was about to close, a vast chaos aura as deep as a sea enveloped everyone present. It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor has come out. In the camp of Chaos Divine Palace, someone began to cheer out loud. They saw an old man in jade green robes appear, his entire body covered with chaos energy. This old man's pupils emitted a terrifying chaotic light that shot out in all directions. As he appeared, everyone was alarmed. Ha ha! My Chaos Divine Palace's old ancestor has emerged. Truly worthy of being our old ancestor. He even slew that old thief from Yellow Springs Palace. My Chaos Divine Palace is truly above all else. That's right. How could Yellow Springs Palace possibly hope to compete with my Chaos Divine Palace? Everyone was watching as Chaos Divine Palace began celebrating. As for those from Yellow Springs Palace, their faces turned as purple as frozen eggplants. All of them were agitated. It was obvious that their previous guesses appeared increasingly true. Many disciples from Chaos Divine Palace moved forwards to greet Chaos Demon God. But as they approached, they were all sent flying away with a thick air wave summoned by Chaos Demon God. "Old Ancestor!" a disciple cried out in panic. However, Chaos Demon God didn't seem to hear this at all, not even bothering to glance in the direction of these disciples. Without even going to Chaos Divine Palace, his face darkened, becoming incredibly dreadful. His figure flashed and he flew off into the distance at an incredible speed. The people from Chaos Divine Palace looked helplessly on as Chaos Demon God flew far away. All of them were left in a silent daze. Where did Old Ancestor go? Old Ancestor seems to be in a bad mood. What do we do now? Hurry up and chase after him. The people from Chaos Divine Palace were frightened. The higher-level disciples began to quickly activate the palace and break through the void, chasing after Chaos Demon God. Crowds of confused outer court disciples were left floating in the air, all of them dumbfounded. They had absolutely no clue as to what had just happened. What's wrong with that old geezer Chaos Demon God? If he truly won the battle, then he shouldn't be so quiet. Could he have been defeated? If so, then what about our old ancestor? The people from Yellow Springs Palace saw Chaos Demon God fly away without a single word. Each of them looked at his vanishing back, their thoughts even more confused. What did you say? As the many disciples of Yellow Springs Palace were stunned, a loud, surprised voice suddenly echoed out. The cry came from a great world king Holy Land. And the one who shouted out loud was this Holy Land's shaman, who had just said he would make Lin Mook regret being born in this world. You say that again? The old great world king had a look of utter disbelief crossing his face. Yes, what this disciple said is that Empyrean Myriad Ghost started a battle not long after entering the Akashic Dream battlefield. But he was killed by Lin Mook. Lin Mook was also severely wounded, and at that time Chaos Demon God had arrived. But Chaos Demon God didn't dare to attack Lin Ming. After that, Chaos Demon God went missing for the rest of the 3-year timeline and only appeared today. Because of the Holy Land shaman's shout, many people had turned towards him. As they heard what this disciple was saying, all of them were left speechless. Empyrean Myriad Ghost, an Empyrean-level powerhouse, had been slain by Lin Ming. How was this possible? As for Chaos Demon God, according to what the disciple had said, he undoubtedly feared Lin Ming. Thus he had hidden for all this time and had only appeared today. An Empyrean had been scared by a human to the point where he didn't dare make an appearance in the remaining 3-year timeline. Just how could this happen? The remaining disciples of Chaos Divine Palace all glared at this disciple, but they had no way of refuting this. Their old ancestor leaving in an angry rage without saying a single word was the best proof of what had happened. As for the shaman who had threatened Lin Ming, he was at a loss for words. He knew that his disciple wouldn't rashly speak about such important matters. Moreover, the many survivors who had come out from the Akashic Dream battlefield were all nodding with terrified expressions, confirming what had happened. The shaman remained silent as the people from Yellow Springs Palace came rushing down from the skies. This time, the only person who entered the Akashic Dream battlefield from their Yellow Springs Palace had been Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Yellow Springs Palace had no other disciples enter. Thus they had no idea what the situation was inside. What is his cultivation? The people from Yellow Springs Palace asked. I'm not sure. The great world king influenced disciple shook his head. It shouldn't be too high, and his skeletal age wasn't too old either. He is also a human. Besides Empyrean Myriad Ghost, around 90% of the great world kings that died in the Akashic Dream battlefield were probably because of him. As the disciple spoke, he gulped at the same time. He knew that after mentioning that this person had a low skeletal age and was also a human, it would cause a great reaction. And indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the noisy crowds fell silent. A human had struck down Empyrean myriad ghost but had also killed numerous world kings. Even Chaos Demon God had been forced to patiently hide away for 3 years in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Just how could this be? The human race had far too many of their inheritances severed, and many of their transcendent divine mights and higher-grade cultivation methods were controlled by the various large spiritas influences. And on the road of martial artists, understandings of the heavenly Tao laws were slowly accumulated generation after generation. A single person had a limited ability, and no matter how talented they were, without inheritances it was impossible to have high achievements. He couldn't have found the ancient ruins left behind by some ancient human supreme elder, right? That's possible. But just where did this Lin Mook come from? No one knows anything about him. Many disciples who safely came out from the Akashic Dream battlefield were forcefully interrogated. However, they all unanimously shook their heads. At this time, the disciples from Zenith Palace were all terrified. When Lin Ming was slaughtering his way through the Akashic Dream battlefield, the young disciples couldn't help but brag to everyone and anyone about Lin Ming and how Lin Ming was related to Zenith Palace. Luckily, the Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master, Jade River, and the others had discovered this and had promptly put an end to it. In Jade River's opinion, Lin Mook had shown graciousness to Zenith Palace. But as the matters about Lin Ming grew increasingly large and dangerous, it was best that a small fish like Zenith Palace pretend as if they didn't know Lin Mook in order to prevent any accidents from occurring. Otherwise, with Zenith Palace's background, it wouldn't strange if they were completely exterminated in a slightly large storm. "What do we do?" The Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master muttered, a bitter expression crossing his face. He was afraid that these influences would decide to vent their rage and frustrations on them. Jade River was also at a loss of what to do. Paper couldn't be used to wrap fire. As these various large influences probed Lin Mook's background, they would eventually find that it led back to Zenith Palace. "We can only state the facts. That is that we aren't truly related to Lin Mook and only encountered him by chance. Don't mention that we saved Lin Mook. For such a terrifying character, even if we didn't bump into him, he still would have awakened sooner or later. I hope so. They won't involve us just because we met Lin Mook, right?" As Jade River was speaking to the Vice Palace Master, they heard a resounding beast's roar spread through the air. Jade River looked up to see a giant ancient vicious beast pass over the skies of Emperor City, releasing an endless pressure. It stopped right in the open fields before the Emperor God Wall. This vicious beast was a rock. Its wings spread for 100 miles wide, and its dread-inducing aura covered everyone like a mountain. The rock opened its beak, and a thick spiritual energy gushed out. A tall old man with a square jaw and wide shoulders slowly walked out from within the rock. Following behind him was a team of elite martial artists with sharp appearances. The old man's eyes emitted a brilliant light. This light slowly swept over those present. "Guru Kuan Yuan," Jade River said, startled. Compared to the numerous influences at Emperor City, Guru Kuan Yuan's arrival was considered relatively common. But to Zenith Palace and those influences around Zenith Palace, Guru Kuan Yuan was a top master. This was because these influences were located at the Cardinal Sky World and were subordinate to Cardinal Sky Heavenly Palace. As for Guru Kuan Yuan, he was a direct disciple of Empyrean Heaven Core and possessed a half-step Empyrean cultivation. It was said that he had a chance of breaking into the Empyrean realm in the next 1,000,000 years. Although this was only a faint hope, it still allowed Guru Kuan Yuan to be a highly revered figure within the entire Cardinal Sky Heavenly Palace. This person had a short-fused temper and was not known to be friendly at all. Seeing him, the people of some small influences from Cardinal Sky World ran up to respectfully greet him. "Greetings, Guru." Zenith Palace salutes Guru Kuan Yuan. A crowd of people bowed with reverence. "What are your harvests this time?" Guru Kuan Yuan didn't bother exchanging niceties. He went straight to the point. The reason he came this time was to inspect the harvests of those that entered the Akashic Dream battlefield. To the small influences that were attached to Cardinal Sky Heavenly Palace, this inspection was extremely important. According to the merit points they earned, these small influences would be able to obtain rewards from Empyrean Heaven Core. Guru, our sect brought 9,000 people to the Akashic Dream battlefield and we have 820 who survived. Our merit points are 87,000. Guru, our incense mountain brought 8,000 disciples into the Akashic Dream battlefield and we have 670 who survived. Our merit points are 56,000. After listening to Guru Kuan-Yuan's words, the sovereigns of some small influences began speaking out the merit points their sects earned. As Guru Kuan-Yuan heard this, he pleasantly smiled. It was a bit surprising. These small influences had harvested a number of merit points much better than in the past. Could the overall strength of Cardinal Skyworld sects have increased? Zenith Palace? How come you aren't speaking? Guru Kuan-Yuan suddenly saw that the Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master had a strange complexion on his face, as if he were hesitating to speak. It wasn't just the Vice Palace Master who had an awkward expression, but even the core disciple Jade River seemed a bit terrified. The other influences had already finished reporting, and now only Zenith Palace was left dawdling. Guru Kuan-Yuan's eyes were like sharp blades as he looked at the people from Zenith Palace. Our Zenith Palace has obtained 186,500 merit points. The Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master said as everyone looked at him. After this trip into the Akashic Dream battlefield, Zenith Palace had just around 1,000 people remaining. From the elite squad that Jade River was in, 30 people had survived, and these 30 people contributed nearly half of these merit points. Guru Kuan-Yuan was amazed. He recalled that during the last trip into the Akashic Dream battlefield, Zenith Palace had only harvested several tens of thousands of merit points. Yet, this time they had obtained around 180,000. They had made considerable progress from the past. Not bad. Honorable Master Heavencore will be happy to hear this. When the rewards are handed down, your Zenith Palace will enjoy great benefits. Guru Kuan-Yuan said with satisfaction. As the high-level figures of Zenith Palace heard that Empyrean Heavencore would bestow upon them great rewards, they all looked at each other, not sure of what to say. The Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master ambiguously said, "The truth is that our Zenith Palace obtained far more merit points than this." "Oh? Zenith Palace has even more merit points? You should have said so earlier." Guru Kuan-Yuan was startled to hear this. The Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master had said that their Zenith Palace had obtained far more merit points, but 180,000 merit points was around the limit for a small influence. Just how many more could they possibly have obtained? If Zenith Palace has more than 200,000 merit points, then I shall take responsibility and grant you even more rewards, Guru Kuan-Yuan promised. He thought that Zenith Palace would be excited upon hearing this, but he didn't think their complexions would twist and they would seem worried. "What? Are you suspecting that I don't have the ability to fulfill my promise?" Guru Kuan-Yuan coldly said, clearly unhappy. "No, that's not what I mean. It's just that the situation is a little special, so our merit points might not be as simple as just 200 to 300,000. The Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master said with a constipated expression, finding it hard to explain. If possible, he didn't want to mention their relationship with Lin Ming, but it seemed things wouldn't go their way. "What are you being so wishy-washy about? If it's more than 200 to 300,000, then could it be 500,000 or even 1,000,000? That's about the same as a great world king influence." Guru Kuan-Yuan frowned. Some unlucky great world king influences might not even have 1,000,000 merit points. As Guru Kuan-Yuan was unhappy with the Vice Palace Master's attitude, suddenly, on the Emperor God Wall, Zenith Palace's merit points began to rise once more. Guru Kuan-Yuan was startled. It seemed that what the Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master said was true. Zenith Palace had more merit points to be countered still. The merit points rapidly grew, breaking past 200,000 in the blink of an eye. "Great!" Guru Kuan-Yuan nodded. His originally disgruntled expression softened. In the end, all that mattered were results. If Zenith Palace had good results, then Guru Kuan-Yuan was willing to forgive Zenith Palace for any mistakes they made. In several moments, the merit points rose to 250,000. Moreover, they continued to quickly increase without slowing down, soon breaking past 300,000. Guru Kuan looked at those from Zenith Palace and said with a deep sense of satisfaction, "Well done. Your results have truly not shamed you. Rest assured, I will follow my previous agreement and reward Zenith Palace well." However, before he finished speaking, Zenith Palace's merit points had risen to 350,000. With this, Guru Kuan was a bit surprised. Around 180,000 merit points should have been the limit of an ordinary world king influence. He never thought they would also reach 350,000. That was something worth celebrating. "Old Lao, you fellows didn't do badly at all. I didn't expect you to be hiding something like this. Could you have prepared some secret weapon?" Guru Kuan stroked his beard, the smile on his face becoming ever brighter. When he shouted at the Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master and called him Old Lao, that was an extremely intimate name. As Guru Kuan said, there were indeed some sects that would prepare top-secret weapons to bring to the Akashic Dream battlefield. For instance, Zenith Palace had gone to the Great Desolate Glacier in order to subdue the hornless ice dragon. As the Vice Palace Master who was called out in such a close manner by Guru Kuan, he didn't seem flattered at all. Rather, his expression appeared a bit bitter. He knew what was happening. Zenith Palace's merit points were rising so quickly because Lin Mook must have finally poured the merit points from his token onto the Emperor God Wall. Following that, Zenith Palace's merit points would grow, and this speed would become increasingly fast as the growth rate rose exponentially. 400,000. Zenith Palace has truly amazed the world this time. Behind Guru Kuan, there were some elders who had followed him here. They were also disciples of Empyrean Heaven Core and were all congratulating Zenith Palace together. "Old Lao, how come you have such an ugly expression? Are you worried that my Cardinal Sky Heavenly Palace won't fulfill the promised rewards? I must say, Old Lai, you are being too petty about this. Do you think our dignified Empyrean Heavenly Palace would be so stingy about some rewards? Even if you obtained 500 to 600,000 merit points, we would still be able to reward you with more than enough." However, as this disciple spoke, he slowly fell quiet. This was because Zenith Palace's merit points already reached 500,000. Seeing this number continue to rise, a look of doubt crossed his face. How come it's still rising? It's already at 500,000. Unbelievable. Zenith Palace has defied the will of the heavens this time. Soon they'll catch up to some less fortunate great world king influences. For an ordinary world king influence to surpass a great world king influence, that is a rare feat. Something like this hasn't occurred too often since ancient times. Normally this sort of thing would only happen when an astonishing genius is born into an ordinary world king influence. As the disciples of Cardinal Sky Heavenly Palace were discussing, they were looking over the disciples of Zenith Palace, trying to identify if there was some unrivaled genius amongst their ranks. 600,000. No, it will soon reach 700,000. Several Cardinal Sky Heavenly Palace disciples were left bewildered. 700,000. That would soon surpass the spirit race. The large spirit race clan only had just over 800,000 merit points. It was said that they didn't send out too many disciples and many amongst their ranks had been cut down by some ruthless individual. Even so, no one would suggest that their merit points would be lower than those of Zenith Palace. Something's wrong here, Guru Kuan frowned. It is a bit exaggerated, but still something worth celebrating. If there truly is a peerless genius with astonishing combat strength that is also young enough, they would be capable of affecting the balance to such a degree. Behind Guru Kuan, some Empyrean disciples chuckled as they spoke. However, these smiles quickly faded. This was because Zenith Palace's merit points broke past 1,000,000. 1,000,000. Wasn't this just too ridiculous? By all common sense, no matter how fierce Zenith Palace was, they still shouldn't be so incredible. If there was some unrivaled genius that appeared at Zenith Palace, then their name should have been heard throughout Cardinal Sky World by now. 1.5 million heavens. As Zenith Palace's merit points broke past 1,000,000, the rate of increase suddenly sped up. Before it rose by 100,000s, now it rose by 200,000s. This left many disciples in a stunned shock. Something's definitely wrong. The Empyrean disciples of the Cardinal Sky World all rose to their feet. their eyes like perfectly round circles as they stared unblinkingly at the Emperor God wall. 3 million. Isn't this just defying the heavens? People soon discovered that the larger the merit points value, the more terrifying the speed of increase. According to the previous rate, if the speed continued to rise, it would soon reach 8 or 9 million. But at this moment, they realized they were mistaken. The result was far more monstrous than they guessed. 20 million. Many Empyrean disciples felt their eyeballs nearly pop out of their heads. And at this time, the other influences also noticed the changes occurring on the Emperor God wall. The merit points of a small influence were crazily rising. What's going on? Everyone looked towards the Emperor God wall. 20 million. Even for an Empyrean holy land that sent out their brightest team of elites and achieved the limit of what they could, it would still be hard to reach this number of merit points. Then, 30 million, 40 million, 50 million. Guru Kuanyuan's face had already turned blue. Just how high would these merit points go? As for his previous promise of granting rewards to Zenith Palace no matter how many merit points they had, that was a nightmare. Zenith Palace already had 50 million merit points. If it rose any more, then wouldn't the entire Cardinal Sky Heavenly Palace be bankrupted? 100 million. Heavens! The chins of many Empyrean disciples nearly fell to the floor. This situation was beyond all comprehension. This definitely wasn't caused by Zenith Palace. There must have been some change within the Akashic Dream battlefield. After reaching 100 million, the merit points began to rise by nearly 20 million at a time. Seeing the number wildly surge up as if it were trying to knock all other numbers out of the way, many people's lips twitched, none of them able to speak. 200 million, 300 million, 400 million. How is this happening? A great world king sect leader angrily shouted. This number was far too extraordinary. It must be that Lin Mook, it has to be him. Besides him, there is no one else. Lin Mook. Either he must come from that small sect or he was borrowing their token. Many disciples who just emerged from the Akashic Dream battlefield soon understand what was happening. Although this terrifying merit points value was shocking, it wasn't out of the realm of disbelief. Rather, they thought it was quite normal. How many merit points will he have? As everyone began clamoring out loud, Zenith Palace's merit points soon reached 800 million. 1 billion. It's definitely going to hit 1 billion. Someone suddenly realized. With 1 billion points, they could exchange for one of the top-tier rewards on the Emperor God wall. That Lin Mook hunted down and slaughtered so many masters all to obtain a top-tier reward. Heavens, he actually managed to gather a full 1 billion merit points. Could he be wanting to exchange for the golden page? How horrifying! As everyone was shouting out loud, the Zenith Vice Palace Master was startled upon hearing this. Just before they entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, Lin Ming had asked him about the conditions for exchanging for the golden page. Back then, the Vice Palace Master had been impatient with his questions because he thought it was an impossibility. But now, it seemed that Lin Ming might actually succeed in obtaining it. If so, then the reason he caused such a tremendous commotion in the Akashic Dream battlefield and widely publicized his possession of the Kirin fruit was all in order to lure countless powerhouses to him so he could kill them. What a terrifying young man. And as everyone thought, Lin Ming's merit points finally stopped at 1.07 billion. This was just enough to exchange for the golden page. Where is Lin Mook? Someone asked out loud. For a time, everyone's eyes panned over the crowd. However, there were too many people standing in front of the Emperor God wall. With all of these large influences gathered together, it was an extremely messy and chaotic scene. Wasn't wanting to look for a single person in this sea of people easier said than done? Moreover, this Lin Mook had most likely hidden his identity, and had probably changed his appearance. After all, Lin Mook had offended far too many people in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Moreover, with him wanting to do something so attention-grabbing like exchanging for the golden page, it would be impossible for him to show his true appearance to those here. As everyone was looking for Lin Mook, the entrance to the Akashic Dream battlefield closed. If one didn't leave the Akashic Dream battlefield before the entrance closed again, then all martial artists within would die. Of course, their true bodies wouldn't die, but their merit points would be erased. Lin Mook is among us, someone shouted out in a bass voice, but no one knew where he was. This was a ruthless youth who could even kill an Empyrean at the same cultivation level. If he wanted to hide, wasn't finding him easier said than done? Moreover, out of the martial artists present, the one with the highest cultivation was only a half-step Empyrean. After Chaos Demon God left, there were no true Empyreans here. Who could find Lin Ming? That human, the small influence he came from is... Many people suddenly thought of looking for the small influence that Lin Ming had entered through. They soon found Zenith Palace. For a time, the Zenith Vice Palace Master and J-Driver's complexions turned gray. What should have come had now come. Their Zenith Palace had no place to hide. But luckily for them, they only had a passing relationship with Lin Ming. If they were honest, then they wouldn't be sucked into this mess. No wonder, so that youth who killed Empyrean Myriad Ghost was brought by you, Guru Kunyuan said with realization. Only now did he understand the Vice Palace Master's constipated expression. Soon, Jade River and the Vice Palace Master were taken away to be questioned. As for Guru Kunyuan, he didn't stop them from being whisked away. After all, there were no consequences to dying in the Akashic Dream universe, and fighting in Emperor City was forbidden to begin with. Great desolate glacier? You're saying that human was buried deep in the snow, half his body iced over, and when your Zenith Palace went there to look for the hornless ice dragon, as a result you ended up finding Lin Mook instead. Those from Zenith Palace were taken off by a number of great influences and interrogated separately. So the truth about how they found Lin Ming was soon known. Zenith Palace naturally didn't dare to hide anything concerning Lin Ming, including how they had misunderstood Lin Ming's strength at the start, and even how they planned to use him as an object of study to further perfect their soul and energy dual cultivation method. Early Holy Lord? What are you saying? Are you saying that when you ran into that human, he was only at the early Holy Lord realm? Upon hearing of Lin Ming's cultivation, the several great world kings present stood up. Those from Yellow Springs Palace were particularly agitated. Old man, are you saying that Lin Mook was only at the early Holy Lord realm? The direct disciples of Empyrean Myriad Ghost were all morbidly thin like bags of bones. However, each one was exceedingly tall. One of these tall disciples was an old man with green hair. He picked up the Zenith Vice Palace Master as easily as a chicken. The Zenith Vice Palace Master turned ash white. In front of such a character, his status was nothing to speak of. This lowly servant doesn't dare to lie, the Vice Palace Master reluctantly said. Are you saying that my honorable master was defeated beneath the hands of an early Holy Lord Realm Junior? The green-haired old man's eyes turned blood red, as if he could devour the Vice Palace Master alive. The disciples of Yellow Springs Palace were all covered with a gloomy energy, and their conduct was strange and bizarre. If they really did eat others, it wouldn't be a surprise at all. The Vice Palace Master's palms began to sweat. He grit his teeth and nodded. Unless Lin Mook was deliberately tricking me. But it should be true that his skeletal age is extremely low. Facing an interrogation from so many large influences, the pressure on the Zenith Vice Palace Master was far too great. If any one of these large influences were stirred up, then there wouldn't be any good result for them at all. There was the possibility that the entirety of Zenith Palace would be annihilated. Humph! The green-haired old man angrily coughed. Empyrean Myriad Ghost had lost to such a little bastard that he was getting enraged just thinking about it. He had a lot of grievances to vent but didn't know just who to vent them on. And at this time, a middle-aged man standing nearby said, Old Green, stop being angry just because you've been disgraced. All the clues indicate that this Lin Mook is indeed a junior and a monstrously talented individual, to the point that none of us can imagine. If you take out your anger on Zenith Palace, it won't be of any use. The middle-aged man came from Chaos Divine Palace. Chaos Divine Palace and Yellow Springs Palace were sworn enemies of each other. But at this time, both of their old ancestors had been defeated by a junior. There was no need to mention Empyrean Myriad Ghost, who had been killed by Lin Mook, but even Chaos Demon God had been forced into hiding for the remainder of the 3 years, not daring to appear in front of Lin Ming. It was only when the Akashic Dream battlefield opened once more that he left in a huff. With a common enemy, the originally contentious relationship between Chaos Divine Palace and Yellow Springs Palace loosened a little. We have to discuss countermeasures and how to look for Lin Mook. He has offended so many people in the Akashic Dream battlefield that he's become the enemy of the public. Moreover, there is definitely some secret on his body. Otherwise it would have been impossible to grow to such a degree. Perhaps he obtained an extraordinary ancient lucky chance of some sort. In ancient times, humans had been no weaker than the Spiritas. There were some human supreme elders who had hidden vaults of astronomical value. Yes, in any case we must find this fellow. I suspect he has already left Emperor City by now. What a pity. After a martial artist enters the Akashic Dream battlefield, their true body will be sealed away by the laws in a different space, so it will be impossible to find. Otherwise, everything would work out easier if we could find his true body. Many high-level figures of these large influences began to form plans together. Lin Ming had slapped all their faces in the Akashic Dream battlefield, and he also likely had some profound treasure hidden on his body. And most important of all, Lin Ming was only a little junior that hadn't grown yet. In this sort of situation, how could they let Lin Ming go? As the elders were plotting together, a loud noise began to rise from outside. "What is it?" Old Green roared out. "What are you all making so much noise for?" "Elder, someone has neared the Emperor God Wall." "It might be." Before this person finished speaking, the green-haired old man rushed outside, accompanied by the other high-level figures of large influences, all of them overflowing with killing intent. The Emperor God Wall released a horrifying pressure at all times, disallowing anyone from approaching too close. This was true no matter how talented one was, and even Empyreans weren't an exception. No one could violate the laws of the Akashic Dream universe. But there was one exception. This was if a person had obtained the qualifications to leave behind their name on the Emperor God Wall. Then, the Emperor God Wall would allow this person to approach and carve their name. Now that someone was approaching the Emperor God Wall, they all thought of one person, Lin Mook. Bang, bang, bang. Masses of people hurtled towards the Emperor God Wall. They could see that in the far-off distance, a blue-clothed youth was flying towards the Emperor God Wall with a smug expression on his face. The horrifying pressure that scared off all others didn't seem to exist to him at all. As he approached the Emperor God Wall on the wind, his steps seemed calm and stable. From everyone's angle, they could only see this youth's back and not his appearance. "It's him, it's Lin Mook," many people immediately surmised. During this round of the Akashic Dream battlefield, only Lin Ming managed to obtain the approval of the Emperor God Wall and approach so easily. "This damned brat," someone angrily said before they flew towards Lin Ming. But before this person could get too close, he was unable to continue due to the massive pressure exuding from the Emperor God Wall. But he had already been prepared for this. As he reached the limit for how far he could go, he suddenly threw out his sword. "Fuse with my soul force, spirit sword." This person poured all of his soul force into this sword. The sword shot through the air, approaching Lin Ming's back. However, this sword was also governed by the laws of Emperor City as well as the pressure from the Emperor God Wall. The sword only managed to fly out several thousand feet before it exploded into pieces, and the soul force attached to it was also torn apart. The person who threw the sword stuffily coughed, taking several steps back as he paled. He had suffered a severe backlash. "Don't be reckless. It is impossible for us to approach the Emperor God Wall, and it is also extremely dangerous for anyone who dares to attack near it." Someone blocked everyone else. From start to finish, Lin Ming hadn't even turned his head as he continued flying towards the Emperor God Wall. "What do we do? Do we just watch on as he does whatever he wants?" Someone said with deep unwillingness. Many people shook their heads. They were indeed helpless in this situation. They could only stare blankly on as Lin Ming flew forwards. And what was most depressing was that they couldn't even see Lin Ming's face. This human, he wants to carve his name on the Emperor God Wall. The Emperor God Wall itself was a titanic divine mountain and one of the natural walls of Emperor City. As Lin Ming flew towards the Emperor God Wall, He seemed like a tiny speck of dust against a massive mountain, nearly unnoticeable. Lin Ming flew higher as he chose the spot to carve his name. Carving one's name on the Emperor God wall wasn't difficult in itself. What was difficult was earning the qualifications to do so. Finally, he stopped. The area he chose didn't seem particularly special, but if one looked to the side, they would see two more characters written in a flowing and beautiful manner, Xianxia. These two characters were drawn like twin phoenixes dancing in the skies, and contained the deep meaning of numerous laws. If an influence could copy these two characters, it would become the most precious inheritance of their sect. See, Lin Ming drew out a black spear. This was the Black Dragon Spear. As the spear appeared, a vast and ancient aura erupted outwards. Even the Emperor God Wall didn't seem completely capable of suppressing this aura. The place the human chose is next to Empress Xianxia. He wants to carve his characters next to Empress Xianxia's. This is dash? Some people cried out loud as they realized Lin Ming's plan. Xianxia was a goddess of the Spiritas. Now, a human wanted to carve his name next to their people's goddess. This touched upon the fragile mentality of all Spiritas martial artists present. It was like this action was mercilessly taunting the Spiritas martial artists of this generation, because none of them had been able to win the qualifications to carve their name on the Emperor God Wall. For the last 1,000,000 years, in the entirety of the Spiritas' 7 heavens, only Xianxia had earned the rights to leave behind her name on the Emperor God Wall. As for them, all of them were ordinary martial artists that hadn't been recognized. Now, a mere human was actually planning to carve his name near Xianxia's to be on par with her, even making it faintly feel like a couple flying together. How could they not be incensed by this? This bastard! Some people gripped their fists in a rage. At this time, Lin Ming finally moved. The Black Dragon Spear was flourished in an epic manner. The sharp spear edge drew on the Emperor God Wall, emitting a crisp sound of stone on metal. At the same time, countless sparks flew out. Lin Ming's writing was as smooth as dancing dragons and phoenixes, and every line he drew contained a rumbling god-killing intent. Looking at the characters he drew was like watching an Asura on a golden chariot tear their way through an endless battlefield of slaughter, overwhelming all enemies. Countless stone shards flew out, but these shards were reabsorbed by the Emperor God Wall, only leaving behind the drawn lines. But what startled those watching was that Lin Ming didn't leave behind the name Lin Mook, but had drawn out Polar Ice Lin. Polar Ice Lin? Is that Lin Mook's title? We don't even know if Lin Mook is his true name. He probably just made it up on the spot when he ran into those disciples of Zenith Palace. There were many suspicious points about why Lin Ming had suddenly appeared on the Great Desolate Glacier. It likely involved some great secret, so it was reasonable if he gave out a fake name. People didn't even know if the title of Polar Ice Lin was true or not. I'm about to be aggravated to death. Old Green shook as he spoke. Everyone could only stare helplessly on as Lin Ming drew these characters right next to Xianxia's. Yet there was nothing any of them could do. Block off Emperor City. Someone roared. It's too late. There aren't any Empyreans present. And even if there were, they still wouldn't be able to near the Emperor God Wall. We can block off 3 sides of Emperor City, but to Lin Mook this doesn't matter at all. His actions are purposefully provoking the goddess of my people. This is an unforgivable crime. Curse him. If one day I can carve my name atop the Emperor God Wall, I will ruin his characters. Espirita's genius unwillingly said. But no one could agree with his words. Even his friends from his own sect didn't believe he had even the smallest chance of carving his name atop the Emperor God Wall. After carving the title of Polar Ice Lin into the Emperor God Wall, Lin Ming felt that his mind had become connected to it. All sorts of thoughts crossed his mind and some things seemed to be within his reach. Golden page. Lin Ming meditated in his mind. He thrust out a hand and his entire hand sank into the Emperor God Wall. As he pulled it back, a thin golden piece of paper appeared in his grasp. This was the golden page that was exchanged with 1,000,000,000 merit points. Lin Ming was excited. He found that this golden page was different from what he had thought. He originally thought that the golden page would be a heavy piece of gold paper, around the size of a normal tome. But he never thought that the golden page in his hand would be as soft as gauze. As he grabbed it, he felt just how large it was. After unfolding it, it was almost 3 feet long, just like a small cassia worn by a monk. The golden page was extremely soft, as smooth as silk. When it was placed against the sun, it was nearly transparent. However, it was extremely heavy. In Lin Ming's impression, if he held something so heavy in his hands, it should hang down due to its own weight and would be difficult to shake. But the truth was that as he held this golden page in his hands, it had an airy feel to it, seeming as if it would flutter in the wind. What a mysterious object! Lin Ming could feel that this golden page was extraordinary. As he looked at it, he could see thick lines of runes engraved into it. Among these runes, 2 particularly large ancient characters stood out, illuminating the page like 2 dark golden moons, shining with a sacred light. These 2 characters spelled Holy Scripture. Holy Scripture, only 2 words but containing an incomprehensibly domineering momentum. With just these 2 words as its name, there were no other embellishments. This was enough to prove just how powerful this golden page was. It contained unsurpassed mysteries and endless true meanings. Holy Scripture. Is this the so-called Spirita's Holy Scripture? Lin Ming could feel that the golden page in his hands was a remnant of the Spirita's Holy Scripture. However, its name was not Spirita's Holy Scripture but instead only Holy Scripture. This caused Lin Ming to suspect whether or not the word Spiritas had been added to the front of Holy Scripture afterwards. In truth, was the creator of the Spirita's Holy Scripture even the first ancestor of all Spiritas? This wasn't necessarily the truth, but only the history that had been created by the Spiritas. As for whether or not it was correct, that was another issue altogether. What Lin Ming could confirm was that the creator of the Holy Scripture was an existence that had arrived at the pinnacle of the soul-forging system. In terms of cultivation systems, it was similar to that of the Spiritas. Lin Ming continued to look through the cicada wing-thin golden page. He found that there were far too many tiny runes covering the page, and each rune was incredibly difficult to discern clearly. In fact, if one focused too much, an unknown force would pierce into one's spiritual sea, causing a stabbing pain to the eyes and soul. Was this a remnant spirit mark left behind in the Holy Scripture, or perhaps even a bit of soul force? Lin Ming was amazed. This golden page was far too strange. Even with his current strength, he found it incredibly difficult to read. Just looking at a single rune made him feel as if he would overdraw his soul force. At this time, a flow of information passed into Lin Ming's mind. His thoughts stirred as he perked up to attention. This information was vague, but it gave Lin Ming an approximate feeling. Although he had exchanged for the golden page, the truth was that he had only been able to borrow it. As for the borrowing duration, that was actually Lin Ming's lifespan. As long as Lin Ming was alive, this golden page would be lent to him. But if he died, the golden page would be reabsorbed into the Emperor God Wall. As this information passed into Lin Ming's mind, all sorts of thoughts raced through him. There were likely many of these golden pages, but because of the restrictions of the laws, no matter how much time passed, it would be impossible to exchange for all the golden pages of the Emperor God Wall. If so, then the so-called original Spirita's Holy Scripture might not be the original copy after all. Instead, it was a replica slowly formed over the billions of years of history of the Spiritas, with people exchanging for golden pages throughout time and making copies of them. But this replica was incomparably far from the true authentic work. One could even say that they couldn't be compared at all. That meant that even someone who possessed the Spirita's Holy Scripture would covet the golden page in his hands. As these thoughts passed through Lin Ming's mind, he sucked in a deep breath. It was impossible for him to hide the news that he had exchanged 1 billion merit points for the golden page. Now, he would become the focus of the public. Luckily, this was the Akashic Dream universe. If Lin Ming were in the real world, things would undoubtedly become far more dangerous for him. I can't read this here. I have to leave first. Lin Ming didn't need to turn around to realize that there was a massive commotion occurring behind him. As he floated in front of the Emperor God Wall, an innumerable number of people had gathered behind him, all of them wanting to shred him to pieces and steal away his golden page. Unfortunately for them, the Emperor God Wall's terrifying pressure meant that these people couldn't even cast their divine sense towards him. Even so, they had already transmitted this news through various means. Currently, it had only been half an hour since everyone had emerged from the Akashic Dream battlefield, and powerhouses had yet to catch up. But as time passed, more and more masters would arrive here. In the incomparably massive Akashic Dream universe, there were undoubtedly many Empyreans and possibly even true divinities. Lin Ming didn't want to wait at the Emperor God Wall until an Empyrean arrived. By that time, he wouldn't be able to leave at all. After putting away the golden page, Lin Ming shot into the sky, instantly soaring up hundreds of thousands of feet. Then, like a sparrow, he flew directly over the mountain like Emperor God Wall and vanished over the other side. He ran away. He's crossed the divine mountain. We can't chase after him. In Emperor City, 3 of the city walls were over 1,000 miles long. However, on the north side where the divine mountain was located, that mountain range stretched for countless tens of thousands of miles, acting as a natural moat that no one could cross unless they had the qualifications to approach and carve their name. As many people looked at Lin Ming, flames nearly spewed out from their eyes. They had been forced to watch on as Lin Ming left his name right next to Shang Mei's on the Emperor God Wall, took his reward, and then pompously flew away. "I hate him!" Old Green roared out, stamping his feet on the ground. He beat his fists against his chest, so angry that his liver and gallbladder hurt. Ignoring the secret that Lin Ming had on his body, just the value of that golden page was incomprehensible. Yet no one in their sect was capable of obtaining it. Even asking for 1/10 of the required merit points was completely impossible. That is the treasure of us spiritas. Yet it was taken by a human. Debased human, he's stolen away what belongs to us. The most sacred treasure of my soul race. How could it have fallen into the hands of a human? We must kill him and take it back. At this time, the animosity between the Spiritas and Lin Ming had extended far past the great world kings and Empyrean that he had killed in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Now, he had touched upon the reverse scale of many large Spiritas' influences and had even taken away a treasure that true divinities would be jealous of. As these various great influences spread this news, Lin Ming had already crossed the Emperor God Wall and flown into the vast depths of the Akashic Dream universe. His flight speed was extremely fast. As he flew, his body emitted crackling sounds as his form changed. He shrank, becoming shorter and thinner, and his looks became increasingly ordinary. His eye sockets deepened. If he were thrown into a crowd of mortals, it would be impossible to notice him. Lin Ming's application of the bodily rebirth technique had reached an extremely high boundary. In addition to his deep cultivation and strength, even an Empyrean might not be able to see through his camouflage. But if Lin Ming were to meet a true divinity, he didn't have any confidence that he would be able to fool them. However, what sort of character was a true divinity? In the 7 heavens that comprised the soul world, there were likely not more than a handful of true divinities, so Lin Ming didn't worry about them at all. Lin Ming thought about it. He folded up the golden page and placed it near his chest, against his heart. His body became a series of afterimages as he vanished into the horizon. Although the war in the Akashic Dream battlefield had ended, Lin Ming didn't plan on leaving the Akashic Dream universe just yet. He had come here to adventure and also to find Shang Mei. In the 7 universes of the soul world, Lin Ming didn't even know which one Shang Mei was residing in. For him to find Shang Mei like this was far, far too difficult. Thus, the best way to do so would be to cause a massive disturbance in the Akashic Dream universe and force Shang Mei to seek him out on her own initiative. Lin Ming already anticipated that the matter of him leaving behind his name on the Emperor God Wall and right next to Shang Mei's would soon enter into the universes of the Spiritas, and subsequently pass into her ears. This was the reason Lin Ming deliberately left behind such a title next to Shang Mei's name. The main universe of the soul world was also the largest universe of the soul world's 7 heavens. This universe had 4,800 great worlds, and their martial arts civilization had been inherited continuously for over 8 billion years. The so-called inheritance that continued for over 8 billion years meant that for the last 8 billion years, there had been no great calamities that ruined them. Rather, they only developed to higher heights without ever being destroyed. This allowed this universe's martial arts civilization to reach an inconceivable degree of glory. And the background of the Spirita's main universe had reached depths so great that it was almost impossible to imagine. From 5 billion years ago, after the Spirita's main universe had existed for over 3 billion years, true divinities began to appear amongst the ranks of the Spirita's martial artists. The birth of a true divinity required not only the accumulation of inheritances but also a deep background and the support of a great destiny. For a shallow universe like the divine realm, it was hard for enough threads of destiny to gather together to nurture the ascendance of a true divinity. Generation upon generation of true divinities would also leave behind their own inheritances that accumulated over time. These were the enlightenments of existences that stood above Empyreans. It was a mind-boggling level of wealth. The Spiritas possessed more than 7 universes, and over half of the entire soul race's strength was concentrated in their main universe. In this universe, the most bustling first-order world was also the hub world of the Spiritas. Here, ordinary world kings had only average statuses. Here, Empyreans numbered in the double digits, and above Empyreans there was even a true divinity. This true divinity was none other than the Soul Emperor, the ruler of the soul world's 7 heavens. He was the highest existence amongst the Spiritas. The Holy Land he established was called the Soul Rapture Holy Lands. Without a doubt, it was the largest influence of the Spiritas. The Soul Rapture Holy Lands occupied over half the land of the great world's central continent. There were broad smelting trials and innumerable mystic realms. The training conditions here was so rich that geniuses of other influences could only hope to live here. At this time, within the Soul Rapture Holy Lands, in a small world filled with the atmosphere of spring, this small world was warm and pure. The morning sunlight sprinkled down, scattering upon the floor like golden yarn. All sorts of spirit grasses and flowers grew, and spiritual dew condensed on these plants. A single drop of this dew, if it fell into the outside world, would be considered the water of a divine spring and stir up a storm of blood and chaos. But here, this was only the most common of flower dew. It would gather every morning and then evaporate as the sun rose. In this immortal fairyland, there was an ordinary table, and in front of this table was a chair carved from white jade, not seeming special at all. A pair of pale feet casually stepped atop the green grass in front of this chair, the toes like pearl drops. These were the feet of a magnificent woman. She wore purple clothes and her legs were straight. Her curves and her face were perfectly molded, like the most exquisite forms of art. A blue bird fluttered on her shoulder. This bird was gorgeous and its feathers were dazzling. Its eyes were like twin sapphires. At this time, the woman was completely entranced. As the sunlight fell upon her pitch-black hair that fell like an inky waterfall, it reflected a purple gold gloss. In her hands and lying on the table was a thin piece of golden paper, nearly invisible in the sun. Countless tiny runes were written atop this golden paper. She carefully read through the mysterious principles of these runes. Sometimes, her nose would wrinkle and her eyelashes would move, and she would even sway about, leaving behind faint shadows that were beautiful to behold. If Lin Ming were here, he would naturally recognize what this was. The golden paper that this woman was looking at was one of the golden pages from the Holy Scripture. As for this woman, she was Soul Empress Xianxia. The bird on her shoulder was her contract beast, the deep blue ice phoenix. After many years, the Xianxia of today was different from before. She gave off a feeling as if she had broken free from her cocoon and had been reborn. Her temperament became increasingly perfect, like she was an immortal from the highest heavens, making all mortals beneath her feel naught but inferiority. This was because Xianxia had finally completed the 7th revolution of her grand reincarnation art. Like a phoenix through nirvana, she had obtained a new life, and all of this was also partly thanks to Lin Ming. Because of Lin Ming's help, Xianxia had obtained an even greater lucky chance from the Azura Road's final trial. With this lucky chance, she had been able to use it to complete the 7th revolution of the grand reincarnation art. Currently, Xianxia was deeply perceiving the Spirita's holy scripture in preparation for attacking that mythical Eighth Revolution. She had a faint premonition that the Eighth Revolution would be incomparably hard. It would cost her a massive amount of time and require an incomprehensible amount of energy and effort to complete. And the most mysterious Ninth Revolution that only existed in legends, even Xianxia didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in completing it. This was because the Spirita's Soul Emperor was also stuck at this step, unable to cross it. Although the Soul Emperor hadn't succeeded, Xianxia still wanted to try attacking the Ninth Revolution. In her road of martial arts, she desired to stand at the peak of all martial arts and see what the scenery there was like. Just as she was about to put away the golden page and set out, at this time not too far away, there was a light tinkling sound in the spirit springs not too far from her. A beautiful rainbow fish leapt up from the springs, jumping in front of Xianxia. It put out a token and then swished around before splashing back into the spirit springs. Xianxia's eyebrows pressed together. She picked up the token. What happened? During her seclusion, no one was allowed to disturb her. To be delivered a token now likely meant it was some serious matter. She swept her sense through the token and thoroughly investigated the contents. A surprised look flashed through her eyes. Polar Ice Lin, that is the title someone carved on the Emperor God wall, right next to my name. Moreover, he has a golden page and he is even a human. In the entire 33 heavens, there was only a handful of people that would be able to carve their names into the Emperor God wall. In addition, this person was surnamed Lin and was also a human. With all these factors added together, Xianxia suddenly recalled someone. And that name Polar Ice Lin. This Polar Ice, it was likely that Xianxia unconsciously thought back to the final trial's undying Polar Ice. Polar Ice Lin, could it be Lin Ming? Otherwise, it was impossible to explain such coincidences in the world. A human had chosen to carve the name Polar Ice Lin right next to her own. It was extremely likely that Lin Ming wanted to tell her something, that he had come to the soul world. Lin Ming. Xianxia stood up, a thoughtful look on her face. He wants to see me? Towards Lin Ming, Xianxia couldn't quite describe just what she felt. They could be considered enemies as well as friends. But what a pity. He was not a Spiritas. The golden page in his hands should be the second wood page. For this page, I should see him at least once. Like this, Xianxia flew out from the small world. At this time, in a remote mountain deep within the Akashic Dream universe, Lin Ming had opened up his own cave dwelling and was quietly reading through the golden page. Scanning this golden page placed an enormous burden on his eyes, often making his eyes and mind hurt. It was like countless needles poking at his thoughts. He couldn't help but put the golden page down periodically and take a rest before starting reading again. Reading this golden page required a strong soul force. With Lin Ming's current strength, he was just barely able to do it. However, Lin Ming discovered that even though there was a piercing pain to his spiritual see as he read through the page, as he read through it day after day, he also noticed that his soul seemed to be constantly tempered throughout. The direct manifestation of this was that he could read the golden page for longer and longer periods of time with each attempt. The more Lin Ming read, the more he discovered that the writer of the Holy Scripture was also an era-shaking peerless character. But it was unknown just why he had engaged in a life-or-death struggle with the Azura Roadmaster. Like this, Lin Ming used an entire month to read through the golden page. He also finally knew just what was recorded within the Holy Scripture. The Azura Heavenly Tao could be called, in a way, a comprehensive summary of the laws of the 33 heavens, a way of standing on par with the great Tao of the universe. And this Holy Scripture was the exploration of a martial artist, the excavation of their complete life potential. Law of reincarnation, art of eternal life. Lin Ming was amazed. The law of reincarnation was the grand reincarnation art that Xianxia cultivated. It was one of the most essential parts of the Holy Scripture. However, besides the law of reincarnation, there was an even more terrifying arcane technique within the Holy Scripture, something that could truly be described as defying the will of the heavens. Its name was the art of eternal life. Eternal life. That sounded like an unbelievable concept. If a martial artist could achieve immortality, then as long as they lived, their strength would constantly increase. If they could live for 10 billion years, just how strong would they become? What level would they reach? It was impossible to imagine. A mystic stone, after experiencing the infinite washing of time, could eventually become an essence spirit embryo stone. So, if a pig were to experience the infinite tempering of years, even it could eventually accumulate the good fortune of the world and obtain enlightenment, becoming a monster, and then a monster emperor, and sooner or later rule a world. The art of eternal life complemented the law of reincarnation. But, in order to cultivate the art of eternal life, one needed an eternal soul. And this sort of mythical soul had already vanished for billions and billions of years. As for the art of eternal life, it became nothing but a story. Eternal soul. Lin Ming's thoughts chilled. He certainly remembered that in one of his encounters with Xiang Mei in the past, Xiang Mei had said that his soul was similar to the eternal soul. In the past, Lin Ming believed that this was because of the magic cube. The existence of the magic cube had caused some sort of fundamental mutation to Lin Ming's soul. Lin Ming couldn't help but think. Was his soul the eternal soul? With my soul, can I succeed in cultivating the art of eternal life? According to the records of the Holy Scripture, it was nearly impossible to cultivate the art of eternal life. In fact, it wasn't a perfect cultivation method. Even the creator of this cultivation method, the author of the Holy Scripture, had only completed a part of this art of eternal life in the past. Even the one who wrote the Holy Scripture hadn't been able to eventually obtain eternal life. Eternal life, it was a curse upon the heavenly Tao, something that the heavenly Tao would never allow. Even universes would eventually perish, much less life. I wonder if I can see the boundary of eternal life after surpassing a true divinity. Lin Ming inexplicably thought. He had no idea whether the Azura Roadmaster was alive or dead. This holy scripture is a peerless treasure. Unfortunately, I only have a single page. If I can obtain other pages, then my understandings towards life will reach new heights. If I can cultivate the grand reincarnation art, then let alone the 7th, 8th, or 9th revolution, as long as I can complete 6 revolutions, my strength will greatly increase. As Lin Ming thought of this, he became increasingly excited. It had to be known that a good portion of Xiang Mei's strength was due to the grand reincarnation art. The Azura Sutra and Holy Scripture were both peerless cultivation methods that spoke of the true meaning of the Great Tao. One explored the limits of the universe and the other explored the limits of a martial artist. If both could be gathered together, just what would that be like? The mountain that Lin Ming hid himself in was shrouded by strange clouds. These clouds tumbled about, endlessly mysterious and filled with energy. In the midst of dust, Lin Ming was sitting down, slowly reading through the golden page. The majority of the Azura Sutra's focus was on the laws and the mysterious Azura runes. As for this golden page, most of its writings were descriptive texts. These texts connected together to create all-encompassing and esoteric passages. In these ancient passages, each word, each stroke, was filled with infinite concepts. Just reading them aloud made Lin Ming feel as if his spiritual sea was expanding and connecting to the universe. The endless starlight of the world seemed to shine down on Lin Ming's spiritual sea, vitalizing his soul and making his entire body feel comfortable as if he were standing in a light spring breeze. He felt as if he could see the starry void of the universe. Countless stars were born and destroyed as galaxies swirled around him. And these stars, all of these galaxies, seemed to constitute a part of a person and be just a part of their body. A person's body was like a universe, and the universe of a body could correspond to the universe of the world. In this massive body, the heartbeat, breathing, the peristalsis of its stomach, everything flowed in a methodical order, corresponding to the paths of the heavens and earth. If the Azura Sutra cultivated the outside world, then the Holy Scripture cultivated the inside world. The Holy Scripture was not limited to cultivating one's essence, energy, and divine. Rather, its final goal was to perfectly fuse essence, energy, and divine together into one sublime form. When a martial artist's essence, energy, and divine completely integrated together, it would form a perfect cycle. And if one possessed the eternal soul and was able to cultivate the law of eternal life, then they could exist forever in this world as a true immortal. This was the absolute state of perfection that was written of in the Holy Scripture. The Holy Scripture indeed has endless subtleties to it. Just reading these passages makes me feel as if my body and divine soul are growing without end. Lin Ming muttered. Just reading the golden page, he could feel subtle changes occurring to his body and divine soul. He already knew that the golden page was the second wood page of the Holy Scripture. Each page of the Holy Scripture could be considered an independent wealth of knowledge and texts, but when gathered together, they were also a complete whole. Currently, the second wood page in front of him didn't record any defensive or offensive techniques. Rather, all it recorded were cultivation methods. In other words, how to cultivate the body into its own universe. Lin Ming guessed that the other pages of the Holy Scripture also didn't record any offensive killing techniques. Even so, the Holy Scripture was far more terrifying than other top cultivation methods that contained such attack methods. If one could gather and cultivate all the pages of the Holy Scripture and fuse them together as one, a martial artist could reach a boundary that was so high it was hard to imagine. Just by raising a hand, they would be able to commune with the world and attain perfection. If one could practice the Holy Scripture and cultivate the body's universe into perfection, and then practice the Ajura Sutra and fuse the 33 heavenly Taoists together, similarly reaching perfection of the world universe, then whether it was inside or outside, one would achieve transcendence. By comparing these two together, verifying them and fusing them as one, just what boundary could one reach? If one could unify the Holy Scripture and Ajura Sutra, fusing together the universe of the body and world, then that would truly be becoming one with all of existence, becoming invincible. Time slowly passed, one day at a time. Lin Ming activated his fused martial intent and sat deep in meditation within the Bodhi tree's land of ultimate bliss. Endless dense texts reflected in his pupils, each word overflowing with profound meanings. His eyes swirled like giant raging vortexes that seemed as if they could swallow everything. All of the surrounding soul force was unconsciously swallowed through every pore of Lin Ming's body, slowly cleansing his body and even his divine soul. This state continued for an unknown length of time. Then Lin Ming's eyes slowly opened. The mysteries of the Holy Scripture are no less than those of the Ajura Sutra. But in the past, the master of the Holy Scripture was defeated by the Ajura Roadmaster. What was the reason for that? As for the Ajura Sutra, its original name was the Heavenly Sutra, but it was later given the Ajura Roadmaster's name afterwards. As Lin Ming mumbled to himself, he firmed his resolve. He would go and seek out the other golden pages. He would combine the Heavenly Sutra with the Holy Scripture. Perhaps in the last 10 billion years, there had not been a single person who dared to attempt such a monumental mission. Even so, wanting to find the other golden pages of the Holy Scripture was easier said than done. Just from the existence of the second wood page, that meant there had to be at least 10 pages of the Holy Scripture. After emerging from the distant mountain, Lin Ming's eyes gazed into the endless horizon. Although infinite clouds of fog obscured his line of sight, Lin Ming's pitch-black eyes sparkled and all of the fog disappeared from his vision. Not even mountains and rivers were able to block his sight. After thoroughly reading the golden page, incredible changes occurred within Lin Ming's body once more. His divine sense had become sharper and his eyes were like the eyes of heaven, able to see through all lies and illusions. I might be able to obtain more information in the city, looking through the endless vast mountains and never-ending fog. He could see a bustling city in the far-off distance. Oh! Ocean Guard City. This was a large city located within the Akashic Dream universe. Dozens of medium and large-sized sects were located nearby. The daily crowds of people shuffled in and out like the tides and constant streams of merchants and customers flowed around. In the Akashic Dream universe, there were countless cities like Ocean Guard City. Spirita's martial artists came here to train and hone themselves within. To do this, they had to spend a tremendous amount of soul force, inscription symbols, and all sorts of other items. Many merchants had set up shop within, selling various spirit medicines and heavenly treasures. Over time, this accumulated until this area became a prosperous city. Almost all of the great influences, in order to train their respective talented disciples, would establish strongholds in the Akashic Dream universe and develop their forces within. Lin Ming walked through the crowd, seeming quite ordinary amongst the streams of people passing through the city gates. Behind Lin Ming, a little girl followed him. She wore simple plain clothes and looked extremely ordinary. This was the red-dressed little girl that Lin Ming met in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Up until now, Lin Ming didn't know her name because she herself had already forgotten it. It was clearly the little girl's first time coming out of the Akashic Dream battlefield, and as she was exposed to all the excitement and activities around her, a little bit of fear and joy lit up her eyes. Her large eyes randomly flitted in all directions as she gazed at the shops and the people doing business there. At this time, Lin Ming had also changed his appearance. He now appeared as a large fellow with a long dragon beard. He didn't seem cute or handsome at all. A faint, infernal energy rolled off his body. His posture was tall and straight, and he swaggered as he walked, clearly unafraid of being recognized by anyone. Simultaneously, his divine sense flowed like mercury around him, constantly probing the movements of the surrounding martial artists. The strength of conditions of all martial artists in a radius of several miles appeared in Lin Ming's mind. Their cultivations were basically all below the World King realm. When Lin Ming chose Oceanguard City to inquire about news, one of the main reasons he did so was because Oceanguard City and the surrounding several million miles were covered in one of the unique laws of the Akashic Dream universe, making it so that no martial artists with a skeletal age over 3,000 years was able to enter. This law was the equivalent of Lin Ming's protective talisman. It had to be known that even Mount Potala's Emperor Xianxia, a peerless genius who divided himself into 1 billion avatars and sent them to cultivate in the mortal world and who even had hopes of breaking into the realm of true divinity, had still only become an Empyrean at 10,000 years of age. Even if the Spiritas wanted to find a genius that was more powerful than Emperor Xianxia, there couldn't be many of them. This Oceanguard City was a large city with both fish and dragons mixed within. There were people here from all walks of life. The reason Lin Ming came here was to find out some information. That? The little girl suddenly called out to Lin Ming. That seems to be you. The little girl pulled Lin Ming's hand and whispered to him in a hushed voice, her pale finger pointing in the direction of a grand city wall. On the city wall there was a massive image stone, and what was projected from atop it was the image of a youth. This youth had black hair and was clearly Lin Ming. Lin Ming frowned as he saw this. His eyes swept over other areas in the city, and he discovered that there were many similar image stones, all of them showing his appearance. And below these image stones, bounties were posted. Yellow Springs Palace posts a reward for the capture of the human known as Lin Mook, or Polar Ice Lin. Anyone that can provide a clue leading to his capture will obtain 2,000 top-grade soul crystals and 5 transcendent divine pills. The spirit race posts a reward for the capture of the human known as Lin Mook, or Polar Ice Lin, looking for his whereabouts. The reward is 7 transcendent spirit medicines and 3,000 top-grade soul crystals. Looking at them all, there were over 30 bounties posted. Each bounty had rich rewards listed. Top-grade soul crystals were a divine stone formed by peak Spiritas masters in the Akashic Dream universe by condensing the purest soul force and combining a hint of elementary spirit source within it. These soul crystals could be directly used to cultivate. Although their effects were worse than spirit medicines, their advantages lay in the fact that the soul force contained within them was naturally pure and thus they commanded an exorbitant price. At this time, many people surrounded Lin Ming's bounty posts. Some people who just entered the city were looking at these bounties, their eyes shining. Such rich rewards, and yet they are only looking for a human. Moreover, they only want tips as to where he is, and no one even needs to capture him. Just who is he to be so valuable? 7 transcendent spirit medicines, 5 transcendent divine pills. Since when did Empyrean-level medicines become so cheap? If we can not only provide tips but also capture him, then won't we instantly be rich? Several people asked, nearly drooling. However, they soon received the disdainful looks of others. Catch him? Keep on dreaming. This Lin Mook is a true monstrous genius. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, he killed an Empyrean at the same step. After that, he took the golden page and left behind his name on the Emperor God wall. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, my sect also had a world king that perished beneath Lin Ming's hands, and to kill a world king at the same step, he only needed to use a single move. Forgetting all of that, even if we could just obtain Lin Mook's golden page, that is worth far more than several transcendent divine pills. Most people who didn't know of Lin Ming were stunned upon hearing this. As they weighed their own capabilities, they knew that it really was a dream for them to capture Lin Ming. However, if it were only providing clues to his location, there was a slight possibility. From the crowd, the voice of some noisy people constantly drilled into Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming didn't underestimate the martial artists of the soul world. Thus he was extra cautious. In a city where no one's skeletal age surpassed 3,000, combined with the bodily rebirth technique, he didn't believe even an Empyrean could recognize him. Lin Ming believed that no one here would realize who he was. He moved throughout the crowd without drawing attention, casually making his way into the depths of Oceanguard City, where a giant glazed octagonal pagoda stood high. The pagoda's top half was hidden in clouds, and a chilling energy rolled off of it, emitting a strange and mystical strength. On the outer walls of this pagoda, one could see precious treasure mirrors radiating out rippling waves of light. Countless runes sparkled, raining down around the pagoda like a hail of light. On every level of the pagoda, one could see deacons standing guard. This 8-sided pagoda was the main reason Lin Ming had come to Oceanguard City. The Akashic Dream universe was mysterious and vast. There were endless lucky chances waiting to be found as well as endless dangers. Moreover, the various races all came here to adventure and gain experience. With all of the various influences woven together, it formed a complex society. Information in particular was extremely important. There were some large influences who traded information as their lifeline, and they had constructed these 8-sided turrets throughout many large cities of the Akashic Dream universe. In a way, it was similar to Heaven's Secret of the Azura Road. Slowly walking towards the main hall of the pagoda, a guardian deacon stared at Lin Ming but didn't say a single word. Lin Ming didn't speak. He walked to the first level of the pagoda and took out a spirit medicine. This spirit medicine was one of the treasures Lin Ming found in the Soul Cave. It could be used by a world king to attack the great world king realm and was valued by many people. Seeing this spirit medicine, the deacon's eyes flashed. A medicine second only to a transcendent divine spirit medicine. You may inquire into any information below 6 stars. What type of information are you searching for? Holy Scripture, golden pages. Lin Ming said with vigorous energy, his voice matching his burly outer appearance. In the Akashic Dream universe, the truth was that there were many legends and pieces of information regarding the golden pages. Wanting to find out the methods to obtain them wasn't difficult, but completing these requirements was a completely different matter. For instance, in the Akashic Dream battlefield, one had to exchange 1 billion merit points to exchange for a golden page. The deacon quieted down. Then, a gentle light rushed out from the hall and shrouded Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't resist. A long section of information was directly poured into Lin Ming's mind. This information involved news about several golden pages. One of them even involved stealing away a golden page from Polar Iceland. Seeing this information, Lin Ming was left speechless. He should steal his own golden page? In addition, the information also stated that Shang Mei and the Soul Emperor had golden pages in their hands. Of course, with Lin Ming's current ability, it was impossible for him to think of obtaining the golden pages of a true divinity holy land. Lin Ming's expression didn't change. Slowly, he found something he wanted as he sifted through the information. That was Phantom God Spirit Cliff. Phantom God Spirit Cliff. Lin Ming was startled upon seeing these words. He hadn't been in the Akashic Dream universe for too long, thus he had never heard about the Phantom God Spirit Cliff. The reason he chose this location was because it was marked. This area was within 1 million miles of Oceanguard City, and those who could come were also restricted in their skeletal age by the laws. It was relatively safer. I want to know more information about the Phantom God Spirit Cliff, Lin Ming said. Of course, we will give you information about Phantom God Spirit Cliff for free, the deacon slowly said. Then more information appeared in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming didn't refuse it, completely accepting it. After learning this information, Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Phantom God Spirit Cliff was an extremely strange place. Atop this cliff, there were countless shrine platforms. The legend said that if one could gain enlightenment on these shrine platforms, then one could obtain a golden page. Successfully gain enlightenment? What is considered as gaining enlightenment? Lin Ming muttered, surprised. Although this task sounded simple, the truth was that it was likely impossibly difficult. There was not a single golden page that would be easy to obtain. Lin Ming looked towards the deacon. The deacon shook his head, saying, "As for what it means to successfully gain enlightenment, I am not sure of the details. But I know that it is enormously difficult to obtain this golden page from Fallen God Mountain Rage. Do you plan on going to the shrine platforms to grasp the principles there? Every year there are countless geniuses that go to the Fallen God Mountain Range to attempt this, but none of them have ever succeeded. Some people even suspect whether or not this golden page exists. No one has succeeded? The Soul Empress hasn't succeeded either?" Lin Ming asked. Shang Mei's talent was without doubt. The deacon shook his head again. "It's obvious, isn't it? Otherwise the golden page would have already been taken away by the Soul Empress. Why would it still be there?" the deacon said. Lin Ming fell silent. As the deacon said, the golden pages that were still available now were still there because the countless masters and young elites of the soul world weren't able to take them. All of them had an extremely high difficulty. As for those that could be taken, they were already taken. Shang Mei hadn't been able to successfully gain enlightenment. Lin Ming frowned. Wanting to obtain this golden page wouldn't be easy at all. Although he knew that this task would be filled with difficulties, Lin Ming still wanted to give it a try. A peerless treasure like the golden pages required not just strength but also a great destiny. Lin Ming had already comprehended one of the golden pages, and he believed that he didn't lose out when it came to either strength or lucky chances. If there was even the slightest hope he could succeed, he naturally wouldn't miss out on this chance in the Fallen God Mountain Range. Reorganizing his thoughts, Lin Ming's figure flickered and he disappeared, shooting straight in the direction of the Phantom God Spirit Cliff. In the endlessly far horizon, in a mystical land, massive stars shined. Between two radiant stars, there was an incomparably large mountain range, so vast it seemed like pillars that held up the heavens. In the middle of this mountain range that stretched to the far-off distances, there were numerous opulent palaces. Each palace exuded a mysterious and boundless aura. If an outsider were to come here, they would cry out in alarm. The atmosphere of these palaces was so vast that it seemed like an Empyrean lived in each palace. On this day, at the base of the central divine mountain, a group of people were kneeling on the floor. Of these people there were several old men who were standing respectfully. These old men restrained their auras as they attempted to minimize their presence. But one could see that they each possessed an immeasurably deep strength. These old men were elders of the spirit race, as well as some unfamiliar old men. However, each one possessed strength at the Great World King realm or above. Even Chaos Demon God was within this group of people. "Lin Mook, Polar Ice Lin," an old voice echoed out, without any hint of emotion. Chaos Demon God had come to narrate the events of the Akashic Dream battlefield. As to who he was narrating to, they were the master of this divine mountain range, Great Brahmic God King. The golden page that Lin Ming possessed could even arouse the interest of a true divinity. "O mighty Great Brahmic God King, please find justice for us. This Lin Mook has stolen away the Kirin fruit of Asperitas and has killed innumerable great world kings of my people. Yet we still don't know where Lin Mook is now. I beg Great Brahmic God King to shower us with your divine glory so that we may find this human thief. These are the clothes that the little human thief once wore and bear remnants of his aura." A rumbling sound echoed through the mountain range for tens of millions of miles, causing the ground to shake. A piece of clothing fluttered upwards, wafting towards the depths of the endless mountain range. This piece of clothing was something that Lin Ming had once worn at Zenith Palace when he changed clothes there. After a long period of time, the divine mountain emitted a blinding light. Each ray of light seemed to stretch to the endless distance, illuminating the emptiness of space. An ancient voice echoed out, seeming as if it were filled with the endlessness of the years. Every syllable seemed to condense runes in the void and rang like thunderclaps to the ears. This was an order that could only be obeyed, a transcendent boundary of speaking with the sound of the great Tao. Endless light shines endlessly far, according to the 33 heavens. Hearing this voice, everyone couldn't help but restrain their excitement. Great Brahmic God King was using his transcendent techniques. He could search for anyone's whereabouts in the infinite soul world just by having a wisp of their aura. Oh! The wind howled. Lin Ming crossed over rivers and mountain peaks, finally arriving at a bleak and empty land. The mountain peak he stood atop now was filled with bizarre and grotesquely shaped rocks. A cold wind whistled through the air, blowing non-stop from the side. Many mountains were spread out in front of him, and in front of them was a bottomless abyss. Here, everything was bare, without a hint of life. The only colors here were the despairing hues of dark brown earth and gray rocks. And in the distant horizon, Lin Ming could see a strange mountain range. The entire mountain range shimmered with a faint star-like light. Lin Ming had keen eyesight. He could see that every mode of starlight was actually a shrine platform. Every shrine platform exuded a mystical spiritual strength. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. In a flash, he soon arrived at a nearby mountain peak. This place is the Fallen God Mountain Range. Lin Ming didn't need to look through the jade slip that the pagoda provided him with to know that he had found the Fallen God Mountain Range, because many powerful auras greeted him. These were the auras of peerless young elites and masters. Within the Fallen God Mountain Range, there was a golden page buried here. As long as one could successfully grasp the principles, they could take it away. There were countless individuals who wished to try their luck. And because of the laws restricting skeletal age, no martial artists above 3,000 years of age could come here. Thus, this was a land where young geniuses gathered. Every large influence would send the peerless disciples of their generation here to try grasping the principles. At this moment, as Lin Ming looked at a nearby cliff, he could see that thousands of people had already gathered. The pitch-black abyss spanned the distance in front of this mountain range, right beneath the mountain cliffs. On the cliff edge there were innumerable shrine platforms, and one could see many people sitting on them. Their bodies were shrouded in spiritual energy as they closed their eyes deep in meditation. Deep in the abyss, one could still make out the faint figures of people. There are many elites here. Lin Ming stood on the cliff, sweeping his divine sense around him. He discovered that there were many peak Empyrean descendant-level geniuses. Whether it was in size or number of masters, the soul world far outstripped the divine realm. Thus, they also naturally had numerous times more peerless geniuses than humanity did. With so many elites gathered together, this was a truly grand scene. There were even people that stayed here for a dozen years or dozens of years. There were even people who casually stopped by to cultivate at the Fallen God Mountain Range. However, cultivating at the Fallen God Mountain Range wasn't necessarily the wisest choice. This was because the laws here were extremely volatile, and without an absurdly high level of perception it was impossible to make sense of these laws. The Spiritas are really formidable. They are likely even stronger than the saints. Lin Ming couldn't help but acknowledge that the disparity in strength between humanity and the Spiritas was greater than he had imagined. Lin Ming firmly believed that the reason the Spiritas were able to develop to such a scale was linked to the existence of the Akashic Dream Universe. This was a land of unimaginable wealth, inheritances, and other such buried treasures. The divine realm simply had nothing they could compare with this. But for some reason, the saints were reluctantly able to compare with the Spiritas. So what advantage did the saints possess? To Lin Ming, great strength didn't come without reason, and decline didn't come without reason either. The saints had stood tall for such a long time and still remained as glorious as they were. There had to be a reason for this. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh! From beneath the cliff, in the pitch-black abyss, people constantly flew out. Those that flew out all had despondent expressions and seemed extremely tired. They had servants waiting for them atop the cliff, all of them running forwards to greet their masters. That is the Vice Hall Master of Blood Dragon Hall. In the past, he was one of the proudest sons of heaven of the Daydream Skyward. His skeletal age is just over 1,200 years. I wonder if he managed to grasp any enlightenments beneath the Phantom God's Spirit Cliff. Someone said as they discovered this top character. Although there was a skeletal age restriction of 3,000 years here, in practice, it was mostly those that were around 1,000 years old who came here to attempt attaining enlightenment. The 2,000 to 3,000-year-old peerless geniuses had already come to the shrine platforms numerous times in the past and didn't want to waste any more time here. After all, the Fallen God Mountain Range had a very poor cultivation environment. Isn't that Golden Sun Temple's young master Wanyan? He is also one of the greatest geniuses of his generation at Golden Sun Temple. There are far too many amazing elites here today. Someone cried out in praise. Even though there were outstanding people all over Fallen God Mountain Range, people with young Master Wanyan's talent were still rare. White Blood Jade. He is also a proud son of heaven. Another person said in hushed whispers. The crowds of people began discussing these extreme talents that had flown up from the shrine platforms. Still, so many peerless characters had failed one after another. Even so, there wasn't any shame or surprise, nor were there any regrets. This was because failure was the norm. In fact, no matter how great one's reputation was or how over-exaggerated and blown out of proportion one's talent was, no one believed that one could truly gain enlightenment on the shrine platforms. It was simply impossible. Even Soul Empress Xianxia had been forced to give up. If others could succeed where she failed, wouldn't that be a joke? Who was Soul Empress Xianxia? Without any refutations, she was known as the number of junior amongst the Spiritas. Whether it was in strength, foundation, comprehension of laws, cultivation method inheritances, or anything else, no one was able to compare with her. Even Soul Empress Xianxia failed. I suspect that there really is nothing here. Maybe whatever is here has already vanished because far too long a time has passed. Someone muttered with suspicion thick in his voice. In fact, many people already had this idea circling in their minds. In the past, how long did the Soul Empress stay here for enlightenment? As everyone was speaking, a large fellow with a dragon beard walked over and asked out loud with a booming voice. This large fellow was Lin Ming. Because he used the bodily rebirth technique to create an illusion of a Spirita's martial artist's spiritual sea, no one was able to sense he was a human. Many people rolled their eyes at Lin Ming. For outstanding elites, when their cultivation speed reached the extreme and far surpassed their speed in their old age, then even being 2,000 years old seemed young. As for Lin Ming, he simply really wasn't worth a second glance. If he were in the mortal world, most people would think he was some conman selling pork on the street. This sort of person also came to the Fallen God Mountain Range to join in on the fun. I must say, old uncle, you shouldn't come to this place to play around. This Fallen God Mountain Range is already crowded as it is. No one was able to see Lin Ming's skeletal age. The effects of the bodily rebirth technique were far too realistic. I'm just casually looking around. I wonder how long the Soul Empress spent trying to gain enlightenment here in the past. Lin Ming asked once more. This was a crucial point for him. If Xianxia spent a short period of time here, then Lin Ming had some hopes of succeeding. But if Xianxia spent 8 years or 10 years here without any results at all, then things became a great deal more troublesome. He didn't have that much time to waste here. Many people weren't sure why Lin Ming asked the question he did. But at this time, a white-robed youth said, 108 days, not 1 hour more or 1 hour less. During these 108 days, the Soul Empress tried to gain enlightenment 72 times and managed to light up the third soul sea. The white-robed youth accurately listed these numbers. As for what lighting up the third soul sea meant, Lin Ming had no idea. At the 8-sided pagoda, he only asked for information about the golden pages, and didn't ask about the special circumstances related to the Fallen God Mountain Range. Lin Ming looked at this white-robed youth. This youth had a handsome appearance and a dashing aura. From a single glance, one could see that he came from an amazing background and had considerable achievements. A character whose talent surpasses White King. Lin Ming secretly noticed. Empyrean Vast Universe's direct disciple was White King. Although this wasn't considered much to Lin Ming, not everyone was able to surpass White King in terms of talent. Soul Empress Xianxia is so fierce, someone cried out in praise. 108 days to light up 3 soul seas. Some people can't even light up 2 soul seas in 10 years. I wonder why Soul Empress Xianxia didn't continue meditating. Perhaps she might have grasped more of the principles. Many people asked out loud. They also didn't know the particulars about Xianxia's attempt. The Empress said that 3 soul seas is only the start. It becomes far more difficult afterwards. But even the Empress didn't have confidence she could succeed. Moreover, her time is precious, and there were many other matters she had to attend to. The white-robed youth who spoke seemed to be extremely knowledgeable about Xianxia. The others couldn't help but ask him, "How come you know the details so clearly? It sounds like you personally heard of it in the past." The white-robed youth proudly said, "Of course I know what I'm talking about. I'm from the Soul Rapture Holy Lands, so why wouldn't I know? I have even seen the Soul Empress in person before." As the white-robed youth spoke, his words were like stones splashing into a calm lake. For a time, everyone looked at him, some of them with dazed expressions. This white-robed youth came from the Soul Rapture Holy Lands, the same holy land as Xianxia. Moreover, he had even seen Xianxia with his own eyes. I remember him. He is a core disciple of the Soul Rapture Holy Lands, Jade Lifestone. Someone said, recalling the white-robed youth's identity. Then, many people cast envious gazes at this white-robed youth. He actually came from the same holy land as Xianxia. For a heroic young elite like him, his future achievements would be limitless. Senior Apprentice Brother Jade. How did you see the Soul Empress? Senior Apprentice Brother Jade. Have you seen the Soul Empress fight before? What is it like? Many people asked Jade Lifestone in droves, some of them extremely zealous. To the Spiritas, Xianxia was akin to a living goddess. Many of the Spiritas worshipped Xianxia. This was a deep reverence that came from the heart. Although many of these young outstanding elites admired Xianxia to the extreme, none of them had any impure thoughts towards her. This was because Xianxia was far too holy and perfect, to the point where no one dared to profane her image. Jade Lifestone was also one of Xianxia's adoring fans. With a slightly haughty tone, he began to narrate how he saw Xianxia. As Lin Ming saw Jade Lifestone speak with such fervent enthusiasm, he was left speechless. After a while he asked, "Where is the Soul Empress now?" He wanted to see Xianxia. Having a general idea of where she was would be a good start. Jade Lifestone frowned upon being interrupted. He looked towards the person asking the question and discovered it was that large and plodding dragon-bearded fellow. To someone who was born handsome like Jade Lifestone and who was also picky about others' appearances, he naturally didn't have a favorable impression towards Lin Ming, who currently looked like a perverted uncle who slaughtered pigs for a living. In addition, Lin Ming interrupting his words had brought Jade Lifestone's impression of him even lower. Even if they were both fans of Xianxia, Jade Lifestone still disliked Lin Ming. "Why do you care where the Empress is? Are you thinking of going to see her?" Lin Ming traced his beard, hiding a smile. He chuckled and said, "I'm just a little curious about where the Soul Empress would be. This little brother, you wouldn't happen to know, right?" "Humph, of course I know. There's no point in you trying to rile me up. I'll tell you that the Soul Empress is currently deep in seclusion within the Soul Rapture Holy Lands as she completes the 7th revolution of the Grand Reincarnation Art. Moreover, she will finish soon. This isn't a secret at all. However, there is no need for you to care about where she is, as it's useless whether you know or not." Lin Ming was startled to hear this. Soul Empress Xianxia was completing the 7th revolution of the Grand Reincarnation Art. If so, then her strength would rise yet again. Just what boundary would she have reached? Lin Ming counted the cards that he could bring out in front of Xianxia. He had to admit that even though he was looking for Xianxia to negotiate with her, he was in far too disadvantageous a position. This disadvantage originated from the decline of humanity. It was hard for a single man to change this. If the Soul Empress left seclusion, would she come to the Akashic Dream Universe? Lin Ming asked once more. Jade Lifestone slowly said, the Soul Empress can naturally come to the Akashic Dream Universe if she wants, because this is a trial land for the Spiritas. However, don't go around thinking you can see her here. Wherever the Soul Empress goes, let alone you, not even I can follow her. Lin Ming didn't bother with Jade Lifestone's attitude. He asked again. And about lighting those 3 soul seas that this good brother just mentioned, what is that exactly? Lin Ming's last question not only caused Jade Lifestone to frown, but everyone else also rolled their eyes once more. This person asked so many useless questions. Jade Lifestone carelessly said, although we all came to the Fallen God Mountain range to test our luck or experience it for ourselves, the least you could do is try and learn some of the most basic knowledge before coming here. The shrine platforms have soul sea marks carved into them. The more enlightenment you can grasp, the more soul sea marks light up. If you can light them all up, then that is the sign that you have successfully gained enlightenment. However, these are only legends. Only in ancient times were there people able to succeed. Through a simple conversation with Jade Lifestone, Lin Ming had a much higher understanding of what this enlightenment was. Even though Jade Lifestone and the other martial artists didn't like Lin Ming too much, they didn't look down on him. Although Lin Ming didn't look like an elite of any kind and he clearly came to take a look for the fun. Weren't they the same? There wasn't a point to people who all never reached the finishing line laughing at each other. Almost all those at the Fallen God Mountain range had come to experience what attempting enlightenment on the shrine platforms was like. Very few of them had true confidence in themselves that they would succeed. Of course, even those that were confident in themselves only had disappointment as their harvests. Seeing Lin Ming fly towards the shrine platforms beneath the cliff, these people only teased him several times before no longer bothering with him. Every year, countless individuals came to the Fallen God Mountain range. Perhaps they were ordinary martial artists and perhaps they were peerless geniuses. But in the end, all of them were only temporary travelers who never accomplished anything. Lin Ming stepped on the wind. A light mountain breeze wafted up from the abyss, mixed with a refreshing light mist. In the sea of spirit fog, countless shrine platforms stood tall. These shrine platforms all seemed forged from jade. They were square-shaped with sharp corners and edges. The shrine platforms were only 3 feet long and wide, but they stood tens of thousands of feet high. They were cut into the cliff and marked with strange runes. From afar, it seemed as if they were rooted into the depths of the earth, like tall and slender totem poles that were thrust into the ground. Lin Ming soon saw the soul sea marks atop the shrine platforms. They were pieces of clouds carved atop the cliff, beautiful and exquisite. Some of these clouds had already lit up, symbolizing the results of some martial artists that were sitting in meditation on the shrine platforms. Although there were many shrine platforms, there were even more martial artists. Every shrine platform was already occupied. Lin Ming patiently waited, but he didn't plan on blithely waiting for a random person. He swept out his divine sense and searched for someone whose aura was a little chaotic. These types of people mostly didn't possess much patience. Hopefully they would leave soon. Lin Ming noticed a purple-clothed woman with a pair of small horns rising from her forehead. It was unknown what race she was from, but her cultivation was only at the soul transformation realm. She was a true junior. She was likely not much older than Frost Dream when she had participated in the Divine Realm first martial meeting. She was clearly overdrawing her soul force trying to grasp the principles atop the shrine platform and was suddenly pushed away. Lin Ming's eyes and feet were fast. His figure flickered and he immediately occupied the shrine platform that the purple-clothed girl fell off from. Because he had a large figure, this small shrine platform was suddenly mostly taken up by him. This sudden movement caused many of the waiting martial artists to roll their eyes. You! The purple-clothed girl looked at Lin Ming. She saw an overly tall and large dragon-bearded fellow suddenly rush onto the seat that was still warm from her body heat, and she flushed red with anger. What about it? Lin Ming traced his thick beard. The purple-clothed little girl couldn't find the words to speak. She could only give up on the shrine platform and fly up from the cliff in a huffy rage. Like this, Lin Ming started attempting to grasp the principles. In order to do that, he needed perception as well as luck. Even though so many years had passed, no one had succeeded. Some people even suspected that the Tao here had changed without them knowing it. Lin Ming was also curious about what enlightenment here really meant. Lin Ming opened the 8 inner hidden gates gate of opening. The gate of opening enhanced one's perception. Moreover, Lin Ming's gate of opening was not normal. He had perfectly opened the gate of opening, and this had provided Lin Ming with a terrifying enhancement to his perception. When this was combined with Lin Ming's understanding of the Azura Sutra and its countless and complex Azura runes, as well as his studying of the divine runic arts, his comprehension ability had reached a mind-boggling level. At the same time, Lin Ming entered a perfect ethereal state. He focused his heart and released his mind. 3 fused martial intents appeared, and behind Lin Ming a Bodhi tree appeared, its sparse branches with their lush, jade-green leaves stretched out. In this immortal land of ultimate bliss, Lin Ming's focus was as steady as an ancient lake that had never been disturbed. With all these conditions joining with each other, Lin Ming began to perceive the laws of the shrine platform. The runes marked atop the pillars of the shrine platforms began to flow into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Here, Lin Ming was like a little lonely boat, quietly drifting through a sea of laws. The laws of the shrine platform are similar in some ways to the Holy Scripture, but they are also completely different. Lin Ming's eyesight was extraordinary. He was someone who had seen the Holy Scripture and Azura Sutra, and he could tell that the laws of Fallen God Mountain Range's shrine platforms were inherited from the Holy Scripture. In fact, even the aura here seemed to echo with the golden page he had on him, their true meanings superimposing upon each other. In order to prevent any accidents from occurring, Lin Ming had placed the golden page into his inner world. As he touched his divine sense upon the page, a strange chord of resonance seemed to form. Like this, Lin Ming sat in meditation for a day. He discovered that even though cultivating wasn't good at the Fallen God Mountain Range, it was actually highly beneficial for him if he were only trying to perceive the mysteries of the golden page. Slowly, Lin Ming gained an increasingly profound understanding of the second wood page. 3 days later, Lin Ming could sense something extra in his spiritual sea. Because of this, there was a change to his spiritual sea, and with a light cracking sound, one of the carved clouds on Lin Ming's shrine platform lit up with a sparkling light. This was the soul sea mark of the shrine platform. Now it had been lit up by Lin Ming. Someone made progress. It's so bright too. You rarely see that. At the Fallen God Mountain Range, countless people came to grasp the principles every year, so lighting up a soul sea mark wasn't much at all. But for a soul sea mark to emit such a blinding light after lighting up, that was actually extremely rare. The brighter the light was, the more a martial artist had grasped the principles. This also meant their potential was greater. At this time, even though Lin Ming had only lit up the first soul sea mark, it was still more radiant than those people who had lit up 3 or 4 soul sea marks already. Who is so fierce? Many people looked at Lin Ming's shrine platform. As they realized who he was, a strange complexion came over their faces. It's actually him. Jade Lifestone from the Soul Rapture Holy Lands had been attempting enlightenment on a shrine platform too. As he saw Lin Ming and his performance, his face twisted as if he had eaten a fly. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't find it strange. But why was it him? This person clearly didn't seem extraordinary at all, nor was he young, so how could this person have such a high degree of perception? This was just a joke. Jade Lifestone looked at Lin Ming's shrine platform, which was nearly completely covered by Lin Ming's large butt. He looked at the strongly shining soul sea mark and contrasted it to his own 3 dimly shimmering soul sea marks. At that time, Jade Lifestone felt as if 10,000 crows were flying above his head. How is this possible? This fellow looks like he should be selling pork on the side of the street, so how is he better than me? Before this, he even asked me what it meant to light up 3 soul sea marks, and it seemed as if it were his first time coming to the Fallen God Mountain Range. Was that all an act? Jade Lifestone felt sick to his stomach. He didn't believe this was Lin Ming's first time at the Fallen God Mountain range. He quickly stabilized his mind and returned to trying to grasp the principles. After being surpassed by this uncle-like Lin Ming, he was in a bad mood. "Miss, I see it." The purple-clothed girl with two little horns jutting out from her forehead was watching Lin Ming, her mouth slightly fallen open, a bit unwilling to admit defeat. The shrine platform that Lin Ming was sitting on had been hers, and when Lin Ming sat on it, it suddenly dazzled with a blinding light. But when she had tried, there had only been a dim glow. Could it be that perception is inversely related to one's good looks? He is so old and hideous, yet his comprehensions are so deep, and I am so cute yet, ugh. The purple-clothed girl turned red with shame and no longer thought about it. After resting for 3 days, her soul force had recovered and she could attempt the shrine platform again. When Lin Ming lit up the first soul sea mark, he created a small commotion, but the disturbance quickly died down. Although Lin Ming's comprehension ability was rare, it wasn't too uncommon. Through the many years there were lots of people with achievements similar to Lin Ming's, but in the end they had all fallen short. The shrine platforms of the Fallen God Mountain range weren't simple at all. Many people recognized it as a matter of fact that Lin Ming had come to the Fallen God Mountain range before. Otherwise, to light up the first soul sea mark in 3 days and also to such a degree, that was just unbelievable. But soon they were even more shocked. Another 40 days passed. Lin Ming had been at the Fallen God Mountain range for a month and a half now. On this day, another soul sea mark lit up on Lin Ming's shrine platform, dazzling with a blinding light. This was the second soul sea mark. Lin Ming felt as if another layer had formed in his spiritual sea, and his soul force became increasingly deep. He had obtained considerable benefits from attempting enlightenment here. Of course, these advantages were because Lin Ming's enlightenment results were almost perfect, far above what the average person could compare with. In the hazy pall of spiritual light, Lin Ming was bathed in the brilliant luster of the shrine platform. In this halo he was a solemn monk, meditating in a deep trance like an ancient Buddha. His dazzling aura sharply contrasted with his appearance. On the cliff, many people were left speechless. This old uncle with a full beard was unexpectedly fierce. This fellow, he was just pretending to be a sheep. This definitely isn't the first time he's been here, and he must have already comprehended a lot before. Someone said with utter certainty in their voice. But even if one came here many times and tried to grasp enlightenment repeatedly, to obtain such a deep understanding was still something worthy of praise. This was because for many people, even if they tried meditating here for dozens of years, they might only light up their 4th or 5th soul sea marks. And as for the brightness of those soul sea marks, they were completely different from Lin Ming's. Compared to Lin Ming's soul sea marks, theirs were like a little candle in front of the bright night moon. In the world of martial artists, strength reigned supreme. Many people immediately discarded their earlier thoughts of belittling Lin Ming. Among these people, Jade Lifestone had haunted eyes. He didn't want to admit that he had been wrong from the start. An inexplicable surge of anger filled his heart. Yes, enlighten yourself. Keep on enlightening yourself. I don't believe that once you go further you can continue singing so loudly all this time. When Soul Empress Xianxia attempted enlightenment in the past, she was far better than this. Even so, she stopped at 3 soul sea marks. Jade Lifestone unhappily said. No matter how many times Lin Ming had come in the past, this didn't change the fact that he was now inferior to Lin Ming. It was because these were inalterable facts that Jade Lifestone found them hard to bear. And indeed, Jade Lifestone wasn't wrong. On the 90th day of grasping the principles, Lin Ming began to feel the difficulty rise. The lines on the shrine platform weren't as simple as they seemed. Gradually, the lines on the shrine platform began to turn hazy and emit a mysterious rhythm. Each line had an inexplicable attraction emanating from it, making Lin Ming's divine soul be lost within them. He felt as if he were standing in an endless labyrinth and had lost all sense of direction. Moreover, the paths of this labyrinth winded about, with walls as high as mountains. It was impossible to see where they led. Everyone was covered in a thick pitch-black fog, a black cage with a terrifying aura that made his heart quicken. Facing this vast sea of laws, a sense of powerlessness grew in his heart. But all this knowledge, the texts of the golden page that were fused into his body and divine soul, all of those comprehensions he had obtained, began to emit a brilliant light that resonated with the mysterious strength in the darkness. In that originally meandering labyrinth, beams of golden light would periodically appear. This golden light appeared throughout the entire labyrinth in a profound sequence. Lin Ming accepted this stroke of good luck and followed the golden lights. In the outside world, his body began to shake. His body that was covered in a soft light seemed to gently sway. 100 days. Lin Ming found it difficult to continue forwards. Then, another 10 days passed. With this, he surpassed the 108 days that Shang Mei had spent here. 111 days. 112 days. At 115 days, Lin Ming's shrine platform began to shine with a brilliant radiance that illuminated his surroundings. 3 soul sea marks. Lin Ming exhaled a long breath of air. At the same time, he deeply frowned. His speed was slower than Shang Mei's. But this was also reasonable. Shun Mei had read the Spirita's holy scripture before, and her understandings of the golden pages naturally surpassed Lin Ming's. Even if Lin Ming had the support of the Ajura Sutra, it was still impossible for him to surpass Shang Mei in comprehending principles of the soul-forging system. Thinking this, Lin Ming felt there were countless hurdles blocking his way from becoming thoroughly aware of the principles here and obtaining the golden page. No wonder they said it was the same as impossible to come to the fallen god mountain range and obtain the golden page here. Even when a true divinity was in their youth and came here, they still failed. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. He was completely unsatisfied with his current results. However, if those people watching Lin Ming were to know his thoughts, they would probably have killed themselves in disgust. 3 soul sea marks, and he can make them shine with such a powerful divine light. It wasn't a surprise to anyone that Lin Ming had lit up 3 soul sea marks. This was because they had already recognized that Lin Ming had come to the fallen god mountain range before, so it wasn't strange if he could light up the 4th or 5th soul sea marks. But what amazed them was that the 3 soul sea marks that did light up blazed like suns. None of those present were able to compare. They looked at Lin Ming with disbelieving expressions. No matter how they looked at Lin Ming, he didn't seem like a top genius from some large influence. Some people nearly stamped their feet on the ground. This fellow was actually so much stronger than they were. This feeling was as if some spirit medicine had been eaten up by a pig. This person probably disguised themselves. Maybe he's a peak genius from some sect. If he could do what he did, he's definitely not some nobody. Jade Lifestone muttered to himself as he stared at Lin Ming. He's likely hiding his identity. Some other proud sons of heavens from other ancient influences commented, finding this entire situation suspicious. In order to gain enlightenment on the Phantom God Spirit Cliff, one needed an extraordinary background as well as certain comprehension into the highest laws of the Spiritas. These highest laws were all parts of top-secret inheritances, so where would ordinary martial artists ever be able to study them? I wonder where he is from? Are there any large influences with such an ugly elite? The purple-clothed girl with 2 horns thought to herself, finding it hard to accept Lin Ming's appearance. But Lin Ming completely ignored all the whispers around him. In his ears, all he heard were the divine sounds of the world. The texts of the golden page that had fused into his body and divine soul, as well as his comprehensions of them, floated within him like giant stars, exuding endless true meanings. Their shining light granted him a great deal of inspiration. He could feel his soul force billowing like a vast tide. He had gained great benefits here once more. Although there were many advantages, Lin Ming was still worried about how he would obtain the golden page here. Then, a timid voice echoed in Lin Ming's mind. Hey. Just now. There are some things that you seem to have mistaken. This voice startled Lin Ming. It was the red-dressed little girl he had met in the Akashic Dream battlefield. She had turned into a pure energy form that lingered around Lin Ming. No one was able to discover her presence. The reason she suddenly spoke up now was because she realized there were errors in Lin Ming's enlightenment. This shocked Lin Ming. His 3 soul sea marks had shined so brilliantly, but he was actually wrong in his approach. Where was my mistake? Lin Ming quickly asked with a sound transmission. He knew that the red-dressed little girl wasn't ordinary, but he didn't think she would be able to see through the profound and complex principles of the shrine platform's laws. But before the red-dressed little girl could reply, the skies suddenly changed color. A dreadful fluctuation of energy began to rise up from all around. Lin Ming was startled. He looked up into the skies. What just happened? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The air trembled, as if there was thunder brewing. Dark clouds formed, blotting out the skies. This sudden change left everyone panic-stricken. They all looked upwards, not sure what was happening. And at this time, with a loud tearing sound, a divine sword seemed to cut through the skies. The gray clouds above the phantom god-spirit cliff were violently torn apart. A misty light converged into a shining sea of light, one that appeared without any indication. This light drowned out the skies. It was omnipresent, covering every person there. Each ray of light seemed to originate from the nothingness of ancient times, seeming to illuminate all their hearts. A vast aura spread outwards, making everyone's hearts shake. Beneath this shining light, all of the martial artists at the phantom god-spirit cliff were frightened. Beneath this light they felt completely powerless, nearly overcome with a desire to prostrate themselves on the ground in worship. Endless light, endless life, illuminate the 33 heavens. From the heavens, after the sea of light appeared, a deep and boundless ancient voice followed right after. As this voice appeared, countless motes of light formed in the air, constantly wandering around those present. Great Brahmic God King. It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor's divine sense. Why would it be here? Some of the chosen prides of heaven here had accompanied their honorable masters to the divine mountain before, or even came from the influence there. Now, these people all felt fear in their hearts. They fell to their knees. What? This sense comes from the great Brahmic God King. Great Brahmic God King. This is the sense of a God King. On the cliff, there were still some people on the shrine platforms who didn't know where the origin of this mystical light was. After finding out, they fell to their knees, sincerely bowing. The great Brahmic God King was one of the top powerhouses of the soul world. He was worthy of their worship. God King? Lin Ming was bewildered. What was a God King? A true divinity? Lin Ming didn't want to believe this, but even if this existence wasn't a true divinity, the title of God King wouldn't be given to anyone below an Empyrean. And from the responses of the elites present, this person was likely a true divinity. Even an Empyrean couldn't bring out such a reaction. At the Akashic Dream battlefield, after Empyrean Myriad Ghost and Chaos Demon God had appeared, although the young elites present had been afraid of them, they didn't all fall to their knees. A true divinity was able to permeate their divine sense into the fallen God mountain range. How was this possible? A true divinity is powerful to this degree? Even though their main body cannot enter the fallen God mountain range, they can still cover this area with their sense? Even affecting this area? A foreboding premonition rose in Lin Ming's heart. If a true divinity's sense had come here, then there had to be a reason. A cold sweat seeped down Lin Ming's back. Then it should be to track him. Just as this thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind, a beam of divine light fell down from the skies and covered him. As Lin Ming was covered in this mystical light, it was like he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, like countless meteorites were smashing into his spiritual sea. Luckily, Lin Ming's divine soul was extremely formidable. Otherwise, his spiritual sea might have already collapsed upon being covered by this divine sense. A true divinity's strength. Although he already had a guess, the impact on his spiritual sea by this light confirmed to Lin Ming that this person who sent the divine sense here was a true divinity. And worst of all, this true divinity had come for him. In an instant, Lin Ming's limbs went cold, as if he had fallen into an icy lake. A true divinity had locked onto him. Damn! Lin Ming grimly thought. As he was covered in this light, he felt his divine soul be attacked by some strange marks. Beneath the influence of these marks, his bodily rebirth technique melted away like snow beneath the scorching sun. His beard disappeared. His muscles deflated. His face became thinner. Lin Ming's true appearance had been revealed. Lin Ming's change was far too conspicuous. This was because as the divine light was gathered onto him, everyone's eyes were focused towards him. Isn't that the bearded uncle? That's him. The shrine platform he's sitting on still has 3 soul sea marks lit up. Moreover, their light is also stronger than the others. Many people remembered where Lin Ming had been sitting. As they saw his rapidly changing appearance, they were left dumbfounded. What was going on? He wasn't old at all, he's a youth. He was hiding his appearance. The purple-clothed girl with horns had her mouth fall open as she watched Lin Ming turn from that scary-looking uncle to a dashing young man. The difference was too great. Why did he conceal his appearance? Did he have some enemy? But just as this thought passed over everyone's hearts, they also realized something. This person looks familiar. I saw a bounty on him at Ocean Guard City. He's Lin Mook. Someone cried out in alarm. Most of the martial artists at Fallen God Mountain Range had been here for some time already as they tried to gain enlightenment. Thus they didn't recognize Lin Ming's name. Who's Lin Mook? What's going on? Why would a true divinity be looking for him? Fallen God Mountain Range had a skeletal age restriction, so no matter how powerful a true divinity was, they could only send their sense here. And they likely had to pay some price to do so. But why would they cause such a grand scene to look for a mere junior? This Lin Mook is the one who killed Empyrean Myriad Ghost at the Akashic Dream battlefield. Moreover, he cut down countless world kings and great world kings to finally collect 1 billion merit points and exchange them for a golden page, and also left behind his name on the Emperor God Wall. Not only does he have the golden page, but he also has a spirit medicine beyond the transcendent divine level. I've heard it has already manifested into a Kirin form. There are several influences that have posted a sky-high bounty for him. If we can kill him, then that will be a great lucky chance for us. Soon, many people began speaking of Lin Ming. As Lin Ming's accomplishments were spoken out loud, the martial artists that had been meditating at the Fallen God Mountain Range for a long time let out exclamations of surprise. This Lin Ming was so fierce? He was being hunted down by so many people. No wonder he was hiding his appearance. As for before, this could also explain how he had been able to light up 3 soul sea marks so brilliantly. Jade Lifestone looked at Lin Ming, his complexion alternating between red and white. He really found it hard to believe that this was Lin Ming's first time at the Akashic Dream universe and that he had even slain an Empyrean at the same level. This was simply a monstrous genius that others couldn't compare with at all. For a time, many people began to surround Lin Ming. They knew that many influences had posted an incredible bounty for him in Ocean Guard City. Standing upon the shrine platform, Lin Ming's complexion had turned black. After being covered with the sense of a true divinity, he no longer bothered with maintaining any semblance of a disguise. Instead, he drew out the Phoenix Blood Spear. This great Brahmic God King was actually able to bypass the rules of the Akashic Dream universe to a certain extent. Were true divinities powerful to such a degree? Thinking about it, a true divinity truly could disobey the rules of the world. For instance, in piercing through the God-lamenting wall that divided the 33 heavens, or displaying such tremendous supernatural abilities in the Akashic Dream universe. After all, a true divinity was only a boundary lower than the Azura Roadmaster and the author of the Holy Scripture. So you were Lin Mook, a gloomy voice shouted out. With innumerable ringing sounds, people drew their weapons. As these people did so, they all blocked Lin Ming's paths of escape. Like this, Lin Ming became the public target. Many people looked on with gloating expressions. Who cared how powerful Lin Ming was? In this kind of environment, it was impossible for him to escape. He wouldn't be able to keep that golden page. Your name is Lin Mook? We have no previous enmity or injustice with you. But you have offended far too many people and the treasures you possess are far too valuable. You should also understand what it means for a man's own wealth to ruin him by arousing the greed of others. So, don't blame us for this. If you want to blame someone, Only blame those who posted a bounty for you. At this time, 3 people stood up and took positions in 3 different directions around Lin Ming. They all held swords in their hands. The 3 feather prodigies. Someone said, startled. The 3 feather prodigies were extremely famous. They were known as the most outstanding disciples to appear in the Phoenix Feather Holy Lands for the last billion years. Even here at the Fallen God Mountain Range, they had considerable accomplishments in grasping the principles and had lit up their 5th soul sea marks. In particular, if these 3 people joined forces, their overall combat strength would double. Originally, we only needed to provide clues about your whereabouts to get the bounty rewards. But since the great Brahmic God King has found you, there is no point in doing that anymore. We can only subdue you and bring you in. Don't blame us for kicking a man when he's down. The boss of the 3 feather prodigies sneered and slashed his sword at Lin Ming. You think you have the qualifications to kick me when I'm down? I want you to get the hell out of my way. Lin Ming suddenly roared out loud. His joints crackled and his aura changed, immediately becoming like a raging and endless sea. Bang! With a loud explosive sound, Lin Ming's spear seemed to pierce through the skies. The gorgeous spear light crossed through the air and smashed into the boss of the 3 feather prodigies. Big brother! The 3 feather prodigies had fast responses. They moved together to resist Lin Ming's attack. However, with a cracking sound, the spear light erupted and billions of genes of strength gushed out. The world shook and space disintegrated. The 3 feather prodigies' fused sword light immediately shattered like glass. The soul force spirit essence they poured into their sword light was also completely wiped out. The 3 of them cried out in shock as they were sent tumbling away. As for the boss, he was sent soaring back hundreds of feet as blood spewed out from his body. What? Everyone was shocked. The 3 feather prodigies were defeated just like that. They didn't die. A cold light sparkled in Lin Ming's eyes. He moved forwards and chased after the 3 feather prodigies. His spear swept out, cutting through the skies. One of the 3 feather prodigies was sliced in half by the phoenix blood spear, his blood dyeing the heavens. Third brother! The remaining 2 of the 3 feather prodigies felt their eyes turn red with rage. However, they weren't Lin Ming's match. Lin Ming's feet flickered as space seemed to lose meaning beneath him. He nearly teleported next to the remaining 2, his spear falling down once more. Puff! Puff! With 2 light sounds, these 2 people had their hearts pierced by Lin Ming's spear. With this, the 3 feather prodigies were slain by Lin Ming. Their deaths had been so sudden and brutal that even their true bodies had been wounded, and it would take them some time to heal themselves. After killing these 3 people, Lin Ming turned around without missing a beat. The phoenix blood spear and his hand were already dyed crimson with blood. Death god Lin Mook. Seeing Lin Ming like this, some people couldn't help but cry out the title he was given. He was just far too strong. Even outstanding elites like the 3 feather prodigies had been slain like farm chickens. Horrifying! Many people said, frightened. For a time, none of them dared to move forwards. Although they were well aware that Lin Ming would die sooner or later since he was surrounded by so many people, no one wanted to be one of the first to attack him. Those that did were destined to be killed by Lin Ming and would have no chance of receiving the bounty reward. For a time, all of those martial artists that thought of killing Lin Ming stopped in their steps, deciding to observe instead. At this time, a heaven-shaking roar transmitted from the skies above. Lin Mook! I've finally found you. Lin Mook, you killed countless people of my spirit race at the Akashic Dream battlefield, even harming their spiritual seas. I will make you pay for this blood debt. Lin Mook, in the Akashic Dream battlefield my boundary was suppressed, so I was killed by you. But now this is a fair battle in the Akashic Dream universe. I will slay you and take revenge. Howls and roars overflowed from the skies. Lin Ming was startled. He sensed several strong auras that were rapidly arriving. Looking up, he saw several shadows in the midst of the sea of brilliant light. These people were sent from the influences he was enemies with. They weren't too far from the Fallen God Mountain range to begin with, and after obtaining the news they quickly hurried here using a transmission array. Amongst these people, Lin Ming even saw the purple chestnut king. At the Akashic Dream battlefield, when Lin Ming had struck down the purple chestnut king, it hadn't taken him any effort at all. But at that time, the purple chestnut king's cultivation had also been suppressed. Now, he re-entered the Akashic Dream universe so that he could kill Lin Ming in a situation where his cultivation boundary wasn't suppressed and wipe out his previous disgrace. You all even managed to make a true divinity move. Lin Ming's eyes burst out with a murderous light. He never imagined he would be caught in such a situation where his whereabouts would be found by others. It seemed that he had really underestimated the heroes of the soul world and completely misunderstood the powers of a true divinity.